What is popping, my sleepy friends? Tonight, we're not visiting battlefields or royal courts, but somewhere far more intimate and welcoming. The heart of English community life, where ale flowed freely, hearty food filled wooden bowls, and the warmth of companionship kept the cold world at bay. This is the story of the English pub and the meals that sustained generations. So before we begin, as always, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe, as it helps us, and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to drift off with history. Now, close your eyes for a moment and imagine stepping through a low doorway into another world. The year doesn't matter much, it could be 1650 or 1850, because some things about English pubs remained beautifully consistent across the centuries. The first thing that would strike you is the light, or rather the particular quality of dimness punctuated by warm spots of illumination. Before electricity transformed our nights into perpetual day, pub lighting came from fireplaces, candles, and, later, oil lamps. This wasn't the harsh, revealing light of modern life that shows every imperfection. This was light that softened edges, created pools of shadow, and made faces glow amber in the firelight. The dancing flames cast moving shadows on walls darkened by centuries of smoke, creating an atmosphere that was less about seeing clearly and more about feeling safe. The ceiling would be lower than you're accustomed to, low enough that tall visitors sometimes needed to duck beneath the heavy oak beams. These beams, blackened with age and smoke, had often been salvaged from old ships or hewn from ancient forests. Running your hand along them, you'd feel the rough texture of wood that had witnessed generations of stories, arguments, celebrations, and quiet contemplations. The air itself would tell you stories if you paid attention. There was always the foundational scent of wood smoke, not the clean outdoorsy smell of a campfire, but something richer, mixed with centuries of tobacco, spilled ale, damp wool, and the accumulated essence of human presence. On cold days, you'd smell wet dog as well, because dogs were welcome companions in most pubs, lying contentedly by the fire while their owners conducted business or simply passed time. The furniture bore the marks of hard use and genuine age. Tables were thick slabs of wood, their surfaces worn smooth by countless elbows and scarred with the initials of patrons long dead. Benches and settles lined the walls, their backs high enough to block drafts and create semi-private spaces where conversations could unfold without the whole room listening. The wealthiest establishments might have a few chairs, but benches were democratic. They accommodated however many people squeezed together, regardless of social standing. Sound would envelop you differently than in modern spaces. Without the constant hum of refrigeration, air conditioning, or electronic devices, the acoustic texture of a pub was entirely human and organic. There was the crackle of the fire, the clink of pewter tankards, the scrape of benches on worn floorboards, and the murmur of conversation that rose and fell like a tide. Laughter would burst forth suddenly, then fade back into the general hum. Someone might be singing in the corner, not performing, but simply singing because that's what people did when they felt content and slightly warm from ale. The fireplace dominated most pub rooms, and it was genuinely necessary rather than decorative. English weather has never been known for warmth, and buildings before modern insulation were only marginally better than being outside. The fire was where new arrivals gravitated first, holding cold hands toward the flames and stamping feeling back into feet that had walked muddy roads. The hearth was also where food was cooked, filling the room with smells that made your stomach remember how hungry you were. You'd notice that everyone seemed to know everyone else, or at least everyone knew the publican. The keeper of the establishment wasn't just a bartender in the modern sense. They were a community banker, information hub, amateur counsellor, and sometimes peacekeeper. They knew who could be trusted for a loan, whose crops had failed, which families were feuding, and where a traveller might find work or lodging. The pub existed in a particular relationship with time that we've largely lost. It wasn't a place you visited for exactly 1 hour for a scheduled meeting before rushing to the next appointment. Time in a pub was elastic, expandable. You might stop in for a quick ale and find yourself there 3 hours later, not because anything particular happened, but because the warmth and companionship made leaving seem unnecessary. This wasn't wasted time. It was time spent maintaining the social bonds that held communities together. To understand the English pub, we need to go back to its roots, which stretched deeper into history than you might imagine. The tradition of public drinking houses in England predates even the Norman conquest, reaching back to Anglo-Saxon times when ale was safer to drink than water, and every village needed someone who could brew it properly. The word pub itself is simply a shortened form of public house, but this doesn't fully capture what these places meant. In medieval England, there were actually 3 types of drinking establishments, and the distinctions mattered. Alehouses were basic, often just someone's front room where they sold the ale they'd brewed. Taverns were slightly more upscale and served wine as well as ale. Inns were the most substantial, offering food, drink and accommodation for travellers. The earliest alehouses were marked by a simple but effective advertising method, a pole or bush stuck out from the building. This ale pole or ale stake tradition dates back to Roman times, and it served the practical purpose of alerting people who couldn't read, which was most people, that ale was available here. The saying, "good wine needs no bush," comes from this tradition, suggesting that quality products advertise themselves. In these early establishments, the person brewing and selling ale was often a woman, an alewife. Brewing was considered domestic, work, like baking bread, and women dominated the trade for centuries. The image of a witch with a pointed hat and broomstick actually evolved partly from the traditional costume of alewives, who wore tall hats so customers could spot them in crowds, and used broomsticks to signal when a new batch of ale was ready. The ale itself would be quite different from anything you'd drink today. It was thick, nutritious, and relatively low in alcohol, more like liquid bread than modern beer. People drank it because the brewing process killed the bacteria that made water dangerous, and it provided calories that supplemented often meagre diets. Children drank it, pregnant women drank it, and monks drank it with every meal. It wasn't about getting drunk, it was about staying alive. Medieval alehouses were governed by laws that seemed charmingly specific to modern eyes. The Assize of Ale, established in 1267, regulated prices and quality, with inspectors called ale tasters, who had the official duty of testing each batch. These weren't wine snob types swirling and sniffing. They were local officials who would literally sit in a puddle of ale poured on a wooden bench. If their leather breeches stuck to the bench when they tried to stand, the ale contained too much sugar, and the brewer would be fined. By the 14th and 15th centuries, inns had evolved into sophisticated operations that served the emerging networks of commerce and travel. These weren't romantic highway stops with roaring fires and jovial innkeepers. Well, some were, but most were practical businesses that filled a crucial economic function. An inn was where a merchant could stable horses, store goods overnight, conduct business over dinner, and sleep without fear of being robbed. The best inns essentially functioned as medieval hotels and restaurants combined. The food served in these early establishments reflected both the limitations and the surprising sophistication of medieval cuisine. Forget the image of peasants gnawing on turkey legs at the Renaissance fair. Real medieval inn food was often remarkably well prepared, because innkeepers knew their reputation depended on it. Travellers would specifically seek out inns known for good food, and that reputation could make or break a business. A typical meal at a decent medieval inn might include pottage, a thick stew that was the foundation of English cuisine for centuries. This wasn't the watery, flavourless gruel of popular imagination. Good pottage was complex, made with whatever meats, vegetables and grains were available, and simmered for hours until everything melded into something that was simultaneously simple and sophisticated. The pot was rarely empty completely. New ingredients were added each day, creating a continuously evolving dish that might technically have been cooking for months. Bread accompanied everything, and its quality indicated the establishment's standards. The finest white bread, made from wheat, was for the wealthy. Most people ate darker breads made from rye, barley or mixed grains. The very poorest ate bread so coarse it was barely palatable. Innkeepers learned to judge their customers quickly and serve accordingly. There was no point in wasting expensive white bread on someone who'd be satisfied with rye. The serving vessels tell their own story about these early establishments. Before mass production, every cup, plate and bowl was individually made and relatively valuable. Wooden trenchers, thick slices of stale bread that served as edible plates, were common for ordinary customers. Better establishments used wooden or pewter dishes. Only the finest inns could afford pottery or rarely glass. Let's step away from the inns and alehouses for a moment to understand what ordinary English people were eating at home, because this context makes pub food more meaningful. The diet of common folk was dictated by the seasons in ways we can barely comprehend in our era of year-round strawberries and imported asparagus. Winter was the hardest time. Fresh food was scarce, and people relied on what could be stored, preserved, or kept alive until needed. Root vegetables, turnips, parsnips and carrots kept relatively well in cold storage. Cabbage could be harvested late into the season. Onions and garlic hung in bundles from rafters. Dried peas and beans provided protein when fresh meat was beyond reach or forbidden by religious dietary laws. Salted, smoked and dried meats sustained families through cold months when fresh slaughter was impossible. The autumn pig killing was a crucial event in every rural household, and every part of the animal was used with a practicality born of necessity. Hams and bacon were salted and smoked. Sausages were made from scraps and organs. Blood became black pudding. Even the bladder was useful as a storage container. Spring brought what was called the hungry gap, that period when winter stores were depleted but new crops hadn't yet matured. This was when people relied most heavily on wild foods: nettles, dandelion greens, wild garlic, and whatever could be foraged from hedgerows and fields. The arrival of the first fresh vegetables and herbs was celebrated with genuine relief. Summer and autumn were times of relative abundance, when fresh vegetables, fruits and berries were available to supplement the basic diet of bread and pottage. People preserved everything they could, making jam, pickling vegetables, drying fruit, because they knew winter would come again with its limitations. Cheese was more important in the English diet than we often realise. It was protein that could be stored for months, improving with age rather than spoiling. Every region had its traditional cheese, and people took fierce pride in local varieties. A piece of cheese, some bread and an onion constituted a meal that satisfied both stomach and soul. Dairy products in general played a crucial role. Butter, cream, milk and cheese weren't luxuries but staples that made the difference between adequate nutrition and hunger. The phrase bread and butter wasn't just an idiom, it literally described what many people ate for breakfast every single day. Meat consumption varied enormously by class and season. Wealthy people ate meat regularly, sometimes multiple times a day. Poor labourers might taste fresh meat only a few times a year, usually at festivals or celebrations. Game, rabbits, birds and deer, was theoretically reserved for landowners, but poaching was common enough that many families supplemented their diet with accidentally acquired protein. The spice trade had profound effects on English cuisine, though not always in the ways you might imagine. Contrary to popular belief, spices weren't primarily used to mask the taste of rotten meat. Food preservation was too important for people to deliberately eat spoiled food. Instead, spices were status symbols and flavour enhancers that wealthy people used to demonstrate sophistication and worldliness. Common folk had their own flavouring arsenal. Herbs from the garden or hedgerow. Parsley, sage, thyme and rosemary weren't just a pretty song. They were the foundation of English seasoning. These herbs grew readily in the English climate and transformed simple dishes into something more interesting. A pot of beans cooked with an onion, and some thyme became a meal worth anticipating rather than just enduring. Cooking methods reflected both technology and fuel availability. Open hearth fires were standard until remarkably recently. Even in the late 18th century, many homes still cooked everything over an open flame. This required genuine skill. You couldn't just turn a dial to adjust temperature. You learned to judge heat by holding your hand above the fire, to arrange coals for different cooking temperatures, and to use the ambient heat of the hearth for slow cooking while using direct flames for faster work. Baking was often done communally because few households had their own ovens. Village bakeries would bake bread for families who brought their own dough, or families would bring prepared dishes to be cooked in the baker's oven after the day's bread was done. This created a community rhythm where certain days were baking days, and the smell of fresh bread would fill the village. Fast forward to the 18th and 19th centuries, and English pubs had evolved into something we'd recognise more readily today while still maintaining connections to their medieval roots. The Georgian and Victorian eras saw pubs become increasingly sophisticated, differentiated, and central to social life across all classes. Georgian pubs, those operating during the reigns of the four King George, from 1714 to 1830, developed distinct personalities based on their clientele. In London and other cities, you'd find pubs that catered specifically to merchants, others to labourers, and still others to the growing middle class. This wasn't enforced segregation, but organic social sorting. People gravitated toward establishments where they felt comfortable, where their occupation and social standing aligned with other patrons. The food served in Georgian pubs reflected England's growing prosperity and expanding global trade. Coffeehouses had emerged as competitors to traditional alehouses, and pubs responded by improving their food offerings. A respectable Georgian pub might serve meat pies that were genuinely worth ordering, not just fuel to soak up alcohol. Roast beef was becoming the dish that defined English identity, served in thick slices with Yorkshire pudding and gravy. Victorian pubs took this evolution further, often becoming quite grand establishments with etched glass, polished brass, and multiple rooms serving different purposes. The snug was a small private room often used by women, who were increasingly accepted as pub patrons, though still somewhat segregated from the main drinking area. The saloon bar was slightly more upscale than the public bar, charging a penny or two more per drink in exchange for better seating and more refined surroundings. Food in Victorian pubs ranged from basic to surprisingly sophisticated. The humblest offerings included bread and cheese, perhaps with pickled onions or chutney. Many pubs served a simple, ordinary, a set meal at a fixed price, usually featuring whatever the kitchen had made that day. This might be stew, pie, sausages with mashed potatoes, or the eternal favourite, fish and chips. Actually, let's pause on fish and chips for a moment, because this dish tells us something important about Victorian England and pub culture. Fried fish had been sold by street vendors for decades, while chips, thick-cut fried potatoes, were a separate tradition. The genius of combining them emerged in the 1860s, creating a meal that was hot, filling, cheap, and could be eaten without utensils while wrapped in newspaper. Pubs quickly adopted this combination, and it became as fundamental to English identity as tea or the monarchy. The quality of pub food varied wildly, and Victorians developed codes for evaluating establishments. A pub with sawdust on the floor was marking itself as basic. The sawdust soaked up spills and was swept out daily. Bare floorboards suggested slightly higher aspirations. Carpet indicated genuine pretensions to gentility. These weren't arbitrary markers, but practical signals about what kind of experience and what kind of food quality you could expect. Pub kitchens in the Victorian era were gradually modernising, though they remained far from today's standards. Coal-fired ranges were replacing open hearths, allowing more precise temperature control and multiple dishes to be cooked simultaneously. Refrigeration was still primitive or non-existent, so pubs relied on cool cellars, daily deliveries of fresh ingredients, and cooking methods that preserved food through heat or preservation. The pub lunch became an institution in Victorian England, particularly in cities. Office workers, shop assistants, and labourers would stream into pubs at midday for a quick meal, and perhaps a pint before returning to work. This wasn't the leisurely pub experience of an evening, it was efficient, practical eating. The publican who could serve decent food quickly earned steady daytime business that supplemented evening drinking trade. Certain dishes became pub classics during this period, and many remain so today. Ploughman's lunch, though it wasn't called that until the 20th century, was essentially the portable field meal of agricultural workers brought indoors. Bread, cheese, pickles, and perhaps cold meat. Scotch eggs, which despite the name are probably English in origin, became pub staples. Pork pies, sausage rolls, and various savoury pastries filled the role that sandwiches fill today. The Victorian pub also became the centre of an emerging tradition, the pie and mash shop culture that paralleled pub dining. These specialised establishments served meat pies with mashed potatoes and a parsley sauce that locals called liquor. While technically not pubs, they served similar functions and often shared customers with nearby public houses. Drinks had evolved. Beyond simple ale, porter, a dark beer that was easier to store and transport than traditional ale, became hugely popular in the 18th century, and its stronger cousin, stout, followed. Gin had gone from cheap, destructive mother's ruin to a more respectable spirit, often mixed with tonic water. Wine was available in better establishments, though beer remained the democratic drink of choice across all classes. To truly understand pub dining, we need to see it in context with how people ate at home, because the pub was never separate from domestic life, but rather an extension of it. The rhythm of daily meals at home created the framework that made pub culture meaningful. For most of English history, the majority of people ate 2 main meals a day rather than 3. Breakfast was often simple, bread with butter or dripping, perhaps some cheese, washed down with small beer or milk. This was fuel for the day's work, consumed quickly before heading to fields, shops or factories. The main meal of the day was traditionally called dinner, and eaten anywhere from noon to early afternoon. This was the substantial meal, the one where families gathered if work allowed. For rural labourers, dinner might be brought to the fields: bread, cheese, cold meat if available, and a drink to wash it down. For those who worked near home, dinner meant returning to a hot meal prepared by whoever managed the household. These home dinners centred around the same pottages, stews and pies that we've mentioned, because these dishes made economic sense. You could cook them in one pot, they improved with time, and they stretched expensive ingredients like meat by combining them with cheaper vegetables and grains. A skilled cook could make a small amount of meat flavour an entire pot of stew that would feed a family for days. Supper was lighter, often just bread and cheese, perhaps with ale or tea. As tea became more affordable in the 18th and 19th centuries, it transformed English eating habits. Tea time emerged as a distinct meal, particularly among the middle and upper classes. But for working people, tea was often supper, bread and butter with a cup of tea, maybe with an egg if times were good. The kitchen hearth was the literal and metaphorical centre of home life. Even as coal stoves became more common, many homes kept their open hearths because they provided heat as well as cooking capability. The fire was never allowed to go completely out if it could be helped, because restarting it from scratch was laborious. Instead, it was banked at night, covered with ash to preserve coals that could be coaxed back to flame in the morning. Cooking equipment was minimal by modern standards. A pot, a pan, perhaps a griddle, some wooden spoons, and a knife or two. Wealthy households might have specialised equipment for specific dishes, but ordinary families made do with basics. This limitation actually produced creativity. Cooks learned to make diverse dishes using the same simple tools, varying ingredients, and techniques rather than relying on different equipment. Food storage was its own challenge. Without refrigeration, fresh food needed to be used quickly or preserved immediately. The larder, a cool room or cabinet often on a north-facing wall, kept dairy and meat from spoiling for a few days. Mesh safes protected food from flies and mice. Salting, smoking, pickling and drying remained essential skills well into the 20th century. The weekly shopping rhythm structured home cooking. Market days brought fresh produce, meat and fish to towns and villages. Savvy shoppers learned to time their purchases, arrived too early and prices were high, arrived near closing and selection was poor but bargains could be found. Whatever you bought on market day determined what you'd eat for the next week. Seasonal eating wasn't a lifestyle choice but an unavoidable reality. Spring lamb, summer berries, autumn apples, winter root vegetables. The year rotated through its ingredients with rigid predictability. This created anticipation that we've largely lost. The first strawberries of summer genuinely meant something when you hadn't eaten anything fresh and sweet for months. The first autumn apples were celebrated because they represented abundance after the hungry gap of late summer. Baking day was a weekly ritual in homes that had ovens. Bread was baked in quantity, enough loaves to last a week, growing increasingly stale but remaining edible. Pies, both sweet and savoury, were baked for eating throughout the week. Cakes and biscuits were luxuries for special occasions, but when they appeared, they marked celebrations worth remembering. The communal nature of food extended beyond individual households. Neighbours shared surpluses, too many eggs, extra milk, a glut of garden vegetables. This wasn't charity but practical mutual support. You shared when you had extra, knowing others would share with you when your circumstances reversed. These informal networks of food sharing built and maintained community bonds that were as important as the food itself. Understanding these home rhythms helps explain why people went to pubs. It wasn't primarily about the food. Most people could feed themselves more cheaply at home. Pubs offered something else. Warmth without using your own fuel, light without burning your own candles, companionship beyond your immediate family, news from the wider world, entertainment, and a break from the domestic routine that structured so much of life. The way people ate, the customs, traditions, and unspoken rules that governed meals, tells us as much about English life as what they ate. These traditions evolved over centuries, mixing practical necessity with social meaning to create eating customs that shaped how people understood their place in the world. Table manners in England developed gradually from medieval times onward, but they weren't the rigid, anxious affairs that Victorian etiquette books might suggest. Most people's table manners were simply habitual practices passed down through families, designed to make communal eating work smoothly, rather than to exclude anyone. The concept of courses, separate dishes served in sequence, was initially an upper-class practice that slowly filtered down through society. In ordinary homes, everything appeared on the table at once. The stew or joint of meat, the vegetables, the bread and the cheese. You helped yourself to whatever you wanted in whatever order made sense. This wasn't chaos, but a different organisational principle. Abundance displayed simultaneously rather than rationed sequentially. Eating utensils evolved more slowly than you might imagine. Forks didn't become common in England until the 17th century, and even then many people continued eating with a knife and spoon, using bread to push food onto the spoon. The fork was initially seen as affected, even effeminate. Real English people didn't need fancy Italian implements to eat their dinner, but gradually forks proved their utility, and by the Victorian era, elaborate place settings with multiple specialised forks had become status symbols. The proper way to hold utensils varied by class and period. Continental style, fork in left hand, knife in right, tines down, was considered more sophisticated than switching hands after cutting. But in pubs and ordinary homes, people ate however was comfortable and effective. The anxiety about correct utensil use was largely a middle-class preoccupation, as the aspiring middle classes used etiquette as a way to distinguish themselves from working classes below and demonstrate their fitness for higher social status. Grace, before meals, was standard practice across most of English society, though the elaborateness varied. In religious households, grace might be a formal prayer thanking God for providing sustenance. In less devout homes, it might be a quick mumbled formula, more habit than heartfelt devotion. But the pause before eating, the acknowledgement that food was not to be taken for granted, remained nearly universal. Toasting traditions in pubs developed their own complex customs. The simple act of raising glasses before drinking became layered with meaning and ritual. You made eye contact while toasting. To skip this was considered bad luck or even an insult. You never toasted with an empty glass, and you never toasted with water. This superstition came from the belief that toasting with water condemned the recipient to a watery death. The round system, where each person in a group takes turns buying drinks for everyone, became fundamental to English pub culture. This wasn't just about fairly distributing costs. It was a social bonding mechanism that kept groups together and created obligations of reciprocity. Leaving before you'd bought your round was a serious breach of pub etiquette that marked you as untrustworthy. Seasonal foods came with their own traditions and meanings. Goose at Michaelmas, September 29th. Oysters in months with an R. Hot cross buns on Good Friday. Pancakes on Shrove Tuesday. These weren't just culinary customs, but ways of marking time, connecting to the agricultural calendar, and participating in communal rituals that transcended individual households. Christmas dinner traditions evolved over centuries into the elaborate meal we recognise today. The centrepiece shifted from peacock to swan to goose, and finally to turkey as these birds became available and affordable. But the principle remained constant. Christmas was when you ate better than any other day of the year, when even poor families tried to provide something special, and when the usual scarcity was temporarily suspended in favour of deliberate abundance. The tradition of cold collation for Sunday supper reflected religious prohibitions against working on the Sabbath. Since cooking counted as work, Saturday's cooking provided cold meats, pies, and other dishes that could be eaten Sunday without further preparation. This practical religious observance created its own distinct cuisine of cold dishes that were meant to be delicious at room temperature. Funeral foods, the meals served after burying the dead, followed their own traditions. Ham was common and practical because it could be prepared ahead and served cold to any number of mourners. The funeral meal wasn't about elaborate cooking, but about gathering community, sharing grief, and acknowledging that life continued despite death. Food at these occasions served social purposes beyond mere nutrition. Harvest traditions brought communities together around shared meals that celebrated successful gathering of crops. Harvest suppers, though declining by the Victorian era, had been central to rural life for centuries. The farmer who employed harvest workers was expected to provide a feast at harvest's end, not from generosity but from obligation. These meals acknowledged the interdependence of farmer and labourer, land and community. The pub fit into all these traditions as a space where communal eating and drinking could occur outside the home. It was where harvest suppers might be held if the farmer's barn was inadequate, where workers could celebrate completion of a project, where community organisations met over meals, and where travellers could participate in local food customs even though they were strangers. As you finish your tea and prepare to drift into sleep, Let's trace how these old traditions echo into our present, shaping how we eat and drink in ways we rarely recognise. The pub and its associated food culture aren't just historical curiosities, they're living traditions that continue evolving while maintaining connections to centuries past. The modern pub meal owes obvious debts to its ancestors: fish and chips, meat pies, ploughman's lunch and Sunday roast. These dishes survive because they genuinely work. They're satisfying, relatively economical, and compatible with the social atmosphere that defines pub dining. But they've also evolved. Modern pub food often includes international influences that would have bewildered 18th century publicans: curry, pasta, and burgers. Yet these additions exist alongside traditional dishes, creating a menu that honours history while acknowledging contemporary tastes. The gastropub movement of recent decades represents both change and continuity. These establishments elevate traditional pub food using refined techniques and quality ingredients. But the underlying concept, gathering in a public house to eat well-prepared food while enjoying drinks and companionship, remains unchanged from medieval alehouses. Your great-great-great-grandparents would understand the appeal, even if they'd be confused by the foam garnishes. Certain eating rhythms persist despite massive social changes. The Sunday roast, though threatened by modern lifestyles, remains an institution in many families and pubs. It connects contemporary English people to centuries of tradition. That same desire for a substantial communal meal that marks the week's transition from work to rest. The specific dishes may vary, but the underlying pattern endures. The round system in pubs continues, though younger generations sometimes resist its obligations. This tradition survives because it serves social functions beyond economic fairness. It creates structure for group drinking, establishes trust through reciprocity, and turns casual pub visits into small ceremonies of friendship. The anxiety some people feel about keeping up with the rounds reflects the serious social weight this seemingly simple custom carries. Seasonal eating, which for our ancestors was an unavoidable necessity, has become a conscious choice for some. Modern eaters seeking connection to agricultural reality, farmers' markets, seasonal menus, and local food movements all represent attempts to recreate the seasonal rhythm that once governed all eating. We've chosen to recreate constraints our ancestors would have gladly escaped, because we've learned that those constraints created a relationship with food that felt more meaningful than our current abundance sometimes provides. The physical spaces of pubs continue evolving while maintaining recognisable connections to their past. Many old pubs genuinely are old, buildings that have served drinks for 2, 3 or even 5 centuries, their floorboards worn by countless feet, their walls soaked with accumulated atmosphere. Others are modern constructions designed to evoke historical ambiance through exposed beams, fireplaces and architectural details that reference traditional pub design. What's remarkable is how people still use these spaces for fundamentally similar purposes. You go to a pub to escape home temporarily, to see friends, to mark occasions both significant and trivial, and to participate in community life beyond your immediate family. The medieval alewife would recognise these motivations instantly, even if the specific manifestations have changed. The language of food and drink preserves historical echoes. Pub Grub acknowledges that pub food isn't haute cuisine, but something more basic and satisfying. Last Orders references licensing laws that once strictly regulated pub hours. Lock-in refers to the technically illegal but widely practiced custom of pubs continuing to serve drinks after official closing time with doors locked against outside observation. These linguistic fossils carry historical meaning into present usage. British food's international reputation, for better or worse, stems partly from this pub and home tradition we've explored. The emphasis on heartiness over refinement, on substance over presentation, and on familiar comfort over adventurous novelty reflects centuries of English eating patterns. British food isn't bad. It's designed for different priorities than, say, French cuisine with its emphasis on technical perfection, or Italian cuisine with its focus on prime ingredients simply prepared. The working class food traditions we've discussed, the meat pies, the fish and chips, the hearty stews, have achieved a cultural status that transcends class boundaries. Wealthy people eat these dishes not from necessity but from choice, finding in them connections to broader English identity. This democratization of once lowly foods mirrors larger social changes, while also honouring traditions that sustained generations. Immigration and globalization have transformed English eating, while often working through existing pub structures. Indian and Chinese restaurants are now as fundamental to British food culture as pubs themselves, but many pubs have incorporated these influences into their menus. Curry night at the pub represents a fusion of traditional English social space with adopted culinary traditions, creating something new while maintaining continuity. The decline of cooking skills that characterised much of the 20th century, when convenience foods replaced home cooking, has partly reversed as younger generations rediscover traditional dishes and techniques. This isn't simple nostalgia, but a recognition that the old ways of preparing food often produced results that mass-produced alternatives can't match. Your grandmother's stew recipe, passed down through generations, connects you to centuries of English cooks solving the same problems of making modest ingredients delicious. Even the aesthetic of pub food persists. That brown, hearty, slightly monochrome appearance that critics sometimes mock actually reflects authentic food traditions, foods designed to sustain work, provide warmth, and satisfy hunger rather than photograph well for social media. There's honesty in a properly made steak and kidney pudding that transcends visual appeal. The communal aspects of pub dining have become more precious. As modern life increasingly isolates us in private spaces, the pub remains one of the few truly public spaces in English life where strangers can easily interact, where chance conversations happen naturally, and where you're expected to share space and sometimes tables with people you don't know. This function, creating community across social boundaries, matters more as other such spaces disappear. Looking forward, pubs face challenges that would have been incomprehensible to earlier generations. Smoking bans, drink driving laws, changing social habits, economic pressures, and competition from home entertainment all threaten the traditional pub model. Yet pubs persist because they provide something that homes, restaurants, and bars don't quite replicate. That particular combination of informality, tradition, community, and comfort that makes them distinctly and enduringly English. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of stepping into that warm, dim pub we visited at the beginning, finding yourself welcomed by firelight and the smell of something savoury cooking, joining the centuries of people who've sought the same simple comforts of good food, decent drink, and companionship that made the cold world feel a little warmer and a little more manageable. The Old English pub and its food traditions matter not because they're quaint historical curiosities, but because they represent an enduring human need for spaces that are neither purely private nor purely public, for food that satisfies without pretension, and for traditions that connect us to the past while remaining relevant to the present. Your great-great-grandparents knew this, and so do you, even if you've never consciously thought about it. When you seek out a cosy pub on a rainy afternoon, when you order fish and chips because it feels right, when you linger over a pint longer than you planned because the conversation is good and the fire is warm, you're participating in traditions that stretch back through the centuries, connecting you to generations of English people who found the same comfort in the same simple pleasures. In our journey through English pub history and the meals that define daily life, we've travelled from medieval alehouses to Victorian establishments, from humble cottages to elaborate Sunday roasts. We've seen how people adapted to scarcity, celebrated abundance, and created traditions that gave meaning to the simple act of eating together. The story of English pub food is ultimately a story about community and resilience. In a world where life was often harsh, where winters were long and work was hard, and where most people had limited control over their circumstances, the pub offered a democratic space where everyone could find warmth, sustenance, and connection. The food served there wasn't about culinary innovation or gastronomic excellence. It was about providing reliable comfort in uncertain times. Think about the continuity represented by a pub that's been operating for 300 years. The building itself has sheltered countless thousands of people, each with their own worries, celebrations, and daily concerns. The same hearth has warmed multiple generations. The same basic dishes, refined and adapted but recognisably continuous, have satisfied hunger across centuries. That kind of institutional memory, embedded in physical space and culinary tradition, creates a sense of permanence that our modern world rarely provides. The meals we've discussed, the stews and pies, the roasts and puddings, the bread and cheese and, weren't just fuel, they were expressions of ingenuity, making the most of limited ingredients through skill and patience. They were demonstrations of care, whether in the alewife brewing a wholesome batch of ale, or the pub cook preparing a proper meat pie. They were vehicles for tradition, connecting people to their parents and grandparents, and the long chain of ordinary folk stretching back into history. What's beautiful about pub food traditions is their essential democracy. Unlike haute cuisine, which has always been the province of the wealthy, pub food was available to anyone who could afford a few pennies. The labourer and the merchant might sit at different tables, but they were eating in the same room, drinking from similar tankards, and sharing the same basic experience. Food in the pub was a levelling force, reminding everyone of their shared humanity. The seasonal rhythms we've explored created a relationship with time that modern life has largely erased. Our ancestors lived in intimate connection with the agricultural year, experiencing real hunger in late winter and genuine relief when spring vegetables appeared. They understood in their bodies what we mostly know intellectually, that food comes from the earth, requires labour and time, and that abundance is never guaranteed. This knowledge shaped not just what they ate, but how they thought about life itself. The domestic cooking we've discussed, the careful management of limited resources, the skill required to feed a family from a single pot over an open fire, the preservation techniques that made summer abundance last through winter scarcity, represents a form of expertise that's rapidly disappearing. These weren't simple people making simple food. They were highly skilled practitioners managing complex challenges with limited tools. The dismissal of traditional English cooking as boring or unrefined often reflects ignorance about what those cooks were accomplishing under difficult circumstances. The customs and traditions surrounding meals, the graces and toasts, the seasonal dishes and communal feasts, the elaborate etiquettes and simple courtesies created structure and meaning around eating. They transformed mere consumption into something richer. Ritual, celebration, community building and cultural transmission. When you raise a glass in a toast or share a Sunday roast with family, you're not just eating and drinking, you're participating in practices that connect you to centuries of human culture. As you prepare for sleep, consider what a privilege it is to have these stories, to understand even a little of how your ancestors lived and ate. The medieval alewife, the Georgian publican, the Victorian cook, and the countless ordinary people who brewed ale, baked bread, tended fires, and created meals under circumstances we can barely imagine. They weren't so different from us. They wanted warmth, security, good food, companionship, and a sense that their lives mattered. They found these things in many of the same ways we do, by gathering together, sharing meals, maintaining traditions, and creating spaces where community could flourish. The English pub, with its worn floors and scarred tables, its traditional dishes, and timeless atmosphere, represents continuity in a changing world. It's a reminder that some human needs remain constant across centuries. The need to escape home occasionally, to see friends, to mark the passage of time with small ceremonies, and to experience the particular comfort that comes from familiar food in a familiar place surrounded by people who share your understanding of how things should be. Modern threats to pubs, economic pressures, changing habits, generational shifts, matter because they threaten not just businesses but living links to the past. When an old pub closes, it's not just a commercial failure. It's the severing of connections that have been maintained for generations, the silencing of stories that those walls have held, and the ending of traditions that have sustained communities through wars, plagues, and countless personal tragedies and triumphs, but pubs survive, adapting as they always have. The gastropubs, the renovated traditional pubs, and even the modern establishments that reference pub traditions all represent the continuing evolution of an institution that has proven remarkably resilient. As long as people want to gather in public spaces, to share food and drink, and to participate in traditions that connect them to something larger than themselves, the pub in some form will endure. The legacy of Old English eating extends beyond specific dishes or establishments. It's embedded in language, social customs, cultural identity, and collective memory. It shapes how English people think about hospitality, community, and the proper relationship between public and private life. It influences what feels like comfort, what tastes like home, and what seems like an appropriate way to mark occasions both momentous and mundane. Understanding this history enriches your own eating experiences. That pub meal you enjoyed last month connects to centuries of tradition. The Sunday roast you make for family participates in rituals that have defined English weekends for generations. The cup of tea you're perhaps holding right now links you to the transformation of English drinking habits that occurred in the 18th and 19th centuries. Nothing you eat exists in isolation. Every dish, every meal, every food tradition carries history within it. As you sink deeper into your pillow, Let your mind drift through the scenes we've visited. The medieval alehouse with its earthen floor and simple ale, the Georgian inn with its roaring fire and savoury pies, the Victorian pub with its etched glass and elaborate dishes, and the countless homes where ordinary people perform daily miracles of transforming modest ingredients into satisfying meals. Imagine the hands that kneaded bread, stirred pottage, poured ale, and tended fires. Imagine the conversations, the laughter, the tears, and the countless moments of human connection that occurred around food and drink. These people are your ancestors, if not by blood, then by culture. Their ingenuity shaped the world you inherited. Their traditions inform practices you follow without thinking. Their struggles and solutions created foodways that still sustain both body and spirit. In understanding their lives, you understand something essential about human resilience, creativity, and the eternal importance of gathering together to share sustenance. Sleep well, and may you dream of warm fires, hearty meals, and the comforting certainty that some things, hospitality, community, the simple pleasure of good food shared with others, remain constant even as everything else changes. Tomorrow, when you eat breakfast, when you prepare lunch, when you perhaps stop at a pub for dinner, you'll carry these stories with you, seeing in your own meals echoes of centuries of English eating. The warm glow of the Old English pub, whether you find it in an actual historical establishment or simply in the traditions and dishes that have survived into the present, remains a beacon of human warmth in a sometimes cold world. It reminds us that we're not alone, that others have faced the same challenges we face, and that the simple acts of eating, drinking, and gathering together have sustained humanity through everything history has thrown at us. And so, we raise a final toast to the alewives and innkeepers, the cooks and publicans, the farmers and bakers, and the countless ordinary people whose skill and care gave us the traditions we cherish. To the pubs that have sheltered us across centuries, to the meals that have sustained us, to the customs that connect us, to the past that lives on in every familiar dish, every raised glass, and every gathering of friends and strangers in that peculiarly English space where everyone is welcome. May those traditions continue, evolving but never entirely disappearing, connecting future generations to the wisdom and warmth of the past. And may you find, whenever you need it, a cosy pub with a warm fire, good food, and the kind of companionship that reminds you what really matters in this brief, precious life. Rest well. The fire is banked, the doors are locked, and tomorrow is another day. But tonight you've travelled through time and returned safely home, carrying with you the stories of how your ancestors lived, ate, and found comfort in a world very different from ours, yet fundamentally the same. Sweet dreams, and may you always find a warm welcome in any pub you enter. Picture yourself on a hillside in central Italy around 312 BCE, watching something amazing happen in the valley below. Hundreds of workers are moving in a way that is similar to how ants build something much bigger than themselves. They're building what will become the Via Appia, the first big Roman road, and they have no idea that they're making a model that will last for thousands of years. You can smell the limestone dust in the air, along with the sweat of workers and the smell of freshly turned soil. The sound is steady, hammers hitting stone, bosses calling out measurements, and carts creaking as they bring materials. It's the sound of civilization literally paving the way for the future. But let's take a step back from this building site and think about what roads meant to ancient empires. We usually think of them as basic transportation systems, like the highways you drive on to visit family or get to work. But old roads were much more than that. They were the physical embodiment of political power, economic systems, and cultural identity all at the same time. When an empire built a road, it was making a big deal out of it. It was saying, we have complete control over this land so we can change it. We have the power, the resources, and the organisation to move mountains, or at least make paths through them. Every mile of paved road was an investment not only in getting around, but also in the idea of empire itself. Think of roads as the heart and blood vessels of ancient civilizations. Like your body needs blood vessels to get oxygen and nutrients to every cell, empires needed roads to move soldiers, goods, information, and ideas to every part of their land. You don't really notice your circulation when it's working right. Everything starts to break down when it doesn't work. The Roman Empire probably understood this better than any other civilization before or since. Rome had about 250,000 miles of roads at its peak, which is enough to go around the world 10 times. These weren't just dirt paths that people had walked on a lot and worn down. They were engineering wonders, built with such care that some are still in use today, more than 2,000 years later. But Rome wasn't the only empire that was crazy about building roads. The Inca Empire in South America built a road network that stretched over 25,000 miles, across some of the hardest terrain on Earth. They built roads through mountains that would make modern engineers cry, across deserts where water was more valuable than gold, and through jungles that seemed determined to destroy any human construction within weeks. The Assyrian Empire built roads in Mesopotamia that connected their capitals to the farthest parts of their territory. They also built a postal system that was so fast that it could send messages faster than any other communication system, until the telegraph was invented thousands of years later. Imagine royal messengers riding through the night, switching horses at stations exactly one day's ride apart, and carrying sealed clay tablets with news that could change the fate of cities. The Persian Royal Road was over 1,500 miles long and connected Susa to Sardis. It was so well kept that royal couriers could make the trip in just 7 days, while it would take people walking 90 days. That's about the same as the difference between walking from New York to Los Angeles and flying there. They did it with only horses, determination, and careful planning. These roads weren't just about getting there quickly or easily. They were about having power. An empire that could move its armies quickly could stop threats from turning into revolts. An empire that could move goods quickly could make money that could be used to grow even more. An empire that could build paved roads to spread its language and culture could bring people together across differences. You start to see roads in a different way when you think about them this way. That old stone path you might see on a hike in Europe isn't just old pavement. It's a fossil of political power, a physical reminder that someone once had enough power to change the landscape to suit their needs. Let's go back to that building site in ancient Italy, but this time let's get closer. Get down on your knees next to one of the Roman engineers, who they called mensores, and see how they are really building this road. The first thing that stands out to you is that they aren't starting with the surface. They are digging down and making a trench that could be 3 or 4 feet deep. This doesn't make sense at first, but once you understand how Romans thought about engineering, you'll see that a road is like an iceberg, with most of its mass hidden beneath the surface you walk on. The workers are now putting down the first layer, which is made up of big stones that are packed tightly together. This is the stratum, which is the bottom layer that will hold up everything else. The Romans are putting these stones in place with the same care that people use to put together a 3-dimensional puzzle, making sure that each piece fits perfectly with the ones next to it to make a stable base. You can hear the foreman walking across the foundation and listening for any hollow sounds that might mean it is weak. In ancient times, your ears were just as important as your eyes when building. An experienced engineer could hear structural problems, just like a mechanic can hear problems with a car's engine. On top of the statumen, they're putting down a layer of smaller stones mixed with mortar. This is called the rudus. Heavy wooden mallets are being used to compact this layer, and the workers are moving in time with each other like they are dancing. The sound echoes through the valley. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow pushes the materials together, making them more solid. The nucleus is a layer of gravel and sand that is sometimes mixed with lime to make a kind of ancient concrete. Oxen pull large stone cylinders over this layer to smooth it out, and the animals strain against their harnesses while their handlers guide them with skill. The smell of the oxen, which is earthy, musky, and clearly animal-like, mixes with the smell of crushed stone, which is mineral-like. Last but not least, the top layer, the summum dorsum. This means that big, flat paving stones that fit perfectly with each other are needed for important roads like the Via Appia. The Romans are so picky about this fit that you couldn't even fit a knife blade between most of the stones. They're making a surface that will shed water, last a long time, and give both iron-shod hooves and sandaled feet a safe place to stand. But here's the really amazing part. The Romans are not just making the road flat. They're making a subtle crown by raising the middle of the road a little higher than the edges. This is only a few inches across a width of 15 or 20 feet. This small detail means that water will run off to the sides instead of pooling on the surface. In the winter, the water would freeze, expand, and break the paving stones apart. They're even more impressive because they're putting in drainage systems next to the road. There are stone-lined channels that run next to the pavement to move rainwater away from the foundation. Culverts go under the road at regular intervals so that streams can cross without damaging the road. These old engineers knew more about hydrology than most modern contractors. They knew that if you don't give water a place to go, it will destroy any human-made structure over time. The focus on details goes all the way through the building process. The Romans are using groma, which are vertical poles with horizontal crossbars that are marked at exact right angles, to look at the route. They can make roads that go straight for miles with these simple tools and the rules of geometry. They only make small changes when they have to get around obstacles. Engineers are very careful when they figure out the slopes of the road when it has to go up hills. If the slope is too steep, carts with loads won't be able to make it up. If it's too gradual, the road will take longer than it needs to. Their goal is grades that don't go above 5% very often, which is about the same as what modern highway standards say for mountain passes. The building process gets even more complicated when the ground is wet or marshy. Workers are driving wooden piles deep into the soft ground to make fake foundations that can hold up the stone layers above. In some places, they're actually building the road on a raised embankment called an agger that lifts it above the ground around it. This keeps the surface dry and passable even during spring floods. The Incas, who built their roads hundreds of years later and halfway around the world, had even bigger engineering problems to deal with. Inca engineers carved steps directly into living rock on mountainsides so steep that modern hikers need both hands free to climb. They built suspension bridges out of woven grass ropes to cross valleys. These bridges swayed a lot in the wind, but they could hold the weight of llama caravans and messengers running. What all these old engineers knew that modern infrastructure planners sometimes forget is that roads aren't just for the here and now. A road that is built well will last for many years or even hundreds of years. The total cost of constant repairs is always higher than the cost of building things right the first time. Standing on that hillside and watching the Via Appia take shape stone by stone is a deep experience. Most of the names of these workers have been lost to history, but they are building infrastructure that will still be useful long after their civilization has become a legend. Some of them may know this. Most likely they just want to finish their shift and go home for dinner. Now picture yourself next to a big Roman road at the height of the empire. Let's say around 150 CE, when Rome's power stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The first travellers of the day are already on the road as dawn breaks. The first sounds you hear are the bells of a merchant caravan. These are small chimes that are tied to the lead animals so that people can hear them coming in the dark before dawn. The merchants have been on the road since before dawn, when it was the coolest time of day. You can smell their cargo before you see them. It spices from the east, and the smell is so strong and complicated that it makes your nose tingle. The more light there is, the more traffic there is. A military courier rides by on horseback, and the sound of his horse's hooves hitting the stone pavement is sharp and staccato, fading quickly into the distance. He has messages sealed with the governor's mark, and he will switch horses at the next mancio, which is a mix of an inn, a post office, and a government building that is exactly one day's travel away. A group of merchants on foot follows him, their goods loaded onto donkeys that walk slowly, as if they have done this trip many times before. They are talking to each other in a mix of Latin and the local dialect. They are talking about prices in the next town and complaining about taxes, which is what merchants have always done. You see a covered wagon moving slowly, and the people inside are hidden behind leather curtains. This could be a rich family going to their country estate or a provincial official being moved to a new job. The wheels of the wagon are made of iron and make a grinding, rumbling noise as they roll over the stone surface. This noise travels far in the morning air. A tinker has set up a temporary stall near a milestone, which is one of the stone markers that Romans put up every 1,000 paces to show how far they had travelled and remind people of which emperor built or fixed this part of the road. He'll fix sandals, sharpen knives, or sell food to travellers who forgot to bring enough food with them. The smell of cooking food, like bread and salted fish, makes your stomach remind you that you didn't eat breakfast. The road is really busy by mid-morning. Farmers are bringing their goods to market. Their carts are full of vegetables, amphorae of wine, and sacks of grain. They go slowly and often pull over to let faster cars go by. Most Roman roads were wide enough for 2 carts to pass easily, about 12 to 15 feet. They also had shoulders on either side where slower traffic could yield. You see a group of students with their teacher on their way to study in a bigger city. Some of them are reading from scrolls as they walk, while others are arguing about philosophical issues with the confidence of young people who have just learned about them. You can hear them clearly in the open air talking about what virtue is and whether it can be taught. The afternoon brings different people who are travelling. A religious procession goes by, with pilgrims on their way to a temple or holy site. Their voices make harmonies that rise and fall with the gentle bumps in the road as they sing hymns that bounce off the stone pavement. Some people bring gifts, like flowers, small statues, or jars of oil that slosh around as they walk. The road surface itself has been used for hundreds of years and shows signs of wear. You can see grooves worn into the stone pavement by countless iron-rimmed wheels where traffic is heaviest, especially on hills where animals are pulling heavy loads. These ruts, which are up to several inches deep, actually make it easier for wagon drivers to get around because their wheels naturally follow the grooves that are already there. Along the road, you can see small shrines where travellers have left things like coins, flowers or bread. These mark places where someone died in an accident, where a soldier fell while protecting the road from bandits, or just where the view is so beautiful that it seems to deserve recognition of the divine. Traffic patterns change again as night falls. People from the area who have been working in faraway fields are going home with their tools over their shoulders and looks of exhaustion on their faces from working in the sun. Kids run along the side of the road playing games where they try not to step on the edges of the paving stones or jump from one milestone to the next. People who are travelling and won't get to their destination before nightfall start looking for places to stay. Some people are lucky enough to have access to official mansions, but these are only for government officials and people who carry the cursus publicus, which is the imperial seal that lets people use state-funded facilities. Everyone else has to stay in private inns. These can be anything from nice places with hot meals and clean beds to places that make modern budget motels look like luxury hotels. You can tell these inns apart by their signs, which are usually pictures painted on wood and hung from a pole because many travellers can't read. A bed means there is a place to stay. A cup means that wine is for sale. A sheaf of grain means that food is available. Some places show all three, hoping to show that they can meet the needs of every traveller. The road doesn't completely clear when it gets dark. You might see processions of people with torches. These could be soldiers moving at night to avoid the heat of the day, or a rich traveller with enough slaves to light his way and keep thieves away. The torches that flicker make dramatic shadows that dance across the stone surface, making the road that you know seem strange and a little scary. The daily flow of traffic, the mixing of different social classes and jobs, and the constant movement of goods and ideas were what roads really meant to ancient empires. They weren't just projects in engineering. They were places where all the complexities of human life happened. For example, a senator's daughter might pass a farmer's cart, or ideas from faraway provinces might travel with trade goods. The empire's great diversity could be seen in the stream of faces going both ways. Let's skip ahead to about 400 CE. You're still on that Roman road, but things have changed in ways that are both small and big. The pavement is still there. Roman construction was too good to disappear in just a few hundred years. But if you look closely, you can see small signs of neglect. There is a pothole near the edge of the road where water has gotten under a paving stone and frozen over many winters, slowly loosening the stone. During the Empire's heyday, a maintenance crew would have fixed this in a matter of weeks. It's been there long enough for grass to grow in the gap, and carts that go by have worn a path around it into the shoulder. The milestone you're near also shows its age. Someone has chipped away at the inscription. This was probably done during one of the many civil wars in the 3rd century, when each new emperor wanted to erase any evidence that his predecessor had been there. People still use the stone to mark distance, but no one remembers which emperor put it there or when. The way traffic flows has changed. You don't see as many military units or official couriers. The merchant caravans are smaller and have more guards. This is because the empire's ability to keep its roads safe has gone down, which has led to more banditry. For safety, some travellers are going in big groups, even if they're not all going to the same place. What you're seeing is the start of a process that will take hundreds of years, the slow breakdown of the infrastructure that kept the Roman Empire together. This fall wasn't sudden or dramatic. There wasn't a single moment when the road stopped working. It was more like watching a coastline erode, with each wave taking away a little more sand until one day you realise the beach has completely changed shape. As empires fall apart, so do roads. This is because roads need something that empires can't give. Regular, organised maintenance paid for by stable tax revenues and done by skilled administrators who expect to still be in their jobs next year. Consider what it really takes to keep the roads in good shape. Engineers need to check the infrastructure and find problems before they get out of hand. You need quarries to make new stones. You need workers who know how to build things and are good at it. You need animals and carts to move things. You need money to pay for everything. And you need a way to organise these things over thousands of miles of land. As the Western Roman Empire started to fall apart in the 3rd and 4th centuries, it got harder to meet all of these needs. As the economy slowed down and provinces broke away, tax revenues went down. The currency lost so much value that skilled workers asked to be paid in goods or food instead of worthless coins. People tried to avoid administrative jobs that used to be seen as prestigious. The empire needed the roads more than ever as they got worse, which is ironic. With more barbarian invasions and usurpers trying to take over the empire, being able to move armies quickly was literally a matter of life and death. But the same problems that made roads necessary also made it impossible to keep them in good shape. You can see this in the records of archaeology. Road repairs become less and less skilled in layers that date back to the 4th and 5th centuries. Instead of properly lifting the paving stones and rebuilding the layers of the foundation below, workers just dumped gravel into the holes. They didn't replace broken stones with perfectly cut new ones. Instead, they filled in the gaps with whatever they could find, like broken pottery, pieces of building rubble, or even just dirt that had been compacted. These quick fixes worked for a while, but didn't last, so they had to be done over and over again. Putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches is like putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches. It might stop the bleeding for a while, but it won't fix the problem. People who lived through this time must have been deeply affected by the psychological effects of watching infrastructure fall apart. Imagine seeing roads that your great-grandparents remembered being built to last forever slowly fall apart, even though everyone is doing their best to keep them in good shape. It would feel like the very foundations of reality were shaking. In some areas, local communities tried to keep the roads in good shape when the central government couldn't anymore. They charged travellers tolls, set up volunteer work parties, or made local landowners responsible for keeping the roads in good shape as a civic duty. These efforts sometimes worked for decades, making islands of working infrastructure in a landscape that was becoming more and more broken up. But the people who were in charge of local maintenance had their own problems. The road might be in good shape in one community, but if the next community couldn't or didn't want to do the same, the whole road became unsafe. It's like having a chain with some strong links and some that are rusting through. The weakest parts of the chain are what keep it from being too strong. The end of long-distance trade made roads worse, faster in a vicious cycle. Merchants stopped travelling long distances because the roads weren't as reliable. This meant less traffic, which meant less economic reason to keep the roads in good shape, which made them worse, which made people less likely to travel. In a few generations, roads that used to connect different parts of the empire might only see traffic between nearby villages. A lot of Roman roads were hard to tell apart by the 6th century. The paving stones could still be there, but they might be buried under dirt and plants that have grown over time. The drainage systems were blocked, which caused flooding that weakened the foundations. Bridges fell down and weren't fixed. In places with a lot of trees, the roots of the trees pushed apart the carefully fitted pavement that Roman engineers had put together. But the roads never completely went away. Even after the pavement broke up, the routes themselves, the paths they made across the land, were still useful. They were still known by traders, armies, and people in the area who used them to get to nearby towns. The physical infrastructure may deteriorate, yet the awareness of connectivity endures in cultural memory. Let's go to that same road around 800 CE, which historians sometimes call the Dark Ages. People who lived through them would have been confused by that name because their days seemed bright enough to them. The change is amazing. There are still some parts of the Roman pavement, but now it is only the middle of a much wider, less formal path. There are tracks worn into the ground by people and animals on either side of the old stone surface. When it's dry, these side paths are probably easier to walk on than the old Roman stones, which have become uneven over the years as the blocks settled or tilted. You see that people have been looking for building materials on the road. Someone has taken the paving stones that have come loose, probably during the spring thaw when frost had pushed them up, and used them to build a barn, line a well, or make a hearth. These stones, which were cut with great care by Roman engineers, are too valuable to just sit around on an old road when they could be used to build things that are useful right away. You can see that someone built a small wooden church near where a roadside temple used to be. They used some stones from the old Roman building to do this. The Christian cross on top of the church stands where a statue of a pagan god used to be. Both of these things made this a special place where travellers would naturally stop and think about something other than their journey. The old Mansio, which was a Roman way station, has been turned into a small fortified manor house. The original Roman walls are still there, but wooden buildings have been added on top of them, along with a defensive palisade that wasn't needed when the empire was at its height. The new lord of this manor says he has power because he controls this part of the road. This is not in the old Roman sense of keeping it up for the public good, but in the more direct medieval sense of being able to charge tolls to anyone who passes through. And people still go through. The road may not look like what Roman engineers would have built, but it's still a road. You see a merchant with a small cart. His goods are covered in oiled leather to keep them dry in the rain. A group of pilgrims walks by on their way to a distant shrine. Their journey will probably take weeks longer than it would have in Roman times, but they are going to the same place. The social contract around the road is what makes it different. The government built and maintained the roads in Roman times, and anyone could use them for free. Now, the law is less clear about roads. This local lord says he is in charge of this area. The next village might think that the road that goes through their land belongs to everyone. A monastery 20 miles down the road might keep their section as a way to help others, hoping for prayers instead of tolls in return. Because there are so many different jurisdictions, each with its own rules and expectations, travelling any significant distance is difficult. It's like trying to drive through a modern country where each county has its own set of traffic laws. It's possible, but you have to pay attention and change your plans all the time. In some places, especially close to cities that have kept some Roman administrative practices, roads are actually being fixed and kept up, but not in a way that would make a Roman engineer cry. Instead of properly rebuilding the foundation layers, workers are just filling in the holes with whatever they can find. The surface is bumpy and uneven and needs to be taken care of all the time, but it keeps the worst holes filled and works to some extent. Some parts of the road have been changed on purpose to serve new purposes. In places where a straight Roman road crosses land that is now disputed by two lords, local people have sometimes purposely destroyed parts of the road to make it harder for troops to move around. They've dug trenches across the road, taken down bridges, or put up barriers that make it impossible to get around quickly. On the other hand, some communities have made their roads better than what the Romans required. If a village's economy depends on being able to get to a nearby market, the people who live there might have used local materials and methods to make the road wider, add passing places, or build new bridges. These improvements don't look Roman. They're usually made of wood instead of stone and are more practical than grand. But they often fit better with what we need now. Bridges are the most interesting adaptations. Roman bridges were amazing feats of engineering. They were arched structures that could hold a lot of weight and span long distances. But keeping a stone bridge in good shape takes a lot of money and special skills. When a Roman bridge fell down, either because it was not taken care of because of flooding, or on purpose, medieval communities often built simpler bridges in its place. You might see a wooden beam bridge held up by stone pilings that were taken from the original Roman building, or a ford where people can just wade across the stream, with the ruins of the old bridge just upstream, a reminder of what used to be possible. In some cases, enterprising locals run ferries and charge travellers to cross places where they could have walked freely across Roman engineering. Because the old drainage systems don't work anymore, a lot of roads flood during the rainy season. People in the area have learned which parts to stay away from when it rains and made seasonal routes that go around trouble spots. This local knowledge, which has been passed down through the years and shared by travellers, is now just as important as the road itself. What's amazing is that the roads are still doing their main job of connecting places and letting people move around, even with all these changes. They're not as good at what they do as they used to be when the Romans were in charge, and travel is definitely slower and less reliable. But the basic structure, the routes themselves, which were carved into the land and are still in people's minds, remains. This time period teaches us something important about infrastructure. Without central maintenance, people will find ways to fix things based on what they need right now and what they have. These fixes may not be pretty or long-lasting, but they do keep things working. It turns out that human creativity can make up for a lot, but not forever, and not without cost. Let's go ahead to about 1200 CE again. You're still on that road, but the experience is very different now. The original Roman pavement is mostly hidden under dirt, organic matter, and the fact that landscapes tend to take back what people build. You might see a paving stone sticking out of the ground in some places, like a tooth that hasn't fully erupted. This is a sign of what lies beneath. It's interesting how the road is still changing the landscape, even though it's broken. Even though most travellers don't know why this route stays drier than the land around it, or why some parts are easier to walk on, the Roman engineers built their road base on a slightly higher path that is still the best place to walk. There are trees along the road in some places, but if you look closely, you'll see that they're not growing in a random way. Many people walk along the old Roman drainage ditches, which used to carry water away from the road. Some of these trees are hundreds of years old, and they are unintentionally marking the limits of Roman engineering, making a visible outline of infrastructure that the people who planted the trees never saw. The Roman road has become a property line in some places. Farmers in the Middle Ages used the old road as a natural marker when they split up their land. You might now see a fence running along the length of the road, with fields on either side that follow patterns set by Roman surveyors more than 1,000 years ago. The fence itself might have Roman milestones as fence posts. The inscriptions on the stones have been worn smooth by wind and rain. These ruins have a lot of meaning that goes beyond their use. People in the Middle Ages saw Roman roads as proof of a civilization that could do things that we can't do now. They thought of it as a lost golden age when roads ran straight and true across whole continents, when empires could move armies from Britain to Persia, and when the world was more connected and maybe even easier to understand. You can see this kind of symbolism in medieval art and literature. Stories about ancient roads often show them as ways to find adventure, links to a more glorious past, or reminders of the imperial power that existed before the current political landscape fell apart. In romances, knights often go on quests along old Roman roads, as if the roads still have some magic left over from the civilization that built them. Churches and monasteries are often built close to old Roman roads on purpose, both for practical reasons and for symbolic reasons. By building near these remnants of Roman glory, medieval institutions show that they are the heirs of classical civilization. This suggests that there is a connection between the ancient past and the Christian present. The ruins are also quarries, but not just for physical things. Engineers from the Middle Ages look at how the Romans built roads to learn how to make things that last. Some of this knowledge is being used in new buildings. The best medieval roads are based on Roman engineering ideas that have been changed to fit the materials and needs of the time. But these ruins also have a sad quality to them. When you stand on a crumbling Roman road and look at paving stones that have moved and tilted, bridges that have turned into foundation stones, and milestones with unreadable inscriptions, you are facing the fact that human achievement is not permanent. The Romans built things that would last forever, but forever is longer than even the best engineering can handle. This sadness isn't just about love. It had real-world effects on society in the Middle Ages. If Rome, the largest empire in history with more resources and better organisation than we have now, couldn't keep its infrastructure going forever, what hope do smaller, poorer kingdoms have of building anything that lasts? This acknowledgement leads to a new way of building. Roman builders built monuments that would last for centuries, thinking that they would always be well maintained. Medieval builders, on the other hand, often built things with the idea that maintenance might not be possible. They build things that can gracefully fall apart, that only need to last a generation or two instead of hundreds of years, and that can be fixed easily with local materials and basic skills. But strangely, some medieval buildings last longer than expected because they were built with low expectations. A wooden bridge that is meant to last 20 years might last 50 with little care. A road made of local stone could last for many generations. Without the Romans' desire to build monuments that would last forever, medieval engineers sometimes built things that worked because they were humble instead of grand. Living among these ruins has a psychological effect on people that is hard to fully understand from our modern point of view. You grow up with proof that the people who came before you could do things you can't. You walk on roads they built, see buildings they built, and use tools that are based on their designs. But you can also see these wonders falling apart even though everyone is trying their best to keep them in good shape. This creates a certain way of seeing the world, one that values keeping knowledge from the past, that looks back as much as it looks forward, and that compares the present to a lost golden age. It's a way of thinking that's very different from how we think today, where each generation expects to do better than the last. In 1200 CE, when you stand on this road, very few people alive will remember seeing it when it was at its best as a Roman road. The smooth paving, the good drainage, and the regular upkeep are all just stories that educated monks and scholars tell each other. The road is now partly legendary. It is a physical object whose true nature is better understood through tradition than direct experience. As we near the end of our journey, let's take one last walk down this old road. But this time, in our own time. The experience is like looking at a palimpsest, where different texts have been written on the same parchment. Each one partially erases but never completely hides what came before. The road may now be paved with asphalt and serve as a rural highway connecting small towns that were villages in Roman times, and may not have even existed when the road was first built. But the route hasn't changed much. Modern engineers looked at the land and chose the same path that Roman surveyors did 2,000 years ago, because the way the land is shaped is always the same. You might find Roman paving stones that farmers have dug up over the years and piled along the property line if you pull over and walk into the field next door. These stones, each cut and fitted with such care, now make a rustic fence or a wall that holds things in place. Kids play on them without realising that Roman engineers once measured and placed each stone with the same care that people use when building for eternity. You might see Roman milestones in town as historical artefacts. Their worn-out surfaces are protected by glass or built into modern monuments. Archaeologists are now studying the inscriptions, which used to be clear statements of imperial power, to try to piece together ancient political histories from bits of carved Latin. Some parts of Roman roads have been left alone on purpose so that they can be studied by archaeologists. You can walk on the original pavement, see how it was built in cross-section displays, and read signs that explain how the engineering works. These preserved parts are like outdoor museums that teach people about a way of building things that is better than ours in some ways. Modern highways often run next to Roman roads, but they are separated by a few hundred yards. You can still see the old road from the new one, but they are far enough apart that each serves its own purpose. The old road might be used by people who live nearby, cyclists and hikers, while the new highway is used by people who are just passing through quickly. Both exist to meet different needs, and each is a reflection of the way people connected places in its time. The legacy of Roman roads goes beyond just the physical remains. When building roads that will last for decades instead of needing to be rebuilt every few years, modern civil engineers still use Roman methods. Layered construction, good drainage, and crowned surfaces are all Roman ideas that are still used today. Roman roads had a big impact on the geography of Europe that can still be seen today. A lot of modern cities are where they are because they were on Roman roads. Roman engineers often built roads that became political boundaries. Trade routes, cultural exchanges, and migration routes still follow the same paths that were first set up when Rome ruled the Mediterranean. The way we talk about roads is influenced by Latin. In Latin, mile comes from mille passus, which means 1,000 paces. The word street comes from the Latin word via strata, which means paved road. Romans improved and standardized the way they built roads, which is how we got the ideas of infrastructure, maintenance, and civic duty. But maybe the most important legacy is psychological, not physical. Roman roads represented a specific conception of civilization, the belief that human creativity can transform the natural world, that meticulous planning and engineering can address seemingly insurmountable challenges, and that the integration of diverse individuals and locales generates greater value than solitude. This vision is still alive in every modern highway project, every infrastructure project, and every effort to link small towns to bigger networks. When we talk about how much to spend on infrastructure, how to keep current systems running, or whether to build new connections, we're dealing with the same problems that Romans did 2,000 years ago. The story of why ancient roads fell apart teaches us an important lesson. Infrastructure needs more than just being built. It needs to be maintained. The decline of Roman roads wasn't mostly due to bad engineering. Many of those roads were built well enough that they still look like they did back then. It was about institutions failing, which meant that the administrative and economic systems needed to keep complex infrastructure running over time fell apart. Modern societies have to deal with the same problems. We need to keep spending money on repairs and maintenance for our roads, bridges, and utilities. Decay starts when economic or political problems take resources away from this unglamorous work. It might not be clear right away. Infrastructure gets worse over time, with each small failure adding to the last one, until one day you look around and see that systems you used to trust aren't working anymore. The Romans would get what we're talking about when we argue about infrastructure. They had to deal with the same problems of balancing short-term savings with long-term investments, political expediency with engineering necessity, and local needs with system-wide needs. Their roads fell apart not because they didn't know how to build them right, but because keeping them up took more resources and dedication than their society could give. Let's take a break for a moment on a particularly beautiful stretch of preserved Roman road. It might be in the English countryside, where the old stones run straight across a green hillside, and the landscape on either side looks like a painting of pastoral happiness. The stones under your feet are still strong after almost 2,000 years. Some have faint marks on them from iron-rimmed wheels that went over them when emperors ruled. You might have learned their names in school, but can't quite remember them. Others show how the weather has changed over many seasons, with smooth, slightly rounded surfaces from rain, wind, and millions of footsteps. You can see how well these stones fit together in the low light of the afternoon. Even after hundreds of years of frost-heaving, root growth, and nature's general chaos trying to take apart human buildings, most stones still touch each other, with only a finger's width of space between them. It's the kind of craftsmanship that makes you feel bad about the shelf you put up last weekend that wobbles. If you close your eyes and really listen, The sounds around you aren't that different from what people travelling in Rome would have heard. Birds are singing in the hedgerows that mark the edges of the modern field. Wind blowing through the grass. The sound of sheep bleating in the distance. These sheep are the descendants of flocks that may have walked along this road when it was new. The English countryside stays the same even as things change. But if you look more closely, you'll see that the landscape tells a story of its own. The road is in a slight dip, but not because the Romans built it that way. Instead, the land around it has been slowly built up by years of farming, with each year's leaves and organic matter adding microscopic thickness to the soil. The world has risen around the road, not the other way around. You can see that some of the stones have wildflowers growing between them. These aren't invasive weeds that are ruining old buildings. They're part of a unique ecosystem that can only be found in places like this. Some of these plants are very rare and only live in the specific conditions that Roman engineering made. Botanists sometimes look at old Roman roads because they keep ecological conditions that have disappeared in other places. A modern hiker walks by on a trail that includes this part of the Roman road. She's using GPS to find her way, following a route she downloaded to her smartphone, but she's walking on roads that were built 2,000 years before electricity. The mix of old and new isn't jarring, it feels natural, as if the road has taken in the technology of each time period without losing its basic character. You come across a part of the road that archaeologists have partially dug up further down the path. They've carefully dug out dirt from one side, showing the cross-section of Roman construction like a slice through a layer cake. You can see each layer, the big stones that make up the base, the mixed gravel and mortar above, the sand that levels the surface, and finally the paving stones on top. There is an interpretive sign that tells you what you're looking at, but the building itself is so clear that it doesn't need words. This is how to make something that will last. This is how you build infrastructure that will last for hundreds of years instead of just decades. This is how you show future generations that you had faith in the future and did what you could to make it happen. But this exposed cross-section is also very sad. It feels like seeing the bones of the earth itself, the skeleton that lies under the skin of the land. It was never meant for people to see the road like this. Its strength was supposed to come from everything working together as one. Taking apart its internal structure shows us how it works, but it also makes it less useful, turning a useful piece of infrastructure into an anatomical specimen. You might find things in the nearby museum that were found along this road, like coins that travellers dropped, pieces of pottery that used to hold oil or wine, and a bronze figurine that someone lost 2,000 years ago and never found. Each thing is a small tragedy and a small connection. Someone's loss is our gain, and we can think about the moment that was lost. The simplest things are often the most moving. A toy cart for a child, a hairpin for a woman, or a worn sandal sole. These common things make the road feel more like a person than military or architectural history can. They remind us that this road was used by more than just armies and trade goods. It was also used by families visiting relatives, craftspeople going to market, children seeing the world for the first time, and old people making one last trip to places they loved when they were young. Roman roads were built for useful things like moving troops, making trade easier, and keeping the government in check. But they ended up serving a more basic need. The need to connect with others, to move, and to see what's over the next hill and the one after that. This is why roads are important for more than just their engineering specifications, or their usefulness to the economy. They meet a basic need in all of us, our constant need to be somewhere else, and see more than one place can offer. Archaeologists and geographers have found something amazing. Even when the physical roads were gone, the paths they made across the land often stayed in people's minds and practices for hundreds of years. Picture a part of a Roman road where all signs of construction have disappeared. The stones that were quarried for medieval buildings, the foundation layers that were spread out by centuries of farming, and even the road itself have all been ploughed under and grown over. There doesn't seem to be anything left to the casual observer, but if you map out the trade routes from the Middle Ages, the paths that villagers used to get from one settlement to another, or the property lines that farmers set up, you'll often find that they follow the same line as the Roman road that is no longer there. This persistence occurs because pathways through the landscape are not random. Roman engineers chose their paths for good reasons. These were the easiest hills to cross, the most direct routes between important points, the best places to build bridges over rivers, and the best places to cross valleys where travel was possible. When the Roman road went away, people found these same best routes on their own. They weren't following the road because they could see it. They were retracing it because geography still gave them the same answers to the same problems. Even when people have built things on the land, it still remembers. This is still true in modern Britain, where many of today's highways follow the same paths as Roman roads, which often followed the same paths as Celtic trackways that came before them. The Roman Watling Street runs along most of the A5 highway from London to Wales. The A1, which is the longest numbered road in the UK, follows a path that has been used since prehistoric times and was made official by the Romans. The modern highway system in France still uses Roman roads for both routes and names. French engineers built their modern road network in the 18th and 19th centuries, and when they could, they followed Roman routes. They thought of themselves as restoring old infrastructure rather than replacing it. The Inca road system in South America is another example of something that lasts. The Inca Empire fell apart in the 16th century, and their roads fell into disrepair. However, many modern Peruvian highways follow Inca routes. Modern roads wind along the same paths as the Incas carved steps into mountainsides. This is because the geography hasn't changed. These are still the best ways to get through some of the most difficult terrain on Earth. This persistence teaches us something deep about how human-made things and natural landscapes work together. We like to think of our roads and buildings as things that get in the way of nature, as things that people change the world to fit their needs. But in reality, infrastructure works best when it works with the landscape instead of against it. The roads that last, whether in the physical world or in the minds of people, are the ones that find the easiest way through the land and don't fight it. There is a more profound lesson here regarding the essence of civilization itself. We often think of civilizations as completely new things that come after what came before. For example, the Romans took over what was there before, medieval kingdoms took over Rome, and modern nations took over medieval structures. But human geography shows that things have stayed the same more than these political stories say. People keep living in the same places because they have good water, good places to defend themselves, good soil, and easy access to trade routes. They keep going the same way because the mountains haven't moved and the rivers still flow the same way. Political systems come and go, but the basic link between human settlements and the landscape changes much more slowly. This is why archaeologists can sometimes guess where they will find old roads or settlements just by looking at the land and geography. There are only a few passes that don't require mountaineering gear if you need to cross a mountain range. There are only a few places where the banks and current make it possible to cross a river. Ancient engineers knew this, and they pick the same places that modern engineers would pick if they were starting from scratch. The fact that routes stay the same over time is another reason why some cities stay important for thousands of years while others fade away. Rome is located at a key crossing on the Tiber River, which controls north-south travel through Italy. The ancient Latins who first settled there, the Romans who built their empire from it, the medieval popes who kept it as a political centre, and modern Italy, which made it their capital, all cared about this geographic advantage. The Thames narrows in London, which is why the city is there. It is the best place to cross the river. Paris grew on an island in the Seine that was easy to defend. Istanbul, which used to be called Byzantium and then Constantinople, is at the most important point where Europe and Asia meet. These aren't random choices or accidents. They're places where the landscape almost requires people to live and build. The story of Roman roads is just one part of a much longer story once you understand this. Those roads were just one part of a long history of people trying to get around quickly, connect the places we've chosen to live, and get around the problems that geography puts in our way. The Romans did a great job of telling this story on a large scale, but they were not the first or last to work on this old project. As we near the end of our trip down these old roads, let's think about what we've learned and how it affects us now. You're back in your comfortable spot, and your tea may have cooled down, but hopefully your mind is still busy thinking about roads, ruins, and the long history of human effort. The story of old roads shows us that infrastructure is always made up of both people and things. The stone and mortar are important, but they only work in a network of institutions, economic systems, and cultural practices that give them meaning and keep them useful. Even the best-built physical infrastructure will fail eventually if the supporting structure falls apart. This is very important for today's societies. Infrastructure like roads, bridges, water systems, electrical grids, and telecommunications networks is all around us, and we mostly take it for granted until something goes wrong. We think that someone is taking care of these systems and that there are the right institutions in place to make sure they keep working. We also think that future generations will have the same working infrastructure that we do. But the Roman experience shows that these ideas can be very dangerous. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment from the community. Decay starts when one of these parts gets weaker. At first, it happens slowly, but it speeds up as small problems turn into bigger ones. The Romans built roads that could last for 2,000 years, but they weren't able to build institutions that could keep those roads in good shape forever. The main problem is that physical infrastructure can last a long time, but the social infrastructure needed to keep it up is weak and depends on stable government, enough resources, and cultural continuity. It wasn't engineering failure that caused Roman roads to fall apart, it was the collapse of the government. The empire couldn't keep up with the tax money it needed to pay for repairs. Administrative systems stopped working, making it impossible for the organisation to coordinate repairs over large areas. When skilled workers died without properly training their successors, they lost technical knowledge. People's cultural priorities changed from keeping old infrastructure up to date to just getting through immediate crises. All of these things are still true today. Countries have a hard time paying for infrastructure upkeep because it's easier for politicians to cut funding for repairs that aren't very glamorous than for new projects that are very visible. When people look down on government jobs instead of respecting them, the government's ability to do its job suffers. When societies don't value skilled trades, they lose technical know-how. Cultural attention is on short-term issues instead of long-term sustainability. But the story of old roads also gives us hope. People kept roads working even after empires fell apart and formal maintenance stopped. They did this through local initiative, creative adaptation, and practical improvisation. The roads may not have been as good as they used to be, but they still did their main job of connecting people and places. This strength shows that infrastructure once built adds value that lasts even during tough times. The road matters even when the pavement breaks up. Even when the journey gets harder, the connection is still important. The concept of a road, ingrained in landscape and cultural memory, endures beyond any tangible structure. This means that infrastructure investment is important for more than just its immediate use in today's society. Infrastructure that works well creates connections that affect geography, the economy and culture for many years. The initial cost may seem high, but the long-term benefits, some of which are hard to measure or predict, make the investment worth it. It also says that we should build infrastructure with the idea of graceful degradation in mind. Roman roads worked well when they were well maintained, but they also worked partially for hundreds of years after maintenance stopped. Modern infrastructure is often more fragile because it is made to work perfectly only under certain conditions. If those conditions aren't met, it can break down completely. What would it mean to build roads, bridges and utilities that could handle less maintenance without any problems? That could keep providing important services even if money or knowledge became hard to find. That could be fixed with materials and skills that are available in the area, rather than needing special ones. These aren't just hypothetical questions. They're real issues for any society that wants its infrastructure to last through short-term problems. The story of Roman roads also reminds us to think about infrastructure in both practical and symbolic ways. Roads are a symbol of civilization, connection, and possibility. People think their society works and that the people in charge are smart when the roads are well kept. It seems like civilization is falling apart when roads get worse. This symbolic aspect is important because infrastructure affects how people see their relationships with each other and with the government. Good infrastructure is a sign of good government and social unity. Infrastructure that doesn't work shows that people aren't competent and things are broken up. These perceptions, in turn, affect how much political support there is for the institutions that keep infrastructure running, which can lead to good or bad cycles. Romans understood this symbolic part of things on an instinctive level. They built their roads to be big and impressive, not just to get people where they needed to go. Milestones told people which emperor had built or fixed each part, turning roadwork into propaganda. The Via Appia wasn't just a road that connected Rome to southern Italy, it was also a sign of Roman strength and stability. People in modern societies sometimes forget this lesson and treat infrastructure as just a tool. They wonder why people don't appreciate the complicated systems that make modern life possible. But infrastructure is never just about how it works. It's about who you are, your pride, and how social values show up in the real world. As we reach the end of our journey through time and over ancient stone, think about what it means to literally walk in the footsteps of so many people who came before us. Every old road that is still there has this quality of deep time, this feeling of being connected to a huge human story that goes far beyond your own life. When you walk on Roman paving stones, you're walking where Roman soldiers marched, where merchants drove their carts, where messengers ran with important news, where families moved to new homes, where pilgrims looked for God's favour, and where exiles left their homes and maybe never came back. Each of those people was just as real as you are, with hopes and fears and small daily problems that took up their time just like yours do now. They were worried about their health, their families, their money, and whether they had made the right choice in life. The roads saw it all. Countless human dramas playing out on its unchanging surface. This is why parts of old roads that have been preserved often feel almost sacred, even to people who aren't very religious. You're standing in a place where the line between the past and the present is thin, and you can almost feel the presence of all the lives that are no longer there. The stones are proof that those people lived, that their civilization was real, and that they did things that still matter. The ruins of old roads also remind us that things don't last forever, which is somehow comforting instead of sad. Yes, even the strongest empires will fall apart. Yes, even the best-built infrastructure will eventually need more upkeep than anyone can give. Yes, everything that people do is only temporary when compared to geological timescales. But that doesn't mean that what people do doesn't matter. The roads were important to the people who built them, and the people who used them. They had a big impact on the growth of civilizations, the success of cities, the movement of armies, and the flow of trade goods. Their legacy lives on in the geography of today, in the places where cities are, in the paths of highways, and in the shape of the world we live in now. The Roman engineer who carefully placed paving stones on the Via Appia probably never thought that those stones would still be there 2,000 years later. He probably also never thought that people with technology we can't even imagine would study and preserve his work, or that children who weren't even born yet would someday run their hands over the surface he made. But here we are, and the stones are still there. This makes me think that we should see ourselves as links in a long chain. The infrastructure we build, keep up, or let fall apart will affect the world that future generations get. The decisions we make about how to use our resources, how to keep things running, and how to teach the next generation of engineers and craftspeople all have effects that last long after we're gone. We don't know how the next generations will see our decisions. We can't say for sure which of our buildings will still be standing in 2,000 years, and which ones will have disappeared without a trace. But we can try to build with the same care and ambition that drove the best Roman engineers, making things that will last, using materials that are better than what we need right now, and spending money on things that will be useful in the future, even if it seems like a lot. The funny thing is that the Romans, who were so sure that their empire would last forever, would be shocked to learn that their roads lasted longer than their civilization. They probably would have liked it better if their empire stayed the same instead of just its infrastructure. But from where we stand, the fact that Roman roads are still there makes Rome feel more, not less, eternal. As you finish your warm drink and get ready for bed, think about how this story could help you as you go about your day. When you drive on a highway or walk down a street, think about the history that lies beneath the surface. I wonder who walked this path before it was paved, what natural features made this route, and what stories could be told about all the trips that have happened here. Think about the people who keep our modern infrastructure running. They do unglamorous work like filling in potholes, clearing drains, and fixing bridges. In terms of work, they are the direct descendants of the Roman engineers and maintenance crews. They're using better technology to solve the same basic problem, but it's the same basic problem, keeping paths open so that people and things can move. Don't just see ruins like old Roman roads or empty modern highways as failures. Also see them as proof that people keep trying, building and connecting. Think of them as proof that we're all part of a long story that started before we were born and will go on after we're gone. The last light in your room is fading, and you're probably getting sleepy, which is exactly what should happen when you read a bedtime story. You've been with me on trips to ancient building sites, medieval manor houses, busy imperial highways, and overgrown ruins that the forest is slowly taking back. You walked on pavement that people have been walking on for 2,000 years, and you thought about what it means that their work is still there even though their civilization is gone. You've thought about why roads are important, how they are made, how they work, and what happens when the systems that keep them up fail. But most importantly, you've tapped into something basic about being human. Our need to move, connect, and get past the things that keep us from getting to the people and places we want to go. Roads are one of the most basic technologies that people have made. They make paths permanent and routes reliable. Because they meet this basic need, every culture in history has made them in some way. The old roads that fell apart when empires fell show us that being strong isn't enough. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment to the community. Even the best-made roads will eventually break down due to water, plants, frost, and the slow work of nature to reclaim them. But those same old roads also show us how to be strong. Routes stay the same even when the pavement goes away. Local communities find ways to stay connected even when the central government fails, and the memory that roads used to run straight and true across whole continents gives people hope that they can do the same things in the future. As you drift off to sleep, you might dream of old roads that run through your dreams, like perfectly straight Roman highways, mountain paths made by Inca engineers, and Persian postal routes where messengers ride through the night. In dreams, these roads might all connect, making a network that goes through time and space and connects the past with the present, roam with now and what has been done with what could be done. Tomorrow, when you get up and start your day, you'll be on the road. You could be driving, walking, or even just looking out your window at the street. Those roads are part of the same long story we've been talking about tonight. They're modern chapters in a story that started when the first people decided that worn paths could be made better, that routes could be kept up, and that connection was worth the money. The old roads have fallen apart, but new ones have been built. Some of the roads we use today will last longer than our civilization, just like Roman roads did. Some will be gone in a few decades, their materials reused, and their paths lost. We can't tell which is which, just like Roman engineers couldn't tell which of their roads would still be there 2,000 years later. But we can build carefully, keep it up, and remember that infrastructure is always a gift we leave for people we'll never meet. It's a gift that future generations may value or take for granted, but it will always shape their world. You're a part of this long human story of roads and ruins, connection and decay, building and rebuilding. Sleep well. The journey of tomorrow is waiting for you on roads that link your present to all the pasts and futures that have come before and will come after. The road keeps going, even though some of the roads are falling apart. The journey goes on, even when people stop to rest. The link between the past and the future stays strong, though, in stone, memory, and the human desire to see what's over the next hill. The first voice came not with thunderous clarity, but as a whisper easily mistaken for wind through the garden. I was 13, gathering herbs behind my father Jacques d'Arc's house in Domremy. Most people remember me describing the voice as appearing with blinding light at noon, but the truth differs. It was actually dusk, the hour when shadows transform into something else entirely. Jahan, it said, my name in the old tongue. It was familiar, not commanding nor frightening, like someone who had known me before I knew myself. I dropped my basket, herbs scattering across soil, still warm from the day's sun. No one had prepared me for this moment, even though our priest, Father Verfronte, frequently spoke about saints and visions. People imagine I was overcome with religious ecstasy, but my initial reaction was irritation. I had chores to finish before dark, and Mother would scold me for dallying. Only when the voice came again, 3 days later while I tended our sheep, did I begin to understand. It was Michael, the archangel, though he did not announce himself grandly. He simply began speaking as if he were continuing a long-established conversation. Our village existed in perpetual anxiety. The English and Burgundians raided regularly, forcing us to flee with our livestock to the nearby fortified island of Vaucouleurs. My father served as a village official, Dean they called him, and I watched how the weight of protecting others bent his shoulders. When he returned from burying neighbours killed in raids, he'd sit silently by our hearth, staring at nothing. This was the inheritance of every child in Lorraine, the knowledge that safety was temporary, violence inevitable. The voices, Catherine and Margaret joined Michael eventually, did not immediately speak of saving France. They spoke of me, how I must remain pure, how I must listen carefully. People think I was a simple girl, but simplicity was impossible in our old border region, where language, loyalty and custom blurred. We spoke a dialect that was neither purely French nor German. We pledged allegiance to lords whose names changed with the seasons. You will recognise the Dauphin, they told me once, though I had never travelled beyond our valley and had never seen nobility save for occasional passing knights. How? I inquired, my ignorance weighing heavily on my mind. You will know, was all they answered. Mother taught me to sew and spin, not knowing these domestic skills would later serve me well in army camps. Father taught me to manage our few acres and to recognise when rain threatened the hay harvest. These mundane lessons proved as crucial as anything the voices imparted. I hid the voices from everyone, especially my dear friend Orviette. We gathered flowers for the church altar together, gossiped about village boys, and waded in the Meuse River during summer's heat. Normalcy became my disguise. When my mother spoke of arranging a marriage with the son of a nearby farmer, I neither agreed nor objected, though the voices had already commanded my virginity be preserved. I simply continued spinning wool, kneading bread, and appearing unchanged while something profound transformed within me. The summer I turned 16, English forces pushed deeper into our region. I watched refugees stream through Domremy, women carrying whatever possessions they could save, men with haunted eyes and children too exhausted to cry. They brought stories of villages burned, of harvests destroyed, and of casual cruelties inflicted by mercenary soldiers who fought for coin rather than cause. One night while our family sheltered in the church during a raid, I watched a woman rock her dead infant, refusing to acknowledge the child had stopped breathing hours before. Something hardened in me then, a resolve that matched the voice's growing urgency. "It is time," Michael told me as autumn leaves fell, "as France bleeds, the king's son hides while the kingdom crumbles." "I am a girl who cannot read," I answered. "I've never held a sword." "Yet you will lead armies," Catherine replied. I laughed aloud at this absurdity, earning a questioning look from my brother Pierre as we gathered kindling in the forest. "You were chosen before birth," Margaret added, "not for your knowledge, but for your heart." As winter approached, Burgundian soldiers burned part of our village. I helped neighbours salvage what remained of their homes by digging through ash for cooking pots and for anything usable. The voices grew more insistent, speaking not just in quiet moments, but during daily tasks, during mass, and during rare moments of village celebration. "Go to Vaucouleurs," they commanded. "Speak to Robert de Baudricourt," I knew the name, the garrison commander, a gruff soldier loyal to the uncrowned Dauphin. What I didn't know was how a peasant girl might gain his audience, how I might convince him of the divine messages only I could hear. But the voices left no room for doubt. I would go, I would speak, I would begin this impossible journey. So I plaited my hair one final time before cutting it away, trading a daughter's life for something without precedent. My cousin Durand Lassois thought I was insane when I asked him to escort me to Vaucouleurs. A practical man with calloused hands and a perpetual furrow between his brows nonetheless agreed, perhaps out of curiosity about what had transformed his once quiet cousin into someone who spoke with unnerving certainty. 3 times you will knock on the captain's door, Catherine had told me. Twice he will refuse you. The 3rd time he will listen. During the January journey to Vaucouleurs, my feet became numb from wearing worn leather shoes. Frost glazed the bare trees like spun sugar, beautiful and bitter. I'd never travelled so far from home, a mere 20 miles that stretched like a pilgrimage. Durand filled silences with nervous chatter about his vineyard and about village gossip, carefully avoiding questions about my purpose until we crested the final hill. "What exactly will you say to him?" he finally asked as Vaucouleurs' stone walls came into view. The truth seemed both too simple and too extraordinary. Voices from heaven commanded me to seek an audience with the garrison commander, so that I could eventually lead the Dauphin to his coronation at Reims. Instead, I said only, "What God wishes me to say." Baudricourt's guards snickered at the sight of me, a peasant girl in a homespun dress requesting an audience with their commander. But something in my demeanour made them hesitate to simply turn me away. Perhaps it was the way I stood, as if inhabited by something larger than myself. They brought Baudricourt to the courtyard rather than admitting me to his quarters, a public humiliation intended to discourage further persistence. "The Heavenly Lord has messages concerning the welfare of France," I announced, borrowing formality I'd never needed in Domremy. Baudricourt, bearded, broad-shouldered, perpetually armoured even in peacetime, laughed. Not cruelly, but with the weariness of a man besieged by people claiming special knowledge in desperate times. "Return to your father, child," he said. "Learn to improve your thread-spinning skills instead of telling stories." I did not argue. The voices had prepared me for rejection. Durand looked relieved as we left, believing the matter concluded. But I remained in Vaucouleurs, staying with distant relatives, the kindly wheelwright Henri and his wife Catherine Leroyer, who took me in despite their confusion about my purpose. Daily I attended Mass at the chapel of Sainte Marie, kneeling on stone floors that bruised my knees. Townspeople began noticing the strange girl who prayed with unusual intensity. Some mocked me. Others, sensing something beyond ordinary faith, began asking for blessings, for prayers specific to their troubles. "I have no power to bless," I told a woman who brought her feverish child. "I am only a messenger." Yet I placed my hands on the child's forehead, feeling heat radiating through papery skin, and prayed anyway. When the fever broke 3 days later, whispers about me changed tenor. I was back at Baudricourt's door 6 days after my initial rejection. This time he received me properly in his chambers, curious about rumours circulating through his town. I stood before his massive oak desk, my shadow small against the stone wall behind me. "You claim heaven speaks to you," he said, not bothering with a greeting. "Not claims, truth." The steadiness in my voice surprised even me. "Today, near Orléans, our forces have suffered defeat. A skirmish near a place called Rouvray. The ambush targeted men carrying Lenten fish and provisions for the besieged. You will receive confirmation of the situation in days." I had not known these words would come from my mouth until they emerged. The voices had whispered to them moments before I entered his chamber. Baudricourt's expression changed from scepticism to guarded caution. "If the story proves true," he began. "When it proves true," I corrected, "you will provide me an escort to Chinon." He dismissed me without commitment. Messengers confirmed the Battle of the Herrings 4 days later. While my prediction was not particularly detailed, its verification startled Baudricourt into taking me seriously. On my 3rd visit, he listened fully. "I must dress as a man," I explained. "The journey is dangerous, and I have been promised protection if I maintain my virtue." What I didn't say is that the voices sometimes revealed to me glimpses of what awaited. Roads crawling with Burgundian patrols, English archers in forest clearings, and rivers swollen with winter melt. A woman travelling would face dangers beyond enemy soldiers. The voices promised safety but required prudence. Baudricourt commissioned male clothing for me, a dark woolen tunic, leggings, and a boots that needed stuffing at the toes. Baudricourt cut my hair even shorter, cropping it close to my scalp. When I dressed in these garments for the first time, the Le Royer watched with troubled fascination. Henri crossed himself. Catherine wiped tears. "You look," Henri started, unable to find appropriate words. "Like God's instrument," I finished for him, though I felt only like myself, simply clad differently. Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy, 2 of Baudricourt's men, volunteered to accompany me to Chinon. Both later claimed divine inspiration moved them to offer an escort, but I saw more earthly calculation in their eyes. Curiosity about whether the strange girl might truly have heavenly favour, whether their fortunes might rise by proximity. The night before departure, Baudricourt summoned me once more. The chamber's single candle cast dramatic shadows across his face, deepening already severe features. "If you are deceiving us, if you lead my men into danger through false prophecy—" He let the threat hang unfinished. "I move only as directed," I answered. "Your men's safety is precious to heaven." He handed me a sword then, not ceremoniously, but with a practicality that acknowledged the dangers ahead. "Can you use this?" I had never held a sword before. Its weight surprised me, the pommel cool against my palm. "I will not need to," I said. "Others will fight. I carry the standard." This answer, so specific yet so odd, seemed to finally convince him. He nodded once, reclaimed the sword, and uttered words that would become famous, despite their lack of theatrical flair in their actual delivery. "Go then, and let come what comes." The following morning, February 23rd, I departed Vaucouleurs with my small escort. Townspeople gathered to watch, some touching my garments as if I were already a saint. A woman pressed a rosary into my hand. A blacksmith crossed himself as I passed. I did not look back at the town's gate, even though homesickness was already pulling at me, not for Domremy, but for a simplicity that I had now irrevocably lost. Ahead lay 11 days of hard travel through enemy territory, and beyond that challenges I could scarcely imagine. But Michael's voice accompanied me, steady as my heartbeat. "France's liberation begins with each step you take." The journey to Chinon tested faith more than physical endurance. We travelled mainly at night, avoiding main roads where English and Burgundian patrols sought travellers to rob or ransom. During daylight hours, we hid in abandoned shepherds' huts or dense woodland. Jean de Metz and Poulengy initially insisted I sleep separate from them to protect my virtue, but practicality soon dissolved such courtesies. We huddled together for warmth in February's biting cold, my male attire and their honour providing sufficient barriers. My companions' attitudes toward me evolved during our journey. Initial scepticism transformed into cautious reverence after we narrowly avoided a Burgundian patrol that should have intercepted us. The wind shifted, Poulengy remarked, not connecting the sudden weather change to my silent prayer moments before. Later, when we reached a swollen river that maps showed no crossing for miles, a local boy appeared as if conjured, guiding us to a hidden ford. My escorts exchanged meaningful glances, but I knew these were not miracles, merely the everyday workings of divine guidance. "Will you truly recognise the Dauphin?" Joan asked one evening, as we warmed our hands over a small, carefully shielded fire. "They say he often hides among his courtiers to test visitors." "God will identify his anointed," I answered, though privately I wondered how this recognition would manifest. The voices remained frustratingly vague on practical details. We reached Chinon on March 6th, but 2 more days passed before gaining entrance to the castle. We lodged in the town below, where I endured the first of many examinations by church officials Boursin sent to determine whether my claims were divine inspiration, demonic influence, or simple madness. "How can we know God speaks through you?" demanded an elderly priest with yellowed fingers and breath sour from fasting. "By the signs that follow," I replied, remembering Catherine's coaching. "God does not ask for blind faith, but provides confirmation for those who truly seek. What signs have you performed?" "None yet. Signs are not tricks of the conjurer, performed on demand. They unfold as needed." He seemed satisfied with this answer, which surprised me. Later I learned he reported favourably on my orthodoxy, noting, "I answered questions about faith with simple clarity, rather than elaborate theological constructions that might suggest educated heretical influences." When I eventually gained entry to the castle, I faced a planned challenge. Charles, not yet crowned and increasingly doubtful of his legitimacy, had arranged for another man to sit on the throne while he stood among dozens of richly dressed courtiers. The great hall blazed with hundreds of candles, their light reflecting off jewelled fingers and golden threads woven through noble garments. The assembled court watched expectantly, many smirking at the prospect of a peasant girl's confusion. I had never seen such finery, such concentrated wealth. For a moment my confidence wavered. These were people whose everyday garments cost more than my family earned in years. What arrogance brought me here? Then Margaret whispered, not in my ear, but directly within my mind, "Remember your purpose. You are not sent to be dazzled by earthly riches." Without hesitation, I walked directly through the crowd toward a plainly dressed man standing among the courtiers. Kneeling before him, I said what the voices prompted. "God gives you life and glory, gentle Dauphin." Charles's face registered shock, quickly controlled. "I am not the king," he protested, maintaining the charade. "I did not call you king," I answered. "You are the Dauphin, but you will be king when properly consecrated at Reims, as is God's will." The court murmured. Charles gestured for seclusion, guiding me to a window ledge where we could converse discreetly. "If you truly come from God," he said quietly, "tell me something only divine knowledge could reveal." I repeated words Michael had given me during our journey. "You made a private prayer at All Saints last November, asking God for confirmation of your right to the throne, questioning whether your mother's reputation spoke truth about your birth. God answers now. You are the legitimate heir to France. Your suffering is seen, your doubts are understood, but you must claim what heaven has preserved for you." Charles paled visibly. He later confirmed that he had prayed this prayer in solitude. That I knew its contents convinced him when nothing else might have. Yet despite this private conviction, Charles remained publicly cautious. I was subjected to further examinations, including 3 weeks of questioning by theologians at Poitiers who probed for heretical beliefs or signs of demonic influence. They examined my body for witches' marks, questioned my insistence on male attire, and tested my knowledge of Christian doctrine. What history rarely records is the humiliation of these examinations and the indignity of learned men debating whether my virginity indicated divine protection or simply a lack of opportunity, as well as whether my voices were angels or clever demons. One elderly theologian suggested I might simply suffer from female hysteria due to my unmarried state. "Perhaps," I replied evenly, "but does hysteria typically predict military outcomes or recognize disguised kings?" During these weeks of examination, I grew increasingly frustrated by delays. Orléans remained under siege, its situation deteriorating. The voices became more urgent, sometimes waking me from sleep with commands to move quickly. Time slips away, Michael warned. France's heart weakens with each passing day. I petitioned Charles repeatedly for action, facing resistance from his advisor Georges de la Trémoille, who viewed me as a threat to his influence. The maid makes bold claims, he told Charles within my hearing, yet prophecies are cheap while soldiers' lives are dear. Prophecies may be cheap, I countered, but the price of ignorance is the fall of your kingdom. Charles wavered between believing my divine mandate and fearing the consequences of following an unproven visionary. What finally convinced him was pragmatism. All conventional military strategies had failed. His treasury emptied while English territory in France expanded. What harm could come from allowing me to attempt lifting the siege at Orléans? Should I fail, my losses would be minimal compared to the daily losses already incurred. If I succeeded, the reward was incalculable. In late April, after nearly 7 weeks of delay and examination, Charles finally granted me my mission. I was provided armour made to my measurements, lightweight plates that nonetheless felt foreign against my body. The sword given to me was serviceable but ordinary, not the special blade I had described seeing in my visions. "There is a sword meant for me," I explained to Charles, "buried behind the altar at Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. It bears 5 crosses on its blade and has lain there since Charles Martel's time." Charles, still testing the limits of my strange knowledge, sent men to investigate this oddly specific claim. They indeed found an ancient sword buried exactly where described, its existence unknown to the local priests. This sword became my physical token of divine sanction. However, I primarily carried a standard instead of wielding weapons. The standard was my design, a white field adorned with fleur-de-lis, bearing the names Jesus Maria, and depicting God holding the world with angels at his side. This banner would precede me into battle, a visible reminder that our cause carried heavenly blessing. Before departing Chinon, I dictated a letter to the English commanders surrounding Orléans, warning them to depart France or face divine judgment. The scribe who recorded my words kept glancing up in disbelief as increasingly forceful language flowed from the peasant girl before him. "Surrender to the maid sent by God, the King of Heaven. You will not hold the kingdom of France from God, the King of Heaven, Son of St. Mary, King Charles, the true heir. Will hold it, for God wills it." When read aloud afterward, the words sounded strange to my ears, both mine and not mine, carrying an authority I'd never possessed in Domremy. The courtiers exchanged troubled glances, uncertain whether they witnessed inspired prophecy or dangerous delusion. However, Charles had chosen to support my journey. Charles had gathered equipment and assembled troops. The impossible campaign was about to begin. On the evening before our departure for Orléans, I stood alone on the castle ramparts, watching spring stars emerge. Homesickness washed over me unexpectedly, not for my village specifically, but for anonymity, for the peace of tending sheep on quiet hillsides. "Having doubts?" Catherine asked, her voice gentle within my mind. "No doubts," I answered silently. "It's simply a conscious understanding of what you can't take back." "The path narrows before you," she acknowledged. "But remember why you were chosen, not for skill with sword or strategy, but for perfect faith in God's plan." I nodded, though no human eyes witnessed this private exchange. Perfect faith. It was not blindness to danger nor an absence of fear, but a willingness to proceed despite both. With that understanding, I descended to prepare for departure, ready to transform from examined curiosity to battlefield commander. We departed Tours on April 27th with supplies and reinforcements for the besieged city, but conflict emerged immediately between military commanders and me, a teenage girl claiming divine guidance. The army's veteran captains, Jean de Dunois, La Hire, and Etienne de Vignoles, regarded me with open scepticism. They had weathered years of defeats and developed cautious strategies. Avoid confrontation, preserve remaining forces, and accept that Orléans would eventually fall like other strongholds before it. God did not send me to follow cautious men, I informed them during our first council. Orléans will not fall. We will not merely deliver supplies, we will break the siege entirely. La Hire, a notorious soldier known for creative profanity, stared at me in disbelief. With what? Divine wind to blow the English away? They outnumber us. They have secured their positions. They outnumbered David against Goliath, I replied. Numbers mean nothing against God's will. These exchanges established our working relationship. They planned according to military experience, and I insisted on more aggressive action than conventional wisdom suggested was prudent. The compromise that emerged involved approaching Orléans from an unexpected direction, crossing the Loire rather than confronting the stronger English positions directly. This decision, portrayed in chronicles as my strategic brilliance, actually resulted from practical necessity combined with fortunate timing. Spring rains had made the river higher than usual, limiting crossing points but also focusing English defensive positions. My inspiration to approach from the east simply utilised terrain the English had deemed too difficult to defend heavily. We reached the Loire's southern bank on April 29th, where I dictated another letter to the English commanders, this one delivered by herald directly to their lines. You men of England who have no right in this kingdom of France, go away into your country in God's name. And if you do not do this, await tidings from the maid, who will come to see you shortly to your very great injury. The English soldiers who heard this message reportedly laughed, asking if the French had grown so desperate they now sent girls to fight their battles. William Glasdale, their commander, sent back a message threatening to burn me as a witch and hang those who followed me as heretics if captured. Fear clenched my stomach upon hearing this, not of burning specifically, but of failure, of leading others to death through misplaced confidence. That night I prayed longer than usual, seeking reassurance from my voices, who had grown somewhat quieter since my departure from Chinon. The English threatened fire, I whispered to the darkness of my tent. All human flesh fears flames, Margaret answered compassionately. But remember, the true fire is God's purpose burning through you. It consumes doubt and illuminates the path. On April 30th, we successfully transported supplies into Orléans via river barges, bringing desperately needed provisions to the city's defenders. I entered that evening during a rainstorm, soaked and physically exhausted but filled with strange exhilaration. Citizens lined the narrow streets despite the weather, reaching to touch my armour or standard as if I carried a tangible blessing. Jacques Boucher, the city treasurer, offered his home for my lodging. His daughter Charlotte, closest to my age among the household, helped remove my armour that the first evening. She gasped, seeing bruises already forming where metal had pressed against my skin during the long ride. "Does it hurt terribly?" she asked, applying herbal salve to the worst marks. "Less than fear hurts this city," I answered. The truth was, I barely noticed physical discomfort. My focus had narrowed to a single purpose, fulfilling what the voices promised. The following days brought increasing frustration. Military commanders insisted on gradual approaches, small gains, and careful conservation of resources. I demanded immediate, decisive action against key English fortifications. Each war council became a battle itself, me against experienced soldiers who saw my urgency as naivete. On May 4th, while commanders deliberated yet another cautious plan, I napped briefly in the chamber. Within dreamlike moments, Michael appeared with unusual clarity. "They attack the eastern gate," he stated without preamble. "Now!" I woke instantly, calling for my squire to help with armour. Charlotte, who had been mending nearby, looked startled at my sudden urgency. "What happens?" she asked. "Eastern gate," was all I managed, while struggling through my padded undergarment. Fighting has begun. Indeed, while commanders planned, English forces had launched a surprise assault against Saint-Lô, one of the city's eastern fortifications. By the time I reached the area, French defenders were already retreating in disarray. Without waiting for formal orders, I rode directly toward the conflict with the standard raised high. Soldiers later described the events as miraculous, noting how retreating men turned back upon seeing me, and how their broken courage transformed into a determined advance. The reality was less mystical but no less effective. In the confusion of battle, a symbolic focal point, a distinctive figure on horseback with an unmistakable banner, provided a rallying point and renewed purpose. "Who retreats when heaven fights alongside us?" I called, my voice carrying surprisingly well across the din of combat. "Forward! God has delivered them into our hands." The battle turned. By evening, Saint-Lô had fallen to our forces. This victory, while modest in strategic terms, transformed perceptions. Soldiers who had doubted began viewing me with superstitious awe. Commanders who had dismissed my counsel became more willing to listen, yet challenges to authority continued. On May the 5th, Dunois attempted to exclude me from councils, planning operations without my knowledge. Upon discovering this, I confronted him directly. "Do you believe you can conceal God's battle from his messenger?" I demanded, interrupting their closed meeting. "Why do you plot in shadows when heaven watches regardless?" Dunois, intelligent, politically astute, recognised the changing mood among troops. "We sought only to spare you the technical details," he offered diplomatically. "Spare me nothing," I countered. "I was not sent to be spared, but to lead." The following day, the assault on Saint-Jean-le-Blanc and the Augustin fortress took place. This incident was one of the key events that solidified my reputation among common soldiers. English defenders had positioned archers to cover the main approach. As our forces hesitated under the deadly rain of arrows, I rode forward alone, standards held high. An arrow struck her armour, witnesses later reported, yet she continued as if untouched. In truth, the arrow glanced off my shoulder plate, bruising but not penetrating. More significant than this minor miracle was the psychological effect of my advance. Soldiers, shamed by a girl's courage, surged forward. The fortification fell by evening. May 7th brought the decisive assault against Les Tourelles, the main fortress controlling Orléans' river crossing. Here my legend and reality most dramatically intersect. Historical accounts describe me taking an arrow to the shoulder, having predicted this injury the previous day. The wound was real, an English longbow arrow penetrating between neck and shoulder armour. But my prediction had been more general. Blood will be drawn tomorrow, but not all of it French. The pain nearly caused unconsciousness. I was pulled from battle briefly while the arrow was removed, not ceremoniously as depicted in romantic paintings, but with brutal efficiency by a field surgeon who feared wound fever would set in if the barbed head remained embedded. He poured boiling oil into the wound to cauterize the bleeding, pain that exceeded the original injury. "Wine," I gasped afterward. "Just a little." Instead of wine, they gave me consecrated bread, communion without formal ceremony, battlefield sacrament. The pain receded enough that I could stand again, though using my right arm remained impossible. Military commanders, seeing my condition, ordered a retreat for the day. The assault would resume tomorrow, they decided, without consulting me. I heard this decision while having my wound bandaged. "No," I countermanded, struggling back into partial armour despite Charlotte's protests. "We finish today. The English resolve dwindles with each passing hour. Returning to battle with the wound still fresh became the defining moment witnesses remembered. The injured maid refusing retreat. Standard transferred to my left hand while my right arm hung useless, rallying troops for the final push as daylight began fading. What's rarely recorded is how fever already began clouding my thoughts, how each movement sent waves of nausea through me, and how the voices seemed to speak from an increasingly enormous distance. Yet purpose carried me forward when physical strength should have failed. The English commander Glassdale, who had promised to burn me as a witch, died during this final assault when a makeshift bridge collapsed beneath him. He drowned in the Loire, weighed down by the very armour meant to protect him. Soldiers on both sides viewed his death as divine judgment, superstitious fear spreading through remaining English forces. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? "Both," Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. "The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not despite them." Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? Both, Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not to pipe them. Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. Throughout this journey, I maintained my male attire and slept fully armoured most nights, surrounded by guards. This practice, later used as evidence of impropriety during my trial, served practical purposes beyond the voice's commands. Travelling with thousands of soldiers while identifiably female invited dangers obvious to any woman, divine protection notwithstanding. The armour provided a physical barrier against casual assault. Male clothing minimised unwanted attention during necessary activities. We reached Reims on July 16th. The city welcomed Charles without resistance, its citizens lining streets to witness what many had thought impossible months earlier. I wrote to Philip of Burgundy that same day, urging reconciliation with Charles, calling on him to make good peace that will last with the rightful king. This letter received no immediate response but represented my growing political involvement beyond battlefield leadership. The coronation ceremony on July the 17th exists in popular imagination as a triumphant culmination, the maid standing proudly beside her king as divine prophecy is fulfilled. Reality contained more nuance. I indeed stood near the altar holding my standard, but experienced the ceremony with complicated emotions. Initially, relief predominated. I had accomplished the primary mission the voices had given me. Charles knelt before the Archbishop, received sacred anointing from the Holy Ampulla, and rose as King Charles VII, his legitimacy no longer questionable. As the Archbishop placed the crown on his head, I spontaneously broke into tears. "Now God's work is accomplished," I told him afterward, during the celebration feast where I was granted a position of honour. "You are the true King of France by holy coronation as well as by birth." Charles, emotionally moved despite his typically reserved nature, asked what reward I desired for my service. Courtiers leaned forward, anticipating requests for titles, lands and wealth, the normal currency of royal gratitude. "Grant tax exemption to Domremy," I requested instead. "My people are poor and have suffered much from the war's passage." This modest request enhanced my reputation for saintly disinterest in worldly gain, as it cost the crown almost nothing and showed my lack of personal ambition. The voices never promised a personal reward for completing heaven's tasks. My future remained conspicuously absent from their pronouncements. That evening, alone in chambers provided within the Archbishop's palace, I experienced something unprecedented, silence from the voices that had guided me since age 13. I prayed for hours, seeking their familiar presence, but encountered only ordinary stillness. "Have I failed in some manner?" I finally asked aloud, desperate for a response. Catherine's voice, when it finally came, sounded distant, as if speaking across enormous separation. "The path divides before you. One direction leads to earthly glory but spiritual peril. The other is bodily suffering but heavenly triumph." Which should I choose? I begged, but received no answer. The voice's diminishing clarity troubled me deeply as we departed Reims on July 20th. For years they had provided unmistakable direction. Now, at the moment of greatest public acclaim, their guidance grew ambiguous precisely when political complexity demanded the clearest understanding. Charles and his advisers favoured consolidating recent gains, negotiating with Burgundy and avoiding confrontation with primary English forces. I advocated for an immediate advance on Paris, aiming to strike while our momentum remained strong and English authority appeared weakest. These divergent strategies reflected fundamental differences in perspective. Charles thinking in political terms of alliances and sustainable power, and me still operating from a divine mandate to drive foreign forces from France entirely. God did not deliver victory at Orléans so you could stop halfway to complete liberation, I argued during councils. Paris is the kingdom's heart, reclaim it and the English position collapses. What I couldn't share was my growing fear that time was running out, and that the fading of the voices signalled an impending end to divine favour. This created urgency I couldn't fully explain to military commanders accustomed to deliberate campaigns. As we travelled through recently liberated territories, common people flocked to see me, reaching to touch my armour, begging blessings for children, and offering tokens of appreciation. Women wept openly, seeing in me something that transcended conventional limitations placed on our gender. Men removed caps respectfully, as if in the presence of something holy. This veneration discomforted me increasingly. I am not a saint, I told Charlotte d'Albret, a noblewoman who had joined our travelling court and attempted to collect my discarded garments as relics. I am only God's messenger, nothing in myself. Yet God chose you, she countered. That distinction itself makes you extraordinary. This growing cult of personality served immediate political purposes, rallying support for Charles, demonstrating divine favour for his rule, but created complications I was ill-equipped to navigate. Each miraculous attribution, each story embellished in retelling, placed me further from the simple girl who had left Domremy, believing heaven's instructions were straightforward. By late July, Charles had begun secret negotiations with Burgundy, seeking diplomatic resolution while publicly maintaining military pressure. This strategy made political sense but contradicted the voice's increasingly sporadic instructions for complete liberation through direct action. The resulting tension manifested in council debates, where my previously decisive guidance now competed with experienced political advisors offering conventional alternatives. "You were not sent to negotiate half measures," Michael told me during rare communication. "We must fully cleanse France of foreign presence." Yet when I repeated such sentiments to Charles and his councillors, they increasingly regarded them as militarily unrealistic and politically naive. The Maid had served her purpose in delivering coronation. Now practical governance required compromises Heaven seemed unwilling to acknowledge. This divergence would soon lead to Paris, and decisions that would alter my path irrevocably. August found us advancing incrementally toward Paris while Charles simultaneously pursued negotiations with Burgundy. This contradictory approach, military pressure paired up with diplomatic outreach, created strategic confusion. Were we truly attempting to recapture Paris, or merely demonstrating military capability to strengthen Charles's negotiating position? The Duke of Bedford, English regent for their child King Henry VI, recognised our momentum and retreated from direct confrontation, reinforcing Paris while yielding smaller surrounding territories. On August 14th, Charles signed a 15-day truce with Burgundy, supposedly creating space for peace negotiations, while actually providing English forces critical time to strengthen Paris's defences. I opposed this truce vehemently, sensing opportunities slipping away. "While you exchange pleasant messages, our enemies rebuild walls and restore courage," I warned Charles. "The moment for decisive action passes with each day of delay." The voices, though less frequent, reinforced this urgency. "Paris must not remain in enemy hands," Margaret insisted during prayer. "The city's liberation will break English resolve completely." Charles wavered between my continued insistence on divine mandate and his councillor's emphasis on political reality. The compromise that emerged satisfied no one. Our forces would advance to Paris's outskirts but avoid full assault while negotiations continued. By late August, we established positions at Saint-Denis, within sight of Paris's northern walls. The city's proximity affected me strangely. After months of campaigning focused on this objective, actually seeing its towers and spires created an almost physical yearning to complete what the voices had promised. Daily, I rode reconnaissance along positions facing the city, studying defences, planning approaches, and praying for clear instruction that came with decreasing reliability. The truce with Burgundy expired without meaningful agreement. On September 8th, I convinced our commanders to attempt an assault against Paris's defences near the Saint-Honoré Gate, despite Charles withholding full support for the operation. This partial commitment meant attacking with insufficient forces against prepared positions, a military mistake justified only by my increasingly desperate insistence that Heaven would provide necessary advantage. "God will blind their gunners," I promised troops assembled for the assault. Divine protection covers us as we reclaim the kingdom's heart. The attack commenced at noon. Initial progress seemed to confirm divine favour. We reached the outer moat with minimal casualties and established positions within bow range of the walls. I led a contingent testing depth at the inner moat, seeking crossing points while carrying my standard forward as visible inspiration. Then reality asserted itself brutally. Paris's defenders had prepared thoroughly during the negotiation delays. Cannon and crossbow fire rained down upon exposed positions. The moat proved deeper than expected, its bottom studded with sharpened stakes invisible beneath muddy water. Men died attempting crossings that proved impossible without proper equipment we lacked. Near dusk, a crossbow bolt struck my thigh, penetrating deeply. Unlike the Orleans injury, this wound immediately incapacitated me. I continued shouting encouragement from where I fell, insisting the attack continue despite my condition. But commanders ordered retreat upon seeing the standard-bearer down. Soldiers carried me from the battlefield as darkness fell, our forces withdrawing in frustration rather than defeat. We had never established positions from which victory was possible. The wound itself, while painful, would heal cleanly. The spiritual injury proved more significant. For the first time I had promised divine intervention that failed to materialize. "Why?" I whispered that night while surgeons extracted the bolt using methodical cruelty necessary to prevent festering. Why was Paris denied to us when Orleans was granted? The voices remained silent through hours of pain. Their absence felt more painful than physical harm. Had they abandoned me due to some failure? Had I misunderstood heaven's intent all along? Charles, receiving news of the failed assault, ordered immediate withdrawal from Paris's vicinity. In my view, this sensible military decision represented a personal betrayal as it abandoned divine purpose in favour of political convenience. When I was finally permitted an audience 3 days later, I found that he was already reframing recent events for the courtiers. "The maid accomplished what God sent her to do," he explained smoothly. "Orleans liberated, coronation achieved. Perhaps heaven never intended Paris's immediate recovery." "You speak for heaven now," I challenged him, struggling to stand straight despite the pain in my bandaged leg. "The mission remains incomplete while Englishmen occupy French soil." Charles regarded me with a complex emotion. Gratitude for past service tempered by growing political inconvenience of my unyielding position. "France's restoration will require years, not months," he said gently. "Even heaven must recognize earthly limitations." This exchange marked a fundamental shift in our relationship. Where Charles had once needed my perceived divine sanction to legitimize his rule, successful coronation now provided independent authority. The maid remained useful symbolically, but increasingly problematic practically, as military campaigns transitioned toward diplomatic solutions requiring compromise and voices prohibited. Through autumn, I accompanied the royal court as it withdrew to safer territories along the Loire. My wound healed gradually while my position diminished subtly, still honoured ceremonially, but increasingly excluded from meaningful councils. Charles granted me noble status in December, providing arms depicting a sword supporting the crown beneath a fleur-de-lis, recognition that pacified my supporters while effectively sidelining me from direct military command. This period marked my most difficult spiritual challenge. The voices returned intermittently, but spoke with disturbing inconsistency. Michael demanded continued aggressive action, while Catherine counselled patience. Margaret sometimes suggested accepting a ceremonial role within Charles's court, but she also insisted that my work remained unfinished. These contradictions created profound doubt I had never experienced during the clarity of earlier missions. Had some of the voices I heard been false all along? Was I now mishearing divine instruction? Or was heaven itself divided on France's proper path forward? Christmas 1429 found me in ceremonial attendance at court celebrations, outwardly honoured but inwardly conflicted. I watched elaborate pageantry commemorating Charles's coronation, performances that already incorporated stylized depictions of the maid as a semi-mythical figure guiding France's resurgence. The actual Johanne, still bandaged, increasingly isolated, observed her transformation into a symbol with growing discomfort. That night, kneeling alone in the castle chapel long after formal services concluded, I experienced the voices with unusual clarity after months of ambiguity. "Your time grows short," Michael stated without preamble. "You must continue the fight while freedom remains yours." "The king no longer heeds my counsel," I protested. "Commanders follow his direction, not mine." "Then you must act independently, Viro," came the reply. "Better capture by enemies than surrender to comfortable irrelevance." Although troubling, this guidance offered direction that I had been lacking for months. As 1429 ended, I resolved to escape the increasingly gilded constraints of court life and return to direct action, even without royal sanction. This decision, tactically questionable, politically naive, would determine my fate in ways the voices never clearly revealed. The new year began with me effectively sidelined at court while Charles pursued diplomatic arrangements with Burgundy. I chafed at inactivity, sensing precious time wasting, while the voices grew increasingly urgent about continuing France's liberation. By March 1430, I could bear ceremonial confinement no longer. Without royal permission, technically desertion, though my status remained ambiguous, I departed secretly with a small company of loyal followers. We rode for Compiègne, a strategically vital town threatened by the Burgundian forces north of Paris. This decision reflected both military logic and the voices' insistence that action could not await royal convenience. My departure created political complications for Charles, who neither officially condemned nor endorsed my independent operation. This ambiguity proved ultimately fatal. Had I remained clearly under royal protection, subsequent events might have unfolded differently. We reached Compiègne in April, where the town's governor, Guillaume de Flavy, welcomed reinforcement despite its unofficial nature. Burgundian forces under Jean de Luxembourg had been methodically isolating the town, capturing surrounding positions. Our arrival boosted defender morale temporarily, but the strategic situation remained precarious. On May the 23rd, I led a sortie against Burgundian positions at Margny, initially achieving surprise. However, enemy reinforcements arrived quickly, forcing retirement toward the town. As our forces retreated across the single bridge into Compiègne, disaster struck. The drawbridge raised prematurely, stranding rear guard defenders, including my cive, outside the walls. Accounts of this moment vary dramatically. Some claim deliberate betrayal by Flavy, who supposedly ordered early closure knowing I would be captured. Others suggested simple miscommunication during confused withdrawal. The voices had warned of betrayal for months. "Trust only heaven, not changeable men," Michael had cautioned repeatedly, but provided no specific protection against this development. Burgundian soldiers surrounded me, and after a brief battle, they pulled me from my horse. A minor nobleman, Lionel of Wandonne, claimed my surrender, technically capturing me by laying hand on my leg, according to contemporary accounts. My sword, raised to continue resistance, lowered upon recognition that futile struggle would only result in unnecessary deaths among my few remaining companions. "I am worth more alive for ransom than dead," I told Wandon in a practical manner, even though I knew that the ransom would likely never materialize. The voices had never specifically predicted capture, but had indicated great suffering lay ahead as part of Heaven's plan. Initially, captivity seemed relatively benign. Luxembourg treated me as a valuable prisoner rather than a criminal, housing me reasonably at his castle at Beaulieu. I made one escape attempt, nearly succeeding by squeezing between wooden bars, before being recaptured and transferred to more secure confinement at Beaurevoir Castle. There, Luxembourg's Aunt Jeanne and wife Jeanne Bonne treated me with unexpected kindness, providing female clothing and gentle encouragement to abandon male attire and military aspirations. Their compassion, the first feminine companionship I'd experienced since leaving Domremy, tempted me toward compromise I knew the voices would forbid. "Why must I maintain a male appearance now that fighting has ended?" I asked during prayer, receiving Catherine's uncompromising response. "Your mission hasn't changed with capture. Male attire remains both practical protection and a visible sign of a divine exception to worldly constraints." News reached me at Beaurevoir that Compiègne's situation worsened daily. In desperation, I attempted a second escape in October, this time jumping from the tower window approximately 70 feet above ground. The fall should have proved fatal. That I survived with only bruising and temporary unconsciousness was later presented as either a miracle or evidence of demonic protection, depending on the interpreter. By November, political machinations surrounding my captivity clarified horribly. The English, recognizing my symbolic value, arranged a purchase from Luxembourg for 10,000 livres, a substantial sum indicating my importance to their strategy. Charles made no counteroffer, effectively abandoning me to the enemy's judgment. The English faced a dilemma regarding my disposition. Simple execution of a captured enemy combatant would risk martyrdom, potentially strengthening French resistance rather than weakening it. A more complex strategy emerged: systematic destruction of my divine claims through ecclesiastical condemnation for heresy. This approach would not only eliminate me physically, but, more importantly, delegitimize everything I represented: divine sanction for Charles's rule and heaven's support for French resurgence against English occupation. In December 1430, they transferred me to Rouen, firmly within English-controlled territory. Conditions deteriorated immediately. I was placed in secular prison rather than ecclesiastical custody, normally accorded those facing religious charges, confined in iron shackles, and guarded continuously by common soldiers whose behaviour ranged from verbal abuse to attempted assault. Why does heaven permit such treatment? I asked during increasingly desperate prayers. What purpose does this suffering serve? Remember Christ before Pilate, Margaret answered. Truth remains truth, even when power condemns it. The trial officially began February 21st, 1431, under Bishop Pierre Cauchon, whose appointment revealed the proceedings' predetermined nature. He was a known English sympathiser with personal animosity toward me. Assessors and judges were carefully selected to ensure the desired outcome. Although it was technically an ecclesiastical court, the proceedings were entirely controlled by English authorities. Looking back now across time's distance, I see legal complexities I couldn't recognise then. My request for balanced representation from both English and French clerics was denied. My appeal to the Pope, technically my right under church law, was ignored. Most cruelly, highly educated theologians denied me counsel, twisting simple statements into heretical formulations. Do you believe yourself to be in God's grace? Cauchon asked early in the proceedings, a theological trap. Answering yes would imply a presumption that is condemned by church doctrine, while answering no would indicate an admission of guilt. If I am not, may God put me there, I replied, after a moment's thought. If I am, may God keep me there. This answer frustrated the interrogators, but I simply expressed my actual understanding, showing unexpected theological sophistication. Grace remained God's province, not mine to claim absolutely. For 5 months, interrogation continued, sometimes publicly before a full tribunal, sometimes in private prison questioning. My male attire became the central focus, providing tangible evidence of defiance against natural order. Voices were dissected endlessly. Were they angels or demons? Why did they speak to an uneducated girl rather than through the established church hierarchy? I recorded and examined each of my answers for inconsistencies and potential heresies. What records don't capture the physical deterioration during this period? Prison conditions, continuous shackling, poor nutrition, sleep interrupted by guards' harassment, gradually weakened a body already compromised by previous wounds and hardship. By May, I suffered recurring fevers, dramatic weight loss, and periods of confusion during longer interrogations. The voices remained present but changed character. Less commanding, more comforting. They spoke increasingly of heavenly reward rather than earthly victory, preparing me for an outcome that seemed increasingly inevitable. Will I burn? I asked directly during one night's prayer. The body is temporary, Catherine answered gently. What matters is truth maintained until the end. On May the 24th, I was taken to the Rouen cemetery, where scaffolds had been erected, one holding officials who would witness my anticipated recantation, another displaying instruments of execution should I refuse. Exhausted physically and isolated completely, I briefly wavered when presented with a document I was told contained a simple abjuration of male clothing and independent interpretation of voices. What I was unaware of was that the actual document contained a comprehensive admission of fraud, demonic influence, and heretical intent, completely repudiating everything I had experienced and represented. Unable to read, I trusted partial translations provided by clerics, whose deceptions served their predetermined purpose. I signed with a simple crossmark, unaware that I was giving my enemies exactly what they needed, an apparent admission that everything I had claimed about divine guidance was false. This temporary weakness, a product of extreme duress rather than a genuine change of heart, provided legal justification for what followed. Returned to prison rather than transferred to ecclesiastical custody as promised, I found myself still surrounded by hostile guards, still denied female companionship that would have made feminine clothing practically sustainable. When my clothes were taken while I slept and only male attire was left available, I faced an impossible choice: remain naked among male guards or don forbidden garments. The voices spoke with unusual clarity that morning. Better modest impropriety than immodest vulnerability. I dressed in male clothing, knowing this relapse provided the final justification enemies sought. When judges returned to document this transgression, I formally recanted my previous abjuration, stating clearly that voices were indeed divine, that the mission had been heaven-sent, and that temporary weakness had betrayed truth. I would rather do penance once, with death, than bear imprisonment suffering continuously, I told them with renewed clarity, despite knowing the consequence. On May the 30th, 1431, the final sentence was announced. Declared a relapsed heretic, I would face public execution by burning, the most painful death authorities could legally impose, deliberately chosen to create maximum suffering they hoped would produce a final public confession. That morning I made a final confession to a sympathetic priest and received communion despite being formally excommunicated, a small act of compassionate defiance by a cleric who recognised injustice unfolding. Wearing the traditional long white garment for heresy executions, a cart transported me through Rouen streets toward the old marketplace, where execution awaited. The crowd's mood surprised me, not triumphant but sombre, many openly weeping. These were not my French compatriots, but Norman subjects under English rule, yet something about my situation transcended political loyalty. Later accounts would claim English authorities grew concerned that sympathy might transform into riots, and that martyrdom was being created despite their careful legal manoeuvring. At the execution ground, officials had me a final opportunity to recant before tying me to a tall stake erected atop a substantial pyre. The method was deliberate. Slow death by suffocation and burning rather than quicker execution methods available. Jesus! I called repeatedly as flames were lit, no longer concerned with appearing strong before enemies, simply seeking comfort in the name that had guided my journey from its beginning. The voices spoke one final time as smoke began rising. Your suffering ends today. Your vindication begins. The physical agony that followed transcends description. Historical accounts claim my heart remained intact among ashes afterward, a symbolic detail probably invented by later chroniclers seeking miraculous elements for potential canonization. What mattered wasn't physical preservation, but the truth maintained until the end, that simple faith could withstand elaborate machinations of power, and that divine purpose worked through unlikely instruments. 25 years later, Charles VII, firmly established as France's legitimate king, would order an investigation that formally nullified my conviction, declaring the trial prejudiced and illegitimate. In 1456, a rehabilitation trial formally cleared my name of heresy charges. Yet full vindication waited nearly 5 centuries, until May 16, 1920, when the Catholic Church declared me a saint. Official recognition that voices condemned as demonic had indeed been divine. History remembers outcomes: Orléans relieved, Charles crowned, France eventually liberated from the English occupation. These visible victories obscure the internal journey that began with a garden whisper and ended in marketplace flames. The voices never promised earthly reward or personal glory. They offered only purpose, direction, and the chance to serve as an instrument for something larger than myself. They called me Maid of Orléans, dubbed me a miracle worker, labelled me a witch and a heretic, and eventually recognised me as a saint. Yet through all the transformations, I remained Johanne from Domremy, a simple girl who answered when voices called, who held to truth heard within more firmly than to comfort offered without. Perhaps that represents the most enduring legacy, that extraordinary purpose may inhabit ordinary lives, that divine participation in human history rarely follows expected channels, but instead works through unlikely vessels willing to say simply, "Here am I, send me." Picture this. You're settling into your favourite chair after a long day, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Now imagine if, instead of relaxing, your feet suddenly decided they had other plans entirely. Not just a little restless leg syndrome, mind you, but full-blown, can't stop, won't stop dancing. That's essentially what happened to the good people of Strasbourg in July 1518. though they didn't have the luxury of calling it quirky. It started with Frau Trophäa, a woman whose name has echoed through history for all the wrong reasons. On a perfectly ordinary summer morning, she stepped out of her half-timbered house onto the cobblestones of Strasbourg and began to dance. Her dancing was not the kind you might do at a wedding after a few glasses of wine, but an urgent, desperate kind of movement that seemed to possess her entire being. You have to understand, this wasn't Renaissance flash mob material. Frau Trophäa danced as if her life relied on it, and in fact, it did. Her feet moved in patterns that made no musical sense, and her arms flailed in rhythms that belonged to no earthly song. The townspeople gathered around her, initially amused. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of unexpected street entertainment? But as the hours ticked by, their smiles began to fade like paint in the rain. Frau Trophäa kept dancing. During the midday heat, when sensible people sought shade and cool drinks, Frau Trophäa continued to dance. During the dinner hour, the aroma of roasted meat and fresh bread should have beckoned any sensible individual home. During the evening, her feet should have been expressing gratitude for her decision to finally sit down. The cobblestones beneath her feet told their story, worn smooth by centuries of cartwheels and horse hooves, now witness to this strange new rhythm. You can almost hear them, those ancient stones whispering among themselves about this peculiar turn of events. They'd seen plague and war, feast and famine, but never anything quite like this. By nightfall, Frau Trophäa was still moving, though her dance had transformed from something almost graceful into something more akin to a marionette with tangled strings. Her neighbours brought her water, which she drank without stopping her movement. They offered food, which she barely managed to consume between steps. They pleaded with her to rest, but she seemed as unable to stop as you might be unable to stop breathing. The local authorities scratched their heads and consulted their limited medical knowledge. Perhaps it was a fever, they reasoned. Fevers could make people act strangely. But Frau Trophäa showed no signs of illness beyond this compulsive movement. Her skin wasn't flushed, her eyes weren't glassy. She simply could not stop dancing. As you lie there tonight, comfortable in your bed, imagine the bewilderment of those medieval minds trying to process this impossibility. They lived in a world where everything had a place and a purpose. Cows gave milk, chickens laid eggs, and people danced only when there was music and merriment. But here was Frau Trophäa, defying the natural order with every unwilling step. The night watchman took turns observing her, partly out of concern and partly out of morbid fascination. They'd seen plenty of odd things during their midnight rounds, drunken revelries that lasted too long, lovers' quarrels that spilled into the streets, and the occasional sleepwalker stumbling about in their nightclothes. But nothing had prepared them for the sight of a middle-aged woman dancing alone under the stars, her shadow performing an endless, exhausting ballet on the moonlit stones. As dawn approached, bringing with it the promise of a new day, Frau Trophäa was still dancing. Her movements had slowed, but they hadn't stopped. It was as if some invisible puppeteer had taken control of her strings and forgotten how to let go. Now you might assume that the sensible citizens of Strasbourg would have shunned Frau Trophäa after witnessing her bizarre predicament for a full day and night. You'd be wrong, of course, because people have always been magnetically drawn to the inexplicable, like moths to a particularly puzzling flame. Instead of backing away, small crowds began to gather regularly around Frau Trophäa. They brought their morning bread and ate it while watching her dance. They discussed her condition over their midday meals, gesturing with chicken legs and chunks of cheese. They turned her suffering into a form of communal entertainment, although none of them would have openly acknowledged it in those exact terms. This is where the story takes a turn that would make even the most creative screenwriter pause and reconsider. Within a week of Frau Trophäa's first involuntary step, others began to join her. Not voluntarily, you understand. These weren't copycat dancers or attention seekers. These were ordinary people who suddenly found their feet betraying them in the most extraordinary way. Hans the baker was kneading dough when it started. His hands, which had shaped thousands of loaves with methodical precision, suddenly began moving to a different rhythm. Before he knew it, his whole body had joined the dance, leaving behind a kitchen full of half-formed bread and a wife who thought he'd finally succumbed to the summer heat. Greta, the weaver, abandoned her loom mid-thread when her feet decided they had more important things to do than operate the pedals in their usual measured way. The half-finished cloth remained stretched on the frame for weeks, a testament to the moment when normal life simply stopped making sense. You can picture the scene, can't you? The town square that had once been a place of orderly commerce, vendors hawking their wares, children playing simple games, merchants negotiating deals, transformed into something resembling a fever dream. Except the fever seemed to be catching, spreading from person to person like a yawn in a worn-out congregation. The dancing wasn't beautiful, mind you. This wasn't some spontaneous celebration of life and joy. The dancers moved with a desperate urgency, their faces etched with exhaustion and confusion. Their clothes became tattered from the constant motion. Their shoes wore thin against the unforgiving cobblestones. Some danced until their feet bled, leaving small red marks on the stones like some macabre breadcrumb trail. The local physicians were summoned, naturally. These learned men arrived with their leather satchels full of mysterious remedies, and their heads full of medieval medical wisdom. They observed the dancers with the same intensity you might observe a puzzle that's missing several crucial pieces. They took notes, they consulted their texts, and they stroked their beards thoughtfully. Their diagnosis, when it came, reflected the medical understanding of the time. They declared that the dancers had a condition known as hot blood. Therefore the solution was to encourage more dancing until the heat dissipated from their systems. It was rather like suggesting that someone with hiccups should hiccup more vigorously until they stopped. But it seemed logical within the framework of 16th century medicine. Therefore, the authorities, guided by their immense wisdom, chose to combat the issue head-on. They hired musicians to play for the dancers, reasoning that proper music might help regulate their chaotic movements. They cleared larger spaces for the dancing, moving market stalls, and redirecting cart traffic. They even built a stage, thinking that perhaps the dancers would feel more dignified performing on an elevated platform. The irony would have been delicious if it weren't so tragic. Instead of curing the dancers, the music and attention seemed to attract more victims. The dancing seemed to have transformed into a seductive melody, appealing to a profound, concealed fragility within the human soul. By the end of the second week, nearly 40 people were dancing in the streets of Strasbourg, their individual rhythms creating a chaotic symphony of movement. The families of the dancers tried everything they could think of. They brought favourite foods, hoping to tempt their loved ones to stop and eat properly. They carried chairs and stools, placing them hopefully in the dancers' paths. They also brought pillows and blankets, believing that if they could persuade the dancers to take a moment's rest, the spell might be broken. But nothing worked. The dancers danced on day and night, their movements becoming more frantic as their bodies grew weaker. It was like watching people slowly drown in air, struggling against an invisible current that only they could feel. By the third week of this peculiar epidemic, the city of Strasbourg had transformed into something unrecognisable. You know how a familiar room can suddenly feel strange when you move just one piece of furniture? Well, imagine an entire city where the fundamental rules of human behaviour had been rewritten overnight. The marketplace, which had operated according to centuries-old rhythms of buying and selling, now resembled something between a medical ward and a carnival. Even in the face of impossibility, vendors still set up their stalls each morning, but their attention was divided between their wares and the growing number of dancers who wove between the displays like exhausted ghosts. Children, who had initially found the whole spectacle entertaining, began to grow frightened. There's something unsettling about seeing adults lose control, especially when those adults include your neighbours, your teacher, or your aunt, who always remembered your birthday. The dancing had crossed the line from curious novelty to something darker and more threatening. The dancers themselves had begun to show serious signs of wear. Their clothes hung in tatters, their faces gaunt from exhaustion and irregular eating. Some had collapsed and been carried home, only to rise and begin dancing again as soon as they regained consciousness. It was as if rest only stored up energy for more frantic movement. Maria, the seamstress, developed a particularly heartbreaking pattern. She would dance for hours, then suddenly stop mid-step and look around with clear, confused eyes, as if waking from a dream. She would recognise her surroundings, call out to friends and family, and even sit down for a few minutes to drink water or nibble bread. Then, just as suddenly, the compulsion would return, and she would leap to her feet and resume her endless dance. These moments of clarity made the condition even more disturbing. It wasn't madness in any traditional sense. The dancers knew what was happening to them. They simply couldn't stop it. Imagine being trapped in your own body, watching yourself perform actions you never chose to perform. like being a passenger in a vehicle whose steering wheel you can't reach. The city's records, kept by meticulous scribes who documented everything from grain prices to weather patterns, began to read like something from a fever dream. Item, the dancing sickness continues. Item, Johann the Cooper joined the dancers this morning. Item, the musicians have been paid for another week of playing. Item, 3 more dancers collapsed today but resumed upon waking. You have to admire those record keepers, really. Faced with something completely outside their experience, they did what bureaucrats have always done. They wrote it down carefully and hoped someone else would figure out what it all meant. The religious authorities, meanwhile, were having theological debates that would have been fascinating if they weren't so urgent. Was this divine punishment for some collective sin? A test of faith? Was this a manifestation of malevolent spirits? Different priests offered different interpretations, and their congregations split accordingly. Some organised prayer vigils, others called for public confessions, and a few suggested that perhaps God was simply enjoying some cosmic entertainment at human expense. The dancers themselves became unwilling celebrities. People travelled from neighbouring towns to witness the phenomenon, turning Strasbourg into an accidental tourist destination. Merchants arrived to sell food and trinkets to the crowds. Street performers came to compete for attention, though their conventional acts seemed almost quaint compared to the desperate dancing happening all around them. However, the locals were growing tired of the novelty. Living in the middle of an ongoing crisis has a way of exhausting even the most patient communities. Families were disrupted, businesses struggled to function normally, and everyone walked around with the nervous energy of people waiting for the other shoe to drop. Except in this case, the shoes never stopped moving. The dancers' families organised themselves into an informal support network. They took turns bringing food and water, alternated in watching over their afflicted relatives, and shared the burden of worry that comes from loving someone who is slowly wearing themselves down. It was community care born from desperation, but it was beautiful in its way. Some of the dancers had begun to develop their own individual styles. Otto the blacksmith danced with heavy rhythmic movements that echoed his hammering motions at the forge. Liesel, the baker's daughter, spun and twisted as if kneading invisible dough. Their bodies, even in the grip of this strange compulsion, remembered their daily work and transformed it into movement. By now, the city authorities were beginning to panic. What had started as a curious local phenomenon was threatening to become a complete breakdown of civil order. More importantly, people were starting to die. Death, when it finally came to the dancers, arrived not with drama but with a kind of merciful exhaustion. Similar to a candle nearing its end, the dancers struggled to maintain the constant energy their bodies required. It was Klaus the miller who went first, collapsing in the middle of what had been a particularly vigorous sequence of spins and somehow failing to rise again. The sight of Klaus lying still on those worn cobblestones created a strange silence in the square. Even the other dancers seemed to pause, as if some invisible conductor had finally given them permission for a moment's rest. However, only a brief moment passed before the surviving dancers resumed their endless movement, carefully stepping around their fallen friend as if he were merely another obstacle in their path. You might wonder what goes through a community's mind when the impossible becomes deadly. The people of Strasbourg were experiencing something that challenged every assumption they'd ever made about how the world worked. They were practical people, accustomed to practical problems with practical solutions. Crop failures could be endured, diseases could be treated or at least understood, and wars could be fought and ended. But this dancing plague defied every category they had for making sense of suffering. The physicians, those learned men with their impressive collections of books and instruments, were beginning to admit privately that their hot blood theory might need some adjustment. Several had observed the dancers closely enough to notice that they weren't sweating excessively, despite their constant motion. Their skin remained relatively cool, and their breathing wasn't as laboured as it should have been given their activity level. Their bodies appeared to function under entirely different rules. Dr. Hermann, the most respected physician in the region, spent 3 full days and nights observing the dancers. He took careful notes about their movements, their eating and drinking patterns, and their brief moments of rest. What he discovered puzzled him even more than the original phenomenon. The dancers seemed to be in a state that was neither fully conscious nor unconscious, neither sick nor healthy, and neither voluntary nor completely involuntary. It is, he wrote in his journal, as if they are sleepwalking while awake, or perhaps awakening while they sleep. They respond to their names and can speak coherently when directly addressed, yet they cannot choose to stop moving. It is as though some part of their will has been borrowed by an unknown force. The families of the dancers were developing their own expertise born from desperate necessity. They learned to anticipate when their loved ones were most likely to collapse from exhaustion. They discovered which foods the dancers could manage to eat while moving, and they developed techniques for helping them drink water without breaking their rhythm. They became amateur medical attendants, though no medical school could have prepared them for this particular curriculum. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for nearly a month, described the experience in terms that still echo across the centuries. He is there and not there. His body dances, yet his eyes gaze at me with a profound sadness, as if he finds himself imprisoned behind glass. Occasionally I think he's trying to tell me something with his movements, but I cannot understand the language his feet are speaking. The community was starting to feel the effects of the constant music, which they had initially perceived as beneficial. The hired musicians were exhausted from playing for weeks on end, and their melodies had taken on a repetitive, almost hypnotic quality that seemed to make some listeners feel dizzy. Several people reported feeling an uncomfortable urge to move their feet in time with the music, though they managed to resist the compulsion. The dancing itself was evolving. What had started as individual, isolated movements was becoming something more coordinated. The dancers seemed to be responding to each other, creating patterns and formations without any apparent conscious intent. They would form circles, then lines, scatter and reform in different configurations. It was like watching a flock of birds or a school of fish, except these were human beings who should have been making deliberate choices about their movements. Some of the dancers had begun to show signs of what we might now recognise as trance states. Their eyes would roll back, their breathing would become shallow and rapid, and they would move with an intensity that seemed to come from somewhere outside themselves. During these episodes, they appeared completely unreachable, as if they had temporarily left their bodies behind entirely. The religious community was fracturing under the weight of competing interpretations. Father Wilhelm preached that the dancing was a form of divine ecstasy, similar to what mystics experienced during prayer. Father Johann argued it was clearly demonic possession and called for exorcisms. Father Klaus, the city's oldest priest, suggested that God was teaching them about the nature of human will and the body's relationship to the soul. The debates were becoming increasingly heated, and the congregation was choosing sides based as much on their fears as on their faith. It's remarkable how quickly theological certainty can crumble when faced with something that doesn't fit neatly into existing categories of understanding. Meanwhile, the dancers danced on, their numbers fluctuating as some collapsed and others were mysteriously called to join them. The city had become a living laboratory for questions that nobody knew how to ask, let alone answer. When faced with the inexplicable, humans have a tendency to multiply explanations rather than admit ignorance. By the fourth week of the dancing plague, Strasbourg had attracted more experts than a modern medical conference, each arriving with their own pet theories and proposed solutions. Master Johann from the University of Basel brought an impressive collection of astrological charts and announced that the dancing was clearly the result of planetary malalignment. Mercury, he explained with considerable authority, was in an unfortunate conjunction with Mars, creating an excess of kinetic energy in susceptible individuals. His solution involved complex calculations of when the planets would return to a more harmonious configuration, roughly 6 months hence. Brother Augustine from the monastery at Molsheim had a different interpretation entirely. He arrived with a cart full of holy relics and proclaimed that the dancers were experiencing a form of religious ecstasy, like what St. Vitus himself had experienced. The solution, he insisted, was pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Vitus, where the dancers could channel their divinely inspired movement into proper worship. You can imagine the scene: learned men with their scrolls and instruments, religious authorities with their crosses and holy water, all standing around debating the finer points of their theories while 40 exhausted people continued their endless dance mere feet away. It was like convening a panel of experts to discuss the nature of rain while standing in the middle of a thunderstorm. The city council, meanwhile, was dealing with increasingly practical concerns. The dancing had disrupted commerce, attracted unwanted attention from neighbouring regions, and was beginning to strain the city's resources. They needed solutions, not theories. But every expert who arrived seemed to bring more questions than answers. Dr. Paracelsus, who would later become famous for his revolutionary medical ideas, made a brief appearance during this period. His assessment was characteristically blunt. These learned men speak of hot blood and planetary influences while people die before their eyes. Perhaps the sickness is not in the dancers' bodies, but in our understanding of what bodies can do. He was particularly critical of the decision to provide music for the dancers. You might as well give wine to a drunkard and call it medicine, he observed. The music feeds the compulsion rather than curing it. Occasionally the kindest treatment is to remove what seems helpful but proves harmful. His words carried weight, and a faction began to form around the idea of trying complete silence instead of constant music. It was a radical departure from the established treatment, but then again, the existing treatment wasn't working particularly well. The families of the dancers were developing their own theories based on intimate observation. They noticed that their loved ones seemed to dance more frantically when crowds gathered, as if performing for an audience they couldn't see. They observed that certain types of music triggered more intense movements, while others seemed to calm the dancers slightly. They discovered that the dancers' movements sometimes echoed their daily work routines, a pattern that none of the learned experts had bothered to document. Elizabeth, whose teenage daughter had been dancing for 3 weeks, made a particularly astute observation. She dances like she's trying to escape from something, but also like she's trying to reach something. Her movements aren't random, they're searching. But I cannot tell what she's searching for. This idea of the dance as a form of searching resonated with other families. They began to notice that their dancers appeared to be moving either towards something or away from it, although the nature of that something remained invisible to everyone else. It was as if the dancers could see a landscape that existed only for them. The younger members of the community were having their reactions to the prolonged crisis. Children who had initially been fascinated were now having nightmares about being unable to stop moving. Teenagers were avoiding the areas where dancers congregated, afraid that the compulsion might somehow reach out and grab them too. Young adults were leaving the city entirely, unwilling to risk being caught up in whatever was happening. But perhaps most tellingly, some people were beginning to report feeling a strange sympathy with the dancers. They would watch the endless movement and find their feet tapping involuntarily. They would dream of dancing and wake up with their legs tangled in bedsheets. A few even reported brief moments of feeling an almost irresistible urge to join the dancers, though they managed to fight off the compulsion. Their experiences raised disturbing questions about the nature of the condition. Was it truly random, or were some people more susceptible than others? Was it a hidden contagion, or a dormant part of the human psyche? Dr. Herman, who had been observing the dancers since the beginning, was developing a theory that was both simpler and more complex than the others being proposed. He suspected that the dancing might be a physical expression of something psychological, a kind of breaking point where individual human will simply give up trying to maintain control over an increasingly uncontrollable world. Perhaps, he wrote in his private notes, the dancers are not sick, but rather more honest than the rest of us. They are showing us what it looks like when the human spirit can no longer pretend that it has mastery over the body it inhabits. It was a radical idea for its time, suggesting that the boundary between mind and body might be more porous than anyone had imagined. Sometimes the most profound shifts happen not with dramatic revelations, but with quiet observations made by exhausted people who have run out of clever theories. It was Frau Bertha, the baker's wife, who had been caring for 3 different dancers, who first noticed the pattern that would eventually lead to the plague's resolution. She observed that the dancers seemed calmer, though they never stopped moving entirely when they were in smaller groups, away from the crowds and the constant music. More importantly, she noticed that they danced differently in the early morning hours, before the city fully awakened. Their movements were still compulsive, but they seemed less frantic, more like people walking in their sleep than people fleeing from invisible demons. It's the watching, she told Dr. Herman one morning after a particularly long night of observation. They dance harder when people watch them, not because they want attention, but because something about being watched makes the dancing worse. This insight led to a quiet experiment. A few families began taking their dancing relatives to more secluded locations. Quiet courtyards, gardens outside the city walls, even private homes with large rooms. The results were subtle but unmistakable. Away from audiences and musicians, the dancers' movements became less violent, less desperate. Dr. Herman documented these changes carefully. The dancers still couldn't stop moving, but their movements became more flowing, less like convulsions and more like a strange form of sleepwalking. Some even began to show brief moments of genuine rest, not collapse from exhaustion, but actual pauses in their movement. The religious authorities were initially resistant to this approach. Brother Augustine argued that removing the dancers from public view was tantamount to hiding God's work from the faithful. But Father Klaus, the elderly priest who had been quietly observing throughout the crisis, supported the experiment. Perhaps, he suggested, what these souls need is not more attention, but more peace. The city council, pragmatic as always, was simply relieved to have the disruption moved away from the main commercial areas. They officially sanctioned the creation of quiet spaces where dancers could be cared for away from crowds, though they were careful not to call it a cure. Gradually, as they relocated the dancers to more peaceful environments, an unexpected event occurred. Without the stimulation of constant music and crowds, their individual personalities began to reassert themselves. Maria, the seamstress, started incorporating recognizable gestures from her work into her dance. Not the frantic mimicry that had characterized her earlier movements, but something more like a conversation between her conscious and unconscious minds. Otto, the blacksmith's movements began to follow the rhythm of breathing rather than some internal drumbeat that no one else could hear. His dance became less about desperate energy and more about a kind of patient endurance, as if he were waiting for something to finish cooling in his forge. The families caring for the dancers developed new routines based on these observations. They created spaces that were comfortable but not stimulating, provided simple foods at regular intervals, and most importantly, they learned to be present without being intrusive. They discovered that the dancers seemed to respond to quiet companionship in ways they hadn't responded to medical interventions or religious ceremonies. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for over a month, described the change. He still moves constantly, but now it's like he's dancing with something instead of fighting against something. I can see him in there, behind his eyes, waiting. This sense of waiting became a common theme in how families described their dancing relatives. The dancers appeared to be in a state of flux, neither fully present nor fully absent, and neither completely sick nor completely well. Dr. Herman began to theorize that the dancing might represent a form of healing instead of being merely a sign of sickness, though he couldn't specify what it was healing from. Perhaps, he wrote, there are injuries to the human spirit that can only be mended through movement, just as there are injuries to the body that can only be healed through rest. The idea was revolutionary, that the dancing might be a cure rather than a disease, a necessary process rather than a pathological condition. It suggested that the dancers' bodies might possess a wisdom that their conscious minds couldn't access. As word of the quieter approach spread, some of the original experts began to reconsider their theories. Master Johann from Basel admitted that his planetary calculations might need to account for environmental factors. Brother Augustine suggested that perhaps the saint was working through peaceful contemplation rather than public demonstration. Even Paracelsus, in his final notes on the case, acknowledged that the solution had come not from learned intervention, but from careful observation by people who cared more about helping than about being right. The families discovered what we experts missed, he wrote. Sometimes healing requires not doing more, but doing less. The number of new cases had already begun to slow, though whether the decline was due to the changed approach or simply the natural progression of the phenomenon remained unclear. What was clear was that the desperate, frantic quality of the dancing was gradually giving way to something that looked more like a strange form of prayer or meditation. The city itself was slowly returning to something resembling normal life, though the experience had changed everyone who lived through it. People walked more carefully, as if testing whether their feet would obey their intentions. They looked at each other differently, with a new awareness of how little control any of them really had over their own bodies and minds. You know how some storms end. Not with a dramatic crash of thunder, but with a gradual lessening of wind and rain until you suddenly realize the silence has returned. The dancing plague of Strasbourg ended in much the same way, so gradually that nobody could say exactly when it stopped being an emergency and started being a memory. Frau Trophea, who'd started it all with her first involuntary step, was among the last to find stillness. For 6 weeks she had been the unwilling pioneer of this strange territory, where human will met its mysterious limits. When she finally stopped moving, it wasn't with collapse or drama, but with a simple pause that gradually extended into rest. She was sitting in the garden behind the baker's house, where her family had moved her to escape the crowds and the constant music. The morning sun was filtering through apple leaves, and she'd been moving in slow, gentle circles for hours. Then, as naturally as a person might stop humming a tune, she simply sat down on a wooden bench and stayed there. Her sister, who had been watching anxiously from the kitchen window, almost didn't believe it at first. She waited several minutes before approaching, afraid that any attention might restart the compulsive movement. But Frau Troffea remained seated, looking around the garden with clear, present eyes, as if she were seeing it for the first time in weeks. "I'm tired," she said simply, and her sister began to weep with relief. Over the following days, the other dancers found their ways back to stillness. Some stopped during sleep and simply didn't resume when they woke. Others came to rest gradually, their movements slowing like music boxes winding down. A few experienced their final dance as something beautiful rather than desperate, a kind of celebration or completion that left them exhausted but oddly peaceful. Not everyone survived the experience. The official records show that several dancers died from exhaustion or related complications, though the exact number was never precisely documented. Those who lived carried the memory of those weeks in their bodies for the rest of their lives. They walked differently afterward, with a kind of conscious gratitude for their ability to choose when and how to move. Dr. Herman spent months interviewing the recovered dancers, trying to understand what they had experienced during their weeks of compulsive movement. Their descriptions were remarkably consistent in some ways, and completely individual in others. Most remembered feeling trapped in their bodies, aware of what was happening but unable to control it. But they also described odd moments of peace, as if dancing had taken them to places they couldn't reach on purpose. It was like being carried by a river, Maria the seamstress told him. Frightening because I couldn't swim to shore, but also sometimes beautiful because I could see things from the water that I never would have seen from the bank. Otto the blacksmith had a different metaphor. It was like being a piece of metal on my anvil, being shaped by hammers I couldn't see. It hurt, but something in me knew the hammering was necessary. These interviews revealed that the dancers had maintained more awareness than anyone had suspected. They had been conscious of their family's care, grateful for the quiet spaces, and aware of the changes in their movement patterns. They'd simply been powerless to communicate this awareness while the dancing continued. The city of Strasbourg gradually returned to its normal rhythms, though the memory of those summer weeks left permanent changes. The authorities developed better protocols for caring for people in crisis, emphasizing comfort and observation over dramatic interventions. The physicians incorporated new ideas about the relationship between mind and body into their practice. The religious community developed a more complex conception of how the sacred might manifest in human experience. But perhaps the most lasting change was in how the people of Strasbourg understood the nature of human control and human vulnerability. They had witnessed something that challenged fundamental assumptions about how much power individuals have over their bodies and choices. They had learned that sometimes the most caring response to someone's crisis is not to try to fix them, but to stay present while they work through whatever healing process their more profound wisdom has initiated. The cobblestones in the town square still bear faint marks from those weeks of endless dancing, though you'd have to know where to look to see them. Local guides sometimes point them out to visitors, telling abbreviated versions of the story that emphasize the strangeness, while missing the deeper lessons about community care and the mystery of human resilience. Years later, when other communities experienced similar outbreaks of dancing mania, and there were several throughout medieval Europe, some remembered the lessons of Strasbourg. They learned to provide quiet spaces rather than public stages, to offer patient presence rather than dramatic cures, and to trust that sometimes healing looks different from what we expect. The dancing plague of 1518 remains one of history's most puzzling medical mysteries, but it's also a story about how communities can learn to care for members who are experiencing something beyond ordinary understanding. It reminds us that the human body and spirit are capable of experiences that exceed our ability to categorize or control them, and that sometimes the wisest response to mystery is not to solve it, but to honor it. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you might think about Frau Troffea and her fellow dancers, and about the families who learned to love them through their strange journey. You might contemplate the delicate boundary that sometimes exists between what we perceive as normal and what we perceive as impossible, and how much healing occurs not through expert intervention, but through the patient presence of individuals who care enough to remain and observe whatever unfolds. The dance is always there, just beneath the surface of our ordered lives, waiting to teach us something about surrender, about community, and about the beautiful, terrifying mystery of being human in a body that is never entirely under our control. boy who would reshape continents, took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghajtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghajtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghajtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghajtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Tuluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Burke featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe, where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimized direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia, acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signalled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the four-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Faigizpe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighbourhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialised craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the centre, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarised in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardised bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000, making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar and Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its centre sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earn prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognised that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings, technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture, and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. Ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project, a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. Unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests, Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories: steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, arag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices. Yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, the court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Chengdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honour his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organized relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level and determined how many horses they could requisition and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialized ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations, standardized administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardized formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centres to the capital, creating what historians now recognise as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialized training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardized administrative methods, creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The Imperial Secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialized investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialized bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance, reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule. Modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators, with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu, where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south, while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes Northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would never be the same. In 1907, on a warm spring day, Janet Waterford entered a world that had yet to imagine her possibilities, while the Wright brothers were still perfecting their flying machines, and powered flight was a novelty for daredevils and dreamers. Born in Griffin, Georgia, to parents who had witnessed the tail end of Reconstruction, Janet arrived during an era when black Americans were fighting for basic respect and dignity, let alone the freedom to soar through the skies. The conventional narratives about Janet often begin with her nursing career, or jump straight to her aviation accomplishments. But what shaped the woman who would challenge both racial and gender boundaries in American aviation? The answer lies partly in the intellectual atmosphere of her childhood home, where her father, an architect and builder, instilled in her not just the confidence to pursue education, but a fundamental understanding of structural integrity, balance, and design, concepts that would later serve her well in aviation. Janet's mother, a seamstress whose deft fingers crafted garments that transformed their wearers, demonstrated daily how precision and attention to detail could elevate the mundane to the extraordinary. Between them, they created a household where Janet learned that buildings could rise and fabric could flow into new forms with the application of knowledge and skill. When the Waterford family relocated to Chicago during Janet's youth, they joined the wave of black Americans participating in the Great Migration. However, unlike many families who were forced north by economic desperation or violent persecution, the Waterfords moved with relative privilege and preparation. This distinction rarely appears in summaries of Janet's life, yet it provided her with a crucial foundation. She arrived in Chicago not as a refugee, but as a young woman with resources and family support, poised to take advantage of urban educational opportunities. At Wendell Phillips High School, Janet distinguished herself not through extraordinary academic performance, as many biographical sketches suggest, but through her unusual combination of interests. While her female classmates focused on domestic sciences or teaching, Janet gravitated toward the mechanical drawing classes dominated by boys. She didn't merely participate, she questioned the instructors about the mechanics of engines and structural stability, connecting these concepts to her father's work. After graduation, Janet made what appeared to be a conventional choice for a young black woman and of her era, nursing school. Yet her selection of this path reveals something more calculated than conformity. Nursing represented one of the few professional fields open to black women that offered both financial stability and social respect. The Provident Hospital School of Nursing, where Janet enrolled, had been founded by Dr. Daniel Hale Williams, a pioneering black surgeon who performed one of the first successful heart surgeries. The institution embodied possibility within constraint, a concept Janet would later apply to her aviation career. What's often overlooked about Janet's nursing career was her specialization in public health rather than hospital nursing. This choice placed her at the intersection of science, education, and community advocacy, requiring her to develop skills in communicating complex information and navigating bureaucracies, abilities that would prove invaluable when she later confronted the aviation establishment. By 1929, when the stock market crashed and plunged America into the Great Depression, Janet had established herself as a successful public health nurse with financial security that few Americans of any background enjoyed during this period. This economic independence gave her the freedom to pursue aviation at a moment when most people were focused on basic survival. It was during a chance trolley ride through Chicago that Janet spotted a billboard advertising flying lessons. The conventional telling suggests the event was a whimsical moment of inspiration, but considering Janet's methodical character and long-standing interest in mechanics, It's more likely this advertisement crystallized an ambition she had been contemplating for some time. When she enrolled at the Aeronautical University, Janet wasn't just following a dream, she was making a calculated investment in her future. In 1929, aviation represented the forefront of technology and opportunity, just as computing or artificial intelligence would do decades later. Janet understood that mastering flight could provide opportunities beyond what black women in pre-war America typically had. The story of Janet Bragg is not just about breaking barriers, it's about strategic navigation of a system designed to exclude people like her before she ever touched an aircraft control. She had already developed the psychological architecture that would allow her to persist through rejections and setbacks. Her early life wasn't just a prelude, it was preparation. When Janet Waterford Bragg joined the Aeronautical University in Chicago, she entered a world constructed for white men. The aviation industry of the early 1930s wasn't merely segregated by custom, it was designed around the assumptions of male physicality and masculine social networks. Yet Janet's approach to this environment revealed a sophistication rarely highlighted in accounts of her life. Rather than confronting the system head-on, Janet adopted what might be called strategic assimilation. She dressed impeccably for every class, arriving in professional attire that commanded respect without drawing undue attention. Her notebooks, preserved in archives, show meticulous diagrams and calculations, evidence of her determination to master not just the minimum requirements, but also the underlying principles of aerodynamics and engine mechanics. The atmosphere at Aeronautical University was complex. While some instructors and students openly questioned her presence, others exhibited a sort of bemused tolerance, the kind reserved for novelties expected to eventually disappear. What none anticipated was Janet's quiet persistence. She absorbed technical information with remarkable efficiency, often spending evenings reviewing material multiple times to ensure mastery. What's seldom discussed in accounts of Janet's aviation journey is how she managed the emotional labour of being perpetually the only one in these spaces. Her journals suggest she developed a practice of deliberate detachment, treating subtle hostility as data rather than personal assault. This psychological strategy preserved her energy for the actual work of learning to fly. The formation of the Challenger Air Pilots Association in 1931 is often presented as a straightforward response to discrimination, but the organisation's structure reveals Janet's sophisticated understanding of collective action. When she and a small group of other black aviation students found themselves unable to secure adequate flight time at white-owned airfields, they didn't merely complain, they pooled their resources to purchase land in Robbins, Illinois, and build their own airfield. This airfield, eventually named Robbins Airport, represents a remarkable example of self-determination. The construction wasn't contracted out to professionals but undertaken by the club members themselves. Janet, drawing on knowledge gained from her father's building career, participated actively in the physical labour of clearing land and constructing basic facilities. She later remarked that this hands-on involvement gave her an intimate understanding of airfield operations that many pilots never acquired. The purchase of the club's first aircraft reveals Janet's fiscal pragmatism. Rather than selecting the newest or most impressive model, the group chose a used but reliable Taylor Cub. Janet personally contributed a significant portion of the purchase price, leveraging her nursing salary at a time when many Americans were struggling through the Depression. When this first plane proved insufficient for their growing membership, Janet again stepped forward financially, helping to secure additional aircraft. The social dynamics within the Challenger Club deserve closer examination than they typically receive. While united by racial identity and aviation interest, the members brought diverse backgrounds and motivations to the organisation. Some were primarily recreational pilots, while others, like Janet, harboured professional ambitions. As one of the few women in the group, Janet navigated gender dynamics even within this space of racial solidarity. Her approach to leadership within the club avoided dramatic pronouncements or power struggles. Instead, she established influence through consistent contribution and quiet competence. When mechanical problems arose with club aircraft, Janet often stayed after others had left, working alongside the mechanics to understand each repair. This knowledge translated into respect among her peers, who increasingly turned to her for technical advice despite gender conventions of the era. The Challenger Club became more than just an aviation organisation. It functioned as a hub for Chicago's black professional class. Doctors, lawyers, educators and entrepreneurs were drawn to the airfield to witness what their community had built. Janet understood the symbolic importance of these gatherings and helped organise regular events that showcased Black achievement in advanced technology. These occasions served the dual purpose of normalising Black participation in aviation and building networks of support across professional fields. What's particularly notable about Janet's involvement with the Challenger Club was her insistence on formal documentation and record keeping. She maintained detailed logs of flights, maintenance schedules, and financial transactions, creating an institutional memory that helped the organisation weather turnover in membership. This administrative diligence reflected her understanding that the club needed to operate with exceptional professionalism to withstand scrutiny from authorities constantly looking for reasons to challenge Black-owned enterprises. The Challenger Air Pilots Association represented more than an opportunity for flight training. It was a laboratory for community organisation and self-reliance. Janet's contributions extended far beyond her financial investments or technical knowledge. She helped establish a model for how excluded groups could create their own infrastructure rather than waiting for integration into existing systems. When Janet took her first solo flight from the Robbins Airfield in 1934, the achievement represented not just her personal milestone, but the success of a collective strategy. The small airstrip, carved from unforgiving Illinois prairie, stood as testimony to what determination and solidarity could accomplish in the face of systemic barriers. The lessons learned at Robbins would serve Janet well as she prepared to confront even more formidable obstacles on her path to commercial certification. By 1937, Janet Bragg had accumulated hundreds of flight hours and mastered the technical aspects of aviation to a degree that exceeded the requirements for commercial pilot certification. Yet when she appeared at the examination office in Chicago, the atmosphere shifted perceptibly. The testing officer, a man who had routinely processed applications from white men with similar or lesser qualifications, suddenly became a guardian of impossibly high standards. What transpired that day has been summarized in many accounts as simple discrimination, but the mechanics of the rejection reveal something more insidious. The examiner refrained from explicitly citing her race or gender as disqualifications, as such blatant bias would have been too vulnerable to challenge. Instead, he subjected Janet to a series of increasingly technical questions about the engine components, and emergency procedures exceeded the standard examination protocol. Janet recognized the strategy. Her nursing career had taught her how systems maintain exclusion through selective application of rules rather than explicit prohibition. She answered each question with precision, drawing on the extensive technical knowledge she had accumulated not just through formal training, but through her hands-on experience maintaining aircraft at Robbins. When the oral examination failed to find her lacking, the examiner pivoted to scrutinizing her paperwork, questioning the legitimacy of her flight hours because they had been accumulated at a Black-owned airfield. What followed was a masterclass in measured resistance. Rather than displaying anger that would have played into stereotypes about Black women, Janet calmly requested written documentation of the specific deficiencies in her application. This simple administrative request flummoxed the examiner, who had expected either acquiescence or emotional reaction. When he reluctantly provided a vague written statement citing insufficient preparation, Janet secured the documentary evidence of discriminatory treatment that would later prove valuable. The rejection in Chicago pushed Janet to develop an innovative approach to certification. Through her network of aviation contacts, she learned that examiners in different regions sometimes applied standards differently. This geographical variation in discrimination, tighter in some regions, more permeable in others, is rarely discussed in accounts of segregation. Yet understanding these patterns was crucial for those attempting to navigate the system. Janet identified Tuskegee, Alabama, as a potential alternative testing location. The presence of the Tuskegee Institute and its emerging aviation program suggested the possibility of examiners more accustomed to evaluating Black applicants. This strategic forum shopping required Janet to temporarily relocate, a significant investment of time and resources that demonstrated her commitment to certification. Upon arriving in Tuskegee in 1939, Janet discovered a community engaged in its own complex negotiations around race and aviation. The civilian pilot training program, recently established by the federal government, had reluctantly included a few Black institutions among its approved training centers. Tuskegee's program was developing what would later become the foundation for the famed Tuskegee Airmen of World War II. Janet's reception at Tuskegee reveals the gender dynamics that complicated her journey. The male instructors and administrators, while supportive of black advancement in aviation, carried assumptions about women's capabilities that created a different kind of barrier. When she requested access to the program's more advanced aircraft for practice before her examination, she encountered resistance based not on her race, but on her gender. With characteristic adaptability, Janet shifted her approach. Rather than directly challenging gender preconceptions, she leveraged her medical background to position herself as uniquely qualified to understand the physiological aspects of flight. She offered to conduct informal information sessions on aviation medicine for the student pilots, creating value that earned her access to aircraft and instruction time. When the day of her Tuskegee examination arrived, Janet faced an unexpected challenge. The examiner, a white man from the Civil Aeronautics Authority, required her to perform her check ride in an unfamiliar aircraft with different handling characteristics than those she had trained on. This last-minute change, not applied to male applicants tested the same day, was clearly designed to disadvantage her. The flight test turned into an exercise in precision under pressure. As Janet executed each required maneuver, she maintained not just technical accuracy, but a demeanour of unflappable professionalism. The examiner, visibly searching for flaws, directed her through increasingly complex manoeuvres, deviating from the standard examination protocol. When Janet successfully completed a particularly challenging landing, the frustration on the examiner's face betrayed his bias. The rejection that followed cited a single imperfect landing as justification, despite the fact that male pilots were routinely certified with similar or worse performance. What's remarkable about Janet's response was its strategic restraint. Rather than immediately protesting, she requested specific feedback on how to improve, positioning herself as a dedicated student rather than an aggrieved victim. This approach denied the examiner the satisfaction of seeing her discouraged and preserved her professional reputation within the Tuskegee aviation community. Janet's examination trials reveal something profound about how progress occurs. The conventional narrative of civil rights often focuses on dramatic confrontations and legal victories, but Janet's experience demonstrates the importance of persistent, strategic pressure at institutional boundaries. Each application, each examination, each professional interaction incrementally shifted expectations and established precedents that made the path slightly more navigable for those who would follow. Moreover, her willingness to repeatedly subject herself to evaluation, knowing the likelihood of biased rejection, required a particular kind of courage rarely acknowledged in historical accounts. This wasn't the adrenaline-fueled bravery of a single moment of protest, but the sustained emotional labour of maintaining dignity and determination in the face of systematic devaluation. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 transformed American society, creating opportunities for marginalized groups even as it imposed new constraints. For Janet Bragg, the war years represented not just a national crisis, but a complex reconfiguration of possibilities within aviation. As male pilots were rapidly absorbed into military service, the civilian aviation sector faced critical personnel shortages. This created opportunities previously inaccessible to women and people of colour. The Women's Air Force Service Pilots WASP program began recruiting female pilots to handle non-combat flying duties, from ferrying aircraft to training operations. Janet, with her extensive flight experience and technical knowledge, should have been an ideal candidate for the WASP program. Yet when she submitted her application in early 1942, she encountered a familiar barrier. The program, while willing to challenge gender conventions, maintained rigid racial exclusion. Throughout the program's existence, not a single black woman received acceptance. This rejection represents one of the most telling contradictions of wartime America. The nation mobilized around rhetoric of democracy and freedom while maintaining systems of segregation that undermined these very principles. For Janet, it crystallized the understanding that progress would never be granted through benevolence. It would need to be claimed through strategic persistence. Rather than allowing this setback to derail her aviation ambitions, Janet pivoted toward an area where her combined medical and aeronautical knowledge created unique value. The emerging field of aviation medicine was gaining importance as military pilots encountered physiological challenges at high altitudes and under combat stress. Janet developed a specialized knowledge base that bridged her two professional identities. She secured a position at the Howard University Medical School, where researchers were studying the physiological impacts of high-altitude flying on pilot performance. This work placed Janet at the intersection of two fields, aviation and medicine, where she could contribute meaningfully without requiring immediate acceptance as a pilot. The research had particular relevance for black pilots training at Tuskegee, who were subject to additional scrutiny regarding their physical fitness for combat flying. Accounts that solely focus on Janet's piloting achievements often overlook her work during this period, yet her contributions to aviation medicine helped establish protocols for oxygen use, recognition of hypoxia symptoms, and strategies for managing G-force effects, knowledge that benefited all pilots, regardless of race or gender. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Chicago aviation community, returning regularly to fly at Robins Airfield and mentor newer pilots in the Challenger Air Pilots Association. The wartime gasoline rationing created significant challenges for civilian recreational flying, but Janet leveraged her medical credentials to secure fuel allocations by framing her flights as essential professional development related to her aviation medicine work. This period also saw Janet develop sophisticated strategies for navigating segregated aviation facilities when travelling. She compiled what amounted to a personal green book for black pilots, a network of airfields, mechanics, and lodgings that would accommodate African American aviators. This knowledge became a valuable resource shared among the small community of black pilots who continued civilian flying during the war years. Perhaps the most significant wartime development for Janet was her persistent pursuit of commercial certification, culminating in her successful examination in 1943. The details of this achievement deserve closer examination than they typically receive. The certification occurred not because discrimination had suddenly disappeared, but because pilot shortages had become so acute that the Civil Aeronautics Authority faced pressure to utilize all qualified personnel. The examiner who finally signed off on Janet's commercial license, a man named Harold Wallum, later acknowledged that he had approached her test with heightened scrutiny, but found her performance impossible to fault. This backhanded compliment reveals much about the nature of progress. Janet didn't succeed because the system had become fair, but because she had prepared so thoroughly that even an unfair system couldn't reasonably reject her. With commercial certification secured, Janet began seeking commercial flying opportunities, only to discover that the same wartime conditions that had made certification possible also limited civilian commercial operations. Airlines were primarily engaged in military transport contracts, and their hiring remained restricted by both racial and gender barriers. Rather than waiting for these barriers to fall, Janet created her own opportunity by establishing a small aerial photography business. Using her own aircraft, she secured contracts to photograph real estate developments and construction projects from the air, providing valuable documentation for investors and insurance companies. This entrepreneurial venture allowed her to log commercial flight hours and generate income from aviation without requiring institutional acceptance from established carriers. The war years also deepened Janet's involvement with the Tuskegee Aviation Program, where she served as an informal advisor on both medical and operational matters. Her presence as a commercially certified black female pilot provided a powerful counterpoint to those who questioned black pilots' capabilities. When Tuskegee airmen returned from combat missions in Europe with distinguished records, Janet helped document and publicize their achievements, understanding the importance of making black excellence in aviation visible to both African American communities and the broader public. As the war drew to a close in 1945, Janet found herself in a transformed aviation landscape, one with new possibilities but also revived restrictions as returning white male veterans reclaimed positions throughout the industry. The strategies she had developed during the war years would prove essential as she navigated the complex terrain of post-war aviation. The immediate post-war period presented a paradoxical landscape for Janet Bragg. The same GI Bill that created unprecedented educational and economic opportunities for millions of white veterans systematically excluded many black service members, particularly in the South. The aviation industry, which had reluctantly opened some doors during wartime necessity, began reinstating exclusionary practices as white men returned to civilian life. Rather than focusing solely on her individual advancement, Janet recognized the opportunity to build institutional capacity for black participation in aviation. This period marked a shift in her approach, from proving her capabilities to creating systems that would nurture the next generation of black aviators. In 1946, Janet and several Challenger Club members established Bragg Air Service, a fixed-base operation providing aircraft maintenance, flight instruction, and charter services. Located at Robins Airfield, the business represented more than a commercial venture. It was an institution designed to normalize black presence in aviation commerce. The structure of Bragg Air Service reveals Janet's business acumen. Rather than competing directly with larger operations serving white clientele, she positioned her company to meet specialized needs within Chicago's growing black middle class. As property ownership increased among African Americans, aerial photography for insurance and development purposes created a market niche that white-owned aviation businesses rarely served effectively. Additionally, Bragg Air Service specialized in maintenance for smaller aircraft owners who often found themselves overlooked by larger service operations. Janet recruited and trained black mechanics, creating employment opportunities while building essential technical capacity within the community. Her insistence on meticulous record-keeping and certification documentation protected the business from the excessive regulatory scrutiny often applied to black-owned enterprises. What's particularly noteworthy about this period in Janet's life was her development of an informal apprenticeship system. Recognizing that formal aviation training remained largely inaccessible to young black aspirants, she created structured opportunities for them to gain experience at Robins Airfield. Young people began in ground operations, fueling aircraft, cleaning hangars, managing paperwork, while receiving incremental exposure to flight operations and maintenance procedures. Several teenagers who started sweeping the Bragg Air Service hangar eventually became licensed pilots and aviation professionals, their paths facilitated by Janet's deliberate mentorship. She understood that representation alone was insufficient. The pipeline required active development and protection. During this same period, Janet expanded her property investments, purchasing several apartment buildings in Chicago's South Side. This diversification provided financial stability that supported her aviation activities during periods when the business faced challenges. It also gave her leverage within Chicago's business community, where property ownership translated into political influence. Janet utilized this influence strategically, advocating for infrastructure improvements at Robins Airfield and fighting against zoning changes that threatened its operation. When developers began eyeing the airfield land for residential construction in the late 1940s, Janet organized a coalition of business owners and aviation enthusiasts to protect this crucial community asset. The preservation of Robins Airfield became a case study in community resistance to development pressures that frequently targeted black-owned spaces. Janet framed the airfield not merely as a business location, but as an educational institution and point of pride for Chicago's African-American community. This reframing helped secure political support that other black businesses often lacked. Janet's activism extended beyond local aviation concerns to national policy discussions. She became involved with the National Airmen's Association of America, an organization advocating for integration of commercial airlines and expanded opportunities for black pilots. Her approach to advocacy reflected her nursing background, methodically documenting disparities, presenting evidence rather than accusations, and proposing specific remedies rather than general grievances. When major airlines began considering token integration in the late 1940s, Janet positioned herself as a resource for companies navigating unfamiliar territory. Rather than adopting an adversarial stance, she offered her expertise in managing the complexities of integration, drawing parallels to processes she had observed in healthcare settings. This strategic positioning allowed her to influence hiring discussions without being dismissed as merely self-interested. Simultaneously, Janet continued her own professional development, securing additional ratings and certifications that enhanced her credibility within aviation circles. She obtained instrument and multi-engine ratings, completing training at facilities that had previously excluded black pilots. Each credential she added signified not only her personal accomplishments, but also another breach in the system of segregation. By 1950, Janet had built a multifaceted career that spanned aviation, healthcare, and real estate, an unusual portfolio that provided both financial security and multiple platforms for advancing equity. What makes her approach during this period particularly instructive was her recognition that progress required both persistent individual excellence and institutional development. She understood that proving black capability was necessary but insufficient. The creation of sustaining structures was equally essential. The aviation community Janet helped build at Robins became more than a collection of pilots and mechanics. It functioned as an educational ecosystem where knowledge circulated freely across generational and experiential boundaries. Veteran pilots mentored newcomers, mechanics shared specialized knowledge, and Janet ensured that business skills, bookkeeping, customer service, regulatory compliance were transmitted alongside technical aviation skills. This holistic approach to community capacity building represented a sophisticated response to systemic exclusion. Rather than focusing exclusively on individual achievements or symbolic firsts, Janet invested in creating an environment where black excellence in aviation could become self-sustaining and continuously regenerating. The dawn of the organised civil rights movement in the 1950s presented Janet Bragg with both new opportunities and complex choices. As public attention increasingly focused on racial discrimination, Janet found herself navigating the delicate balance between her established strategies of incremental progress and this movement's growing emphasis on direct action and visible protest. Janet's approach to civil rights advocacy was shaped by her experiences in both aviation and healthcare, fields where precision, careful preparation, and attention to detail were matters of life and death. Rather than participating in marches or demonstrations, she leveraged her professional standing to challenge discrimination through institutional channels that were often invisible to the public, but nonetheless effective in creating concrete change. In 1954, when the landmark Brown v. Board of Education decision theoretically ended segregation in public education, Janet recognized implications for aviation training that few others identified. She immediately began compiling evidence of continuing discrimination in federally funded flight training programs, documenting instances where qualified black applicants were rejected from programs that received government support. Working through professional networks rather than public campaigns, Janet arranged meetings with Federal Aviation Administration officials to present her findings. Her presentation style was characteristically strategic, framing the issue not as moral outrage, but as regulatory non-compliance that exposed the agency to legal liability and negative publicity. This behind-the-scenes advocacy contributed to policy revisions requiring aviation training programs receiving federal funds to document their admissions decisions and demonstrate non-discrimination. While less dramatic than televised protests, these administrative changes created accountability mechanisms that gradually increased black access to professional flight training. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Tuskegee aviation community, which was undergoing its own transition as military service opportunities expanded for black pilots following President Truman's 1948 executive order desegregating the armed forces. She developed a remarkable pattern of support for young black men entering Air Force training, creating an informal network that connected Tuskegee veterans with new recruits. This mentorship took practical forms. Janet regularly hosted gatherings where experienced pilots shared strategies for navigating military aviation culture with newcomers. These sessions addressed not just technical flying skills, but the psychological aspects of performing under the heightened scrutiny that black military aviators still face despite formal desegregation. Janet's Chicago apartment became a way station for black pilots traveling between assignments, providing not just lodging, but a crucial sense of community and continuity in a field where isolation often compounded other challenges. This role as community anchor rarely appears in official histories, but emerges consistently in the personal reminiscences of black aviators from this period. By the late 1950s, Janet had developed a sophisticated understanding of how integration functioned in practice rather than theory. She observed that mere removal of explicit exclusionary policies rarely translated into meaningful inclusion without additional structural changes. Drawing on this insight, she began advocating for specific reforms in commercial aviation hiring, including blind initial application reviews and standardized technical assessment procedures. Janet approached United Airlines in 1958 with a proposal for revising their pilot hiring process, positioning her suggestions as improvements in merit-based selection rather than diversity initiatives. This framing, which emphasized operational excellence rather than social justice, proved effective in an industry where safety concerns could override even entrenched prejudice. While United didn't immediately implement her recommendations, the dialogue she initiated contributed to gradual reforms over subsequent years. Throughout this period, Janet maintained her multifaceted professional identity, continuing her nursing career while operating Bragg Air Service and managing her real estate investments. This diversification provided not just financial stability, but multiple platforms from which to advance equity goals. When direct progress in aviation stalled, she could shift focus to healthcare integration or community development through her property holdings. As the civil rights movement gained momentum in the early 1960s, Janet faced questions about her relatively low profile in public activism. Some younger advocates criticised her incremental approach as insufficiently bold, suggesting her professional success had distanced her from the urgency of racial justice. Janet's response to such criticism revealed her strategic thinking about social change. In a 1960 speech to the Negro Airmen International Convention, she articulated what might be called a theory of specialised contribution. Not everyone can or should be on the front lines of protest. Some of us must work within systems to bring about changes from the inside. Some must build alternative structures that demonstrate what is possible. Some must document and preserve our achievements so they cannot be erased. This perspective reflected her understanding that movements require diverse tactics and multiple points of pressure to succeed. Janet wasn't opposed to direct action. She provided financial support to several civil rights organizations and opened her properties to activists needing safe accommodation during Chicago campaigns. But she recognized that her most effective contribution came through different channels. The 1963 March on Washington represented a pivotal moment in Janet's relationship with the broader civil rights movement. Though she attended the march, she participated not as an individual, but as a representative of black aviation professionals, carrying documentation of the field's racial disparities to distribute to congressional offices, while others gathered at the Lincoln Memorial. This characteristic approach, leveraging moments of high visibility to advance specific policy objectives, typified Janet's pragmatic activism. While others created essential public pressure through mass mobilization, she worked to translate that pressure into concrete regulatory and institutional changes that would outlast any single demonstration. By the mid-1960s, as the civil rights movement achieved legislative victories with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Janet turned her attention to ensuring effective implementation in aviation contexts. She developed monitoring systems to track hiring patterns at airlines and training institutions, creating accountability through data rather than relying solely on legal mandates. This period also saw Janet increase her focus on gender equity within aviation, recognizing that racial barriers were often compounded by gender discrimination. She began formally mentoring young black women interested in aviation careers, helping them navigate the distinct challenges created by the intersection of race and gender bias. Janet's navigation of the civil rights era demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of how social change occurs, not just through visible moments of confrontation and legislative victories, but through persistent pressure on multiple fronts, including the unglamorous work of policy implementation and institutional reform. As Janet Bragg entered her later years, she confronted a challenge familiar to many pioneers, the risk of having her contributions minimized or forgotten, as the very barriers she helped dismantle became less visible to subsequent generations. Her response to this challenge reveals as much about her character as her earlier achievements. Rather than focusing on securing personal recognition, Janet dedicated herself to documenting the broader history of black aviation. Throughout the 1970s, she systematically collected photographs, logbooks, correspondence, and oral histories from aging members of the Challenger Air Pilots Association and other early black aviators. She conducted this archival work with the same methodical attention she had given to her nursing and flying careers. Janet understood that preservation of this history served multiple purposes. It provided validation for those who had struggled against overwhelming odds, created educational resources for young people who might otherwise assume aviation had always been accessible, and established an evidentiary record that prevented historical revisionism about when and how integration had occurred. In 1976, as the nation celebrated its bicentennial with numerous historical exhibitions and publications, Janet noticed the near-total absence of black aviators from these commemorations. Rather than merely protesting this omission, she developed a travelling exhibition titled Black Wings, featuring photographs and artefacts from her growing collection. What made this exhibition remarkable was Janet's insistence that it appear not just in traditionally black institutions, but in mainstream aviation museums and events. When the Experimental Aircraft Association initially declined to host the exhibition at its annual Air Venture gathering in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Janet didn't accept the rejection. Instead, she enlisted support from several prominent white pilots she had befriended over decades in aviation, creating the external pressure needed to reverse the decision. The exhibition's appearance at Air Venture in 1977 marked a turning point in public recognition of black contributions to aviation history. Thousands of aviation enthusiasts encountered this history for the first time, many expressing surprise at its depth and significance. Janet personally guided special tours for aviation journalists, ensuring the exhibition received coverage in the industry publications that reached audiences beyond those physically attending the event. This period also saw Janet emerge as a sought-after speaker, particularly as women's increasing entry into aviation created interest in female pioneers. Her presentations were notable not for dramatic oratory, but for their precision and evidentiary approach. Rather than telling her personal story in isolation, she consistently placed her experiences within broader historical contexts, connecting individual achievements to collective struggles for equality. In academic settings, Janet became an important primary source for researchers studying aviation history, women's history, and African American history. Her meticulous record-keeping proved invaluable to scholars who had previously struggled to document aspects of black aviation history obscured by institutional neglect and deliberate erasure. Janet's relationship with younger black aviators during this period deserves particular attention. As commercial airlines finally began hiring black pilots in meaningful numbers during the 1970s and 1980s, many sought out Janet for guidance on navigating predominantly white institutions. Her advice reflected decades of accumulated wisdom about when to challenge discrimination directly and when to focus on excellence as its form of resistance. Several pilots who would later reach senior positions at major carriers cited Janet's mentorship as crucial to their ability to persist through difficult early experiences. Her apartment in Chicago. It remained a gathering place where multiple generations of black aviation professionals could share strategies and support across experiential divides. In 1986, Janet received belated recognition from the Federal Aviation Administration with their Pioneer Award, acknowledging her contributions to American aviation. The ceremony brought together aviation officials who had once denied her opportunities with younger administrators who had benefited from the changes she helped create. This juxtaposition might have invited bitterness, but Janet approached the occasion with characteristic grace and strategic focus. She used her acceptance speech not for personal vindication, but to highlight continuing disparities in aviation access and employment. By presenting current statistics alongside historical context, she made clear that while progress had occurred, the work remained unfinished. This approach transformed what might have been merely commemorative into a call for ongoing commitment to equity. As Janet entered her 90s, she began the process of ensuring her collection would remain accessible after her lifetime. Rather than waiting for institutions to approach her, she actively researched for potential repositories, evaluating their commitment to making materials available to both scholars and community members. She ultimately divided her papers between the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and the Atlanta University Center archives, creating multiple access points to this crucial history. Janet Bragg passed away in 1993 at the age of 86, having witnessed transformations in American aviation that would have seemed impossible when she took her first flight lessons in 1933. At the time of her death, black pilots commanded jumbo jets for major carriers, served as astronauts in the space program, and held leadership positions in aviation organizations that had once excluded them entirely. Yet Janet's most profound legacy may lie not in these visible markers of progress, but in the approach to change she embodied throughout her life. She demonstrated that effective advocacy requires not just courage and persistence, but strategic thinking about where and how to apply pressure. She understood that systems change through multiple mechanisms: legal challenges, policy reforms, economic leverage, cultural shifts, and individual excellence all playing necessary roles. Perhaps most importantly, Janet Bragg's life illustrates that history is not merely something that happens to people, but something they actively shape through deliberate choices and sustained commitment. She didn't simply participate in the evolution of American aviation. She helped direct its course through strategic action at key moments. Close your eyes and imagine a time before forks existed, before napkins, before anyone ever told you to keep your elbows off the table. We're going back roughly 300,000 years to when your ancient ancestors were just trying to figure out this whole being human thing, and table manners ranked somewhere below avoid being eaten by large cats on their list of concerns. Picture early humans gathered around a fire as the sun sets, casting orange light across the landscape. There's no table, obviously. That innovation is still tens of thousands of years away. Instead, people crouch, or sit on the ground, probably on whatever flat rock seemed most comfortable that day. The meal is simple. Perhaps some roasted meat from the day's hunt, maybe roots or berries gathered from the surrounding area, all eaten with the original utensils, your hands. There's a certain poetry to this simplicity. No one worried about which fork to use because forks didn't exist. No one stressed about proper posture because there were no chairs to slouch in. The biggest etiquette concern was probably making sure everyone got their fair share, which is actually a form of table manners when you think about it, just the most fundamental kind. The fire crackles softly. Someone tears off a piece of meat and passes it along. Fingers get greasy, and that's perfectly fine because the concept of finger bowls won't be invented for another several millennia. When you're done eating, you might wipe your hands on grass or simply lick them clean. The evening air is cool and bellies are full, and that's really all that matters. As thousands of years drift by like lazy clouds, humans start developing small rituals around eating. Not rules exactly, but patterns. Maybe the eldest person eats first. Maybe certain foods are shared while others are claimed individually. These aren't written guidelines, writing hasn't been invented yet, but they're the seeds of what will eventually become table manners. The rhythm of communal eating develops its own gentle cadence. There's something deeply soothing about eating together, sharing food prepared over the same fire. You can almost hear the soft sounds of prehistoric meals, the crackle of flames, the murmur of voices in early languages we'd never recognise, and the simple satisfaction of full stomachs and warm companionship. In caves across Europe, Africa and Asia, similar scenes play out night after night. The details vary. Different foods, different landscapes, different faces around different fires. But the essence remains constant. Humans eating together, developing the first social bonds that would eventually lead to civilization. Table manners, in their most primitive form, are really just the codification of respect and sharing. There's no stress in these ancient meals, no wondering if you're using the right spoon, or whether your napkin should go on your left or right. Just the simple act of eating, together, as darkness settles in around the fire's warm glow. Let that simplicity wash over you like a warm bath. Now we're going to fast forward, and you can feel time flowing like honey, slow and sweet, to around 3000 BCE, when civilizations in Mesopotamia and Egypt started getting fancy with their eating arrangements. This is where things start getting interesting in a wonderfully drowsy sort of way. The Sumerians, those clever people who invented writing and the wheel and beer, truly humanity's greatest hits, also began developing the first real dining customs. Imagine a wealthy Sumerian household where low tables appear for the first time. People still sit on the floor or on cushions, but now there's a designated surface for food. It's a small change that makes a big difference, like the first time someone decided beds were better than sleeping on bare ground. In these early Mesopotamian homes, bread served as both food and plate. You'd tear off a piece of flatbread and use it to scoop up stews, vegetables and meats. When you finished eating, you could eat your plate. It's brilliantly efficient and remarkably tidy. No dishes to wash afterward. The warm bread in your hands, slightly oily from whatever it had scooped, still radiating gentle heat from the oven. Egyptian dining customs evolved along similar lines but with their own special flourishes. The wealthy Egyptians loved a good feast, and they developed elaborate protocols around these meals. Servants would bring water and natron, a naturally occurring salt, for guests to wash their hands before eating. It's the first recorded instance of pre-meal hand washing, which means somewhere around 2500 BCE. Someone decided clean hands made for better dining. Picture yourself at an Egyptian banquet. The room is cool despite the desert heat outside thanks to thick mud brick walls. Palm fronds wave gently overhead, creating shifting patterns of shadow and light. You're seated on a low stool, and before you is a small table laden with food. Roasted duck, fresh figs, bread still warm from the oven, and beer in a clay vessel that stays surprisingly cool. A servant approaches with a bowl of water and a clean cloth. You dip your fingers in the water, It's been infused with flower petals, and it smells faintly of lotus blossoms. The cloth is soft linen, woven so finely it feels like a whisper against your skin. This is civilization's way of saying, before we eat together, let's be clean together. It's a small gesture that carries enormous meaning. The Egyptians also pioneered the concept of dining in courses rather than having everything presented at once. First might come fruits and vegetables, then fish, then meat, each course arriving with its own subtle ceremony. There's a rhythm to this kind of eating, a gentle progression that mirrors the flow of the Nile itself, steady, predictable, soothing. In ancient China, around the same period, entirely different dining customs were emerging. The Chinese developed the use of chopsticks around 1200 BCE, and with them came a whole philosophy of eating. Chopsticks required patience, precision and practice. They slowed down the eating process, which the Chinese sages believed was healthier for digestion and better for social interaction. Confucius, that wise teacher whose thoughts would influence Asian culture for millennia, had strong opinions about dining. He believed that the way you ate revealed your character. Food should be cut into small, manageable pieces in the kitchen, never at the table, where knives might suggest violence. Meals should be eaten slowly, with attention to flavours and textures. Conversation should be gentle and thoughtful. Can you feel how these ancient practices were already moving toward mindfulness? The Egyptians with their ritual hand-washing, the Chinese with their deliberate chopsticks, and the Mesopotamians with their orderly progression of courses, all of them were discovering that eating could be more than just fuel consumption. It could be meditation, ceremony, or art. In ancient Greece, symposiums became the height of civilized dining. Men would recline on couches, yes, lying down while eating. The Greeks really knew how to relax and enjoy course after course of food while discussing philosophy, poetry, and politics. Wine was mixed with water in special vessels called craters, and there were specific protocols for how much water to add depending on the seriousness of the discussion. The gentle clinking of ceramic cups, the soft rustle of robes as diners shifted on their couches, and the murmur of thoughtful conversation punctuated by laughter. Greek dining rooms must have had a wonderfully peaceful energy. Even the occasional heated debate would eventually smooth out into philosophical contemplation as the evening wore on and the wine-to-water ratio shifted. Romans, never ones to be outdone by Greeks, took the concept of elaborate dining and expanded it to almost absurd levels. A wealthy Roman dinner party, called a convivium, could last for hours, featuring dozens of courses, entertainment between dishes, and social rituals that made modern etiquette look simple by comparison. But here's what's lovely about Roman dining customs. Despite all the elaborate protocols, the underlying goal was comfort and pleasure. Couches were cushioned with the softest fabrics. Rooms were designed to catch cooling breezes in summer and retain warmth in winter. Servants moved silently, ensuring guests never had to reach for anything. The entire experience was engineered to help diners relax completely. Imagine reclining on one of those Roman dining couches, propped up on your left elbow as was customary, leaving your right hand free for eating. The cushions beneath you are stuffed with wool and covered in linen that's been washed so many times it feels like silk. The room smells of olive oil, herbs, and the faint smokiness of the kitchen fires. Someone is playing a lyre in the corner, very softly, just loud enough to fill the silence between conversations. These ancient civilizations were discovering something profound, that how we eat together shapes who we become together. Table manners weren't just arbitrary rules, they were frameworks for connection, opportunities for artistry, and pathways to peace. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let that understanding settle over you like a warm, gentle blanket. We're moving forward now through time like a slow river, arriving in medieval Europe around 1000 CE. This is when table manners started becoming truly codified, written down in manuscripts that nobles would study with the same seriousness we might apply to learning a new language. The medieval period is fascinating for table manners because it represents a kind of bridge between ancient informality and modern refinement. Castles and manor houses had great halls where dozens or even hundreds of people might eat together, creating a need for clear social rules about how to behave when you're sharing a trestle table with everyone from knights to kitchen staff. Picture a great hall on a winter evening. Torches and candles provide flickering light that makes shadows dance on stone walls. The fire in the central hearth crackles and pops, sending occasional sparks upward. Long wooden tables run the length of the hall, and people are beginning to gather for the evening meal. The air smells of wood smoke, roasting meat, and the musty scent of the rushes scattered on the floor. You're seated on a wooden bench. Chairs with backs are still mostly reserved for the very important people at the high table. Before you is a trencher, which is a thick slice of stale bread that serves as your plate. It's going to soak up juices and gravies from your meal, and by the end of dinner, it will be thoroughly saturated and delicious. Sometimes trenchers were given to the poor after meals, other times they were eaten by the diners themselves. Waste not, want not. Medieval table manners were spelled out in texts with wonderfully specific instructions. One 13th century guide advised, "Do not touch your ears or nose with your bare hands while eating." Another suggested, "Refrain from picking your teeth with your knife." These instructions tell us something important. They wouldn't need to write these rules down if people weren't doing these things. Medieval dining was clearly a work in progress. The concept of sharing was central to medieval eating. You didn't have your own cup, you shared one with your neighbour. Large serving dishes called messes were placed along the table, and groups of 4 to 6 people would eat from the same mess. This required cooperation and a certain amount of consideration. Taking too much meant your messmates would go hungry. Hogging the shared cup meant thirsty neighbours. Etiquette manuals from this period emphasise cleanliness, with an almost desperate urgency. Wash your hands before eating, they insist. Wipe your mouth before drinking from the shared cup. Don't put food back into the communal dish after you've bitten it. Reading between the lines, you can sense medieval people trying very hard to make communal dining more pleasant, while working with limited resources. Forks were virtually unknown in medieval Europe. They wouldn't become common until the Renaissance. Instead, you ate with a knife and your fingers, which required a certain delicacy. You were supposed to eat with your thumb, index, and middle fingers only. Using all 5 fingers was considered boorish. It's oddly specific, but when you think about it, eating with just 3 fingers does require more precision and care than grabbing food with your whole hand. The rhythm of a medieval meal had its own soothing quality. First, servants brought basins of water around for hand washing. Then bread was placed on the table, not just the trenchers, but fresh bread for eating. Then came the first course, usually something in a sauce that could be scooped up with bread. Between courses there might be entertainment, a minstrel singing, a juggler performing, or simply conversation flowing up and down the long tables. Drinking customs had their own gentle ceremony. When you wanted wine or ale, you didn't just grab the shared cup and drink. You were supposed to wipe your mouth first, so you wouldn't leave food residue on the rim. Then you drank, wiped the rim clean, and passed the cup to your neighbour. It created a rhythm. Wipe, drink, wipe, pass. The cup was making its way around the table like a slow, companionable dance. One particularly charming medieval custom was the voider, a bowl placed on the table for bones, shells, and other inedible scraps. The name itself is wonderfully descriptive. It's where food goes to be voided from the meal. Servants would periodically empty the voiders and bring fresh ones, keeping the table relatively tidy despite the absence of individual plates. As the evening progressed and the meal moved through its courses, the great hall would grow warmer from all the bodies and the fire, louder from wine and conversation, and somehow more intimate despite the crowds. There's something about sharing food from communal dishes and drinking from shared cups that breaks down social barriers, even in hierarchical medieval society. The highest-ranking people sat at the high table, which was literally elevated on a platform so everyone could see them. This created a theatre of dining, the noble family eating in full view, while the rest of the hall watched and tried to emulate their manners. It was etiquette as performance art, teaching by example rather than lecture. By the end of a medieval feast, the trenchers would be soggy with gravy, the voiders full and the shared cups well circulated. More water would be brought for hand washing, even more important now than before the meal. Herbs might be chewed to freshen breath. Some households provided finger bowls scented with rosewater, a small luxury that made the clean-up process feel less like a chore and more like a ritual. As you imagine all of this, the warm hall, the friendly chaos, the shared dishes and cups, the gentle rhythm of medieval dining, let yourself relax into the communal nature of it all. There's something deeply comforting about eating together like this, connected by shared vessels and shared spaces, all of you experiencing the same meal in the same moment. Drift forward with me now through the 1400s and into the 1500s, as Europe awakens from its medieval slumber into the Renaissance. This is when table manners transformed from practical guidelines for group eating into an elaborate code that signalled education, status and sophistication. It's also when dining becomes genuinely beautiful, in ways that would have seemed impossibly fancy to our medieval ancestors. The Renaissance began in Italy, and so did many dining innovations. Italian nobles, flush with wealth from trade and banking, began competing to host the most impressive dinner parties. This competition drove innovation in everything from table settings to menu planning to the physical act of eating itself. Imagine being invited to a dinner at a Florentine palazzo in 1550. You enter a room that's been transformed into a work of art. The walls are hung with tapestries depicting classical scenes. The ceiling has been painted with clouds and cherubs. Candles, expensive wax candles, not smoky tallow, provide warm, steady light from silver candelabras. The table itself makes you pause. It's covered with white linen so fine you can almost see through it, and the cloth drapes to the floor in perfect folds. On this pristine white canvas, an entire landscape of dishes has been arranged. Silver platters, ceramic bowls painted with intricate designs, and glass vessels that catch the candlelight and throw rainbow sparkles across the tablecloth. And here's something new. Each guest has their own plate. Not a bread trencher, but an actual plate made of pewter or ceramic. Individual plates were a Renaissance innovation that changed everything about how people ate. Even more revolutionary, you have your own cup, made of glass perhaps, or silver if your host is particularly wealthy. It sits to your right, and it's yours alone for the entire meal. No more wiping and passing. You can drink whenever you want without coordination or consideration for others. It's a small change that represents a massive shift in dining philosophy, from communal to individual, from shared to personal. But the most significant innovation sits beside your plate, looking innocent but carrying revolutionary implications. A fork. The fork had existed for centuries in the Byzantine Empire and parts of the Middle East, but it was Catherine de' Medici who really popularised it in Western Europe when she brought the custom from Italy to France in 1533. At first, people thought forks were pretentious, even sinful. After all, God gave you fingers for eating. But slowly the fork's practicality won out. Using a fork required learning entirely new skills. You couldn't just stab at your food randomly. There was a right way and a wrong way. The fork went in your left hand, the knife in your right. You used the knife to cut and the fork to spear and lift to your mouth. It was a kind of dance, a coordination of both hands working together. Mastering it marked you as educated and refined. Italian etiquette manuals from this period are wonderfully detailed. They explain not just what to do, but why. Don't blow on your food to cool it. Wait patiently for it to cool naturally. Don't make noise when you eat. Chew quietly and deliberately. Don't gesture wildly with your hands while talking. Keep your movements controlled and graceful. Every action should demonstrate restraint, patience, and consideration. The Renaissance obsession with classical antiquity extended to dining. Wealthy hosts tried to recreate Roman banquets, with similar reclining couches and elaborate courses. But they also added new elements, printed menus describing each course, decorative sculptures made of sugar or marzipan, and even mechanical devices that moved dishes around the table. Dining became theatre, spectacle, and art. Picture yourself at one of these elaborate Renaissance dinners. The first course arrives, a delicate soup served in painted bowls. You notice everyone picking up the bowl carefully, bringing it to their lips to sip rather than slurping from a spoon. The warmth of the soup, the subtle flavours of herbs and cream, the gentle clink of ceramic against the table, it's all very refined, very controlled. Between courses, servants appear with water and cloths for hand washing, even though you're using utensils and theoretically not getting your hands dirty. It's become more ritual than necessity, a pause in the meal that allows for conversation and digestion. The water is scented, perhaps with lavender or lemon, and the cloths are warmed. Even the practical aspects of dining have become luxurious. The French court took Italian refinement and elevated it further. Under Louis XIV, dining at Versailles became so elaborate that it required guidebooks. The Sun King dined in public like a medieval lord, but with such ceremony that watching him eat was considered entertainment. There were officials whose only job was to carry the king's napkin, others who tasted his food, and still others who managed the progression of courses. French etiquette introduced the concept of service à la française, French service, where all the dishes for each course were placed on the table simultaneously, creating an impressive display. You didn't simply eat. You surveyed the options, made choices, and constructed your own meal from the available dishes. It required both decision-making and restraint. You couldn't try everything without appearing greedy. Napkins evolved during this period into something approaching what we use today. Renaissance napkins were large squares of linen, often embroidered with family crests or decorative patterns. They had multiple uses, wiping your fingers and a mouth, protecting your clothing, and even being tied around your neck like a bib for particularly saucy dishes. Some etiquette manuals suggested elaborate napkin folds that could take servants hours to perfect. The seating arrangement at Renaissance dinners followed strict protocols. The most important guests sat to the host's right, the second most important to their left, and so on down the table in descending order of rank. Where you sat announced your social status to everyone present. This created a physical representation of social hierarchy, with the table itself becoming a map of power and prestige. Music often accompanied these elaborate meals, but it was carefully chosen to be soothing rather than stimulating. Soft lute music, perhaps, or a small ensemble playing gentle madrigals. The music filled the spaces between conversation without overwhelming it, like a sonic tablecloth underneath the sounds of dining. Even the music was refined, controlled, and perfectly pitched to enhance rather than dominate. As you imagine yourself in this Renaissance dining room, the candlelight, the music, the careful choreography of utensils and courses, notice how much more deliberate everything has become. Medieval dining was communal and energetic. Renaissance dining is individual and contemplative. Both have their charms, but there's something particularly peaceful about this new approach, where every movement is considered, every gesture meaningful. Let the refinement of it all wash over you. The careful placement of forks and knives, the gentle rhythm of courses, the soft candlelight reflecting off polished silver. This is dining as meditation, eating as an art form. Close your eyes and breathe in the lavender-scented water from the finger bowl. Feel the smooth linen of the napkin, and hear the quiet clink of silver against ceramic. Everything is designed to create peace, beauty, and harmony. Now we're moving into the 19th century, and if you thought Renaissance dining was elaborate, just wait. The Victorian era took table manners and transformed them into something approaching rocket science. This was the peak of dining complexity, when knowing which fork to use could make or break your social standing. Settle deeper into your comfortable spot, because understanding Victorian table manners requires a kind of relaxed attention. If you try too hard to follow all the rules, you'll just get confused. better to let them wash over you like a gentle, very particular wave. In Victorian Britain and America, the middle class was expanding rapidly. Suddenly, people who had grown up eating simple meals from simple dishes found themselves with enough money to host dinner parties. But having money wasn't enough. You also needed to know how to behave properly. This created a massive market for etiquette books, which multiplied like rabbits and filled pages with increasingly specific instructions. The Victorian dinner table was a marvel of organisation. At a formal dinner, you might have 6 or 7 different forks, each designed for a specific course. There was the fish fork with its slightly wider tines. The salad fork is smaller than the dinner fork, the oyster fork tiny and specialised. The placement of these utensils communicated the menu. You could read the table like a map of the meal to come. But forks were just the beginning. You also had multiple knives, a butter knife, a fish knife, a dinner knife, and a cheese knife. Multiple spoons, soup spoon, dessert spoon, and demitasse spoon for coffee. Multiple glasses, water goblet, red wine glass, white wine glass, sherry glass, and champagne flute. A fully set Victorian table could have 20 pieces of silverware and glassware per person. The rule for using all these utensils was actually quite simple, though memorising what went where was complex. Start from the outside and work your way in. The outermost fork was for the first course, the next one in for the second course, and so on. This meant you didn't need to know what each utensil was called, you just needed to know the sequence. Picture yourself at a Victorian dinner party. You're wearing formal clothing that's slightly uncomfortable, corsets for women, tight collars for men. The dining room is elaborately decorated with heavy curtains, ornate furniture, and multiple layers of table linens. The table itself is a landscape of china, crystal, and silver, all gleaming in the light from a chandelier overhead. The meal begins with soup served by gloved servants who move silently around the table. You pick up your soup spoon, the largest spoon at your place setting, and here's where it gets specific. You're supposed to spoon soup away from you, not toward you. This prevents drips from falling on your clothing. You sip from the side of the spoon, not the tip. You never, ever blow on the soup to cool it, no matter how hot it is. When you've finished your soup, you place the spoon on the plate beneath the bowl, handle pointing to the 4 o'clock position. This signals to the servants that you're done and they can clear your place. Every position of the utensils communicated something. Resting position meant you were pausing, and finished position meant they could clear. Between each course, servants would change not just the plates but also the utensils. What you'd eaten fish with would be replaced with fresh implements for the next course. This created a rhythm to the meal. Eat, pause while the table is cleared and reset, eat the next course, pause again. The pauses were for conversation, which was as choreographed as the eating. Victorian conversation rules were elaborate. You were supposed to talk to the person on your right during some courses and the person on your left during others. Topics were carefully circumscribed, nothing too political, religious or personal. The weather was safe. Recent books were acceptable. Garden design was perfect. The goal was pleasant, uncontroversial conversation that helped digestion rather than hindering it. Napkin use had evolved into an art form. When you sat down, you unfolded your napkin and placed it across your lap. Never tucked into your collar like a bib. You used it to dab your mouth, not wipe vigorously. If you needed to leave the table temporarily, you placed the napkin on your chair. Only when the meal was completely finished did you put the napkin on the table, and even then, you didn't fold it neatly. That might suggest you expected to use the same napkin again, implying your host didn't have enough clean napkins for every meal. The Victorian era introduced what the French called service à la Russe, Russian service, which replaced the French style. Instead of all dishes appearing at once, Russian service brought one course at a time, already plated. This was more practical for homes without large staffs of servants, and created a more controlled, sequential dining experience. The meal became like a story unfolding chapter by chapter. Women's etiquette books had additional rules. You were never supposed to appear too hungry. You should eat slowly, in small bites, showing restraint and delicacy. Foods that required messy eating, lobster, artichokes, whole fruits, should be approached with extreme care or avoided entirely in formal situations. The goal was to eat sufficiently without appearing to actually need food, which is quite the mental gymnastics when you think about it. Alcohol consumption was carefully regulated by social rules. Gentlemen could drink more freely, but even they were expected to maintain perfect composure. Ladies might have a glass of wine with dinner, but were encouraged to dilute it with water and sip rather than drink. Toasting was a complex ritual with its own protocols. Who could propose toasts, when, and how everyone should respond? The length of Victorian formal dinners could be astonishing. 7 or 8 courses spread over 3 or 4 hours wasn't unusual for an important dinner party. This required enormous stamina from both hosts and guests. You had to pace yourself, eating enough to be polite, but not so much that you would be uncomfortably full before the meal ended. Imagine how these long dinners must have felt. The initial excitement of arriving and seeing the beautifully set table. The careful attention required for the first few courses, making sure you used the right utensils and followed all the rules. The gradual relaxation as wine and conversation flowed. The slight fatigue set in around course 5 or 6. The gentle relief when dessert finally appeared, signalling the approaching end. What's interesting about Victorian table manners is how much they were about demonstrating control over your appetite, your emotions, your movements, and your conversation. Every aspect of dining became an opportunity to show that you were civilized, educated, and refined enough to belong in polite society. It was exhausting, but it was also strangely meditative. When every action is prescribed, you stop worrying about what to do and simply follow the pattern. As you drift in that pleasant space between waking and sleeping, imagine the soft clink of fine china, the gentle murmur of appropriate conversation, and the gleam of candlelight on crystal. Victorian dining rooms must have been peaceful in their own formal way, everyone following the same elaborate choreography, moving through the meal like dancers who all know the steps. Let that formality relax you rather than stress you. There's something soothing about knowing exactly what's expected, about moving through prescribed patterns. Victorian table manners might have been complex, but they created a framework that made social interaction predictable, and therefore, in its way, peaceful. As we move into the 20th century, something wonderful happens to table manners. They start absorbing influences from around the world. The elaborate European rules that had dominated for centuries begin mixing with customs from Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and the Americas, creating a richer, more diverse understanding of how people can eat together. Let your mind drift across the globe now, visiting different dining traditions, each with its own beauty and logic. We'll travel gently, like a slow boat on a calm sea, stopping at various ports to observe and appreciate. In Japan, table manners revolve around respect, for the food, for those who prepared it, and for your dining companions. Before eating, you say itadakimasu, which roughly translates to "I humbly receive this food." It acknowledges the plants and animals that gave their lives, the people who prepared the meal, and the natural forces that made it all possible. This single word turns eating into gratitude. Chopstick etiquette in Japan is wonderfully specific. Never stick chopsticks vertically into rice. That's how food is offered to the dead. Never pass food from chopstick to chopstick. That resembles a funeral ritual. Never point chopsticks at people or wave them around while talking. The rules aren't arbitrary. They all connect to deeper cultural meanings about respect and awareness. Picture a Japanese meal. You're sitting on a tatami mat, perhaps with a low table before you. Multiple small dishes are arranged beautifully, each one a miniature work of art. There's rice in a lacquered bowl, miso soup steaming gently, carefully arranged vegetables and perhaps some fish. You pick up your chopsticks, hold them correctly, which takes practice, and begin eating slowly, appreciating each flavour separately. The pace of a traditional Japanese meal is beautifully meditative. Small portions mean you eat slowly. The variety of dishes means you're constantly experiencing new flavours and textures. Slurping noodles is not just acceptable but encouraged. It cools the noodles and enhances the flavour. The sound of slurping noodles in a Japanese restaurant is the sound of appreciation, pleasure, and enjoyment. Travel with me now to India, where eating with your hands is not only common but also considered preferable for certain foods. There's a technique to it. You use your right hand only, and specifically your fingers, not your palm. You mix the rice or bread with curry or dal, forming a small ball, and lift it to your mouth with your thumb pushing from behind. This isn't careless or messy, it's actually quite precise. The temperature of the food, the texture, the way flavours combine, all of this is enhanced by the tactile experience of eating with your hands. Western utensils create a barrier between you and your food. Indian eating customs remove that barrier, making the meal more intimate and immediate. Indian dining etiquette emphasises hospitality above almost everything else. Guests are served first and encouraged to eat their fill. Refusing food is considered insulting to the host. There's a phrase in Hindi, Atithi Devo Bhava, which means the guest is God. This philosophy shapes everything about how meals are served and shared. Drift now to Ethiopia, where communal eating reaches a beautiful extreme with the practice of eating from a shared platter. Injera, a spongy flatbread, covers a large plate, and various stews and vegetables are spooned onto it. Everyone eats from the same platter, tearing off pieces of injera to scoop up the food. There are no individual plates, no personal portions, just shared abundance. There's even a practice called gursha, where you tear off a piece of injera with food and feed it directly to someone else at the table, usually a guest or someone you want to honour. This intimate act of feeding another person is a gesture of love and respect. It breaks down barriers between people more effectively than any formal etiquette rule could. In the Middle East, hospitality and generosity define dining customs. Coffee service becomes an elaborate ritual involving multiple rounds and specific protocols. Meals often begin with mezze, small dishes of appetizers that encourage lingering tasting and conversation. The pace is unhurried. Rushing through a meal would insult both the food and your companions. Traditional Middle Eastern dining often happens on floor cushions around a low table, or cloth spread on the ground. The posture itself, sitting cross-legged or with legs to the side, creates a relaxed atmosphere. You can't eat formal course after formal course when you're lounging on cushions. The environment encourages ease and comfort. Mexican dining customs blend indigenous and Spanish influences into something unique. The concept of sobremesa, the time spent lingering at the table after a meal, is central to Mexican food culture. The meal itself might last an hour. The sobremesa could last 2 or 3. This isn't wasted time. It's when real conversation happens, when relationships deepen, and when the community strengthens. Chinese banquets introduced the Lazy Susan, a rotating platform in the centre of the table that makes sharing dishes effortless. Everyone can access everything without reaching or asking for things to be passed. It's both practical and symbolic, representing the circular nature of community and the idea that everyone has equal access to shared resources. Korean dining brings side dishes called banchan, small portions of kimchi, vegetables and other items that accompany the main meal. These are communal and replenished throughout the meal. The number of banchan reflects the formality of the occasion. More banchan means more honour to the guests. It's a quantifiable demonstration of respect and care. What's beautiful about experiencing all these different traditions is realising that table manners aren't about arbitrary European rules. They're about creating frameworks for connection, respect, and community. Japanese chopstick etiquette, Indian hand-eating techniques, Ethiopian communal platters, and Middle Eastern hospitality, they're all saying the same thing in different languages. Eating together matters, and how we do it shapes who we become together. The 20th century saw these traditions increasingly interact as travel became easier and immigration brought new communities to new places. A child growing up in London might experience chopsticks at a Chinese restaurant, eat with their hands at an Indian friend's house, and use a knife and fork at home. This mixing created people who were fluent in multiple dining languages and able to move comfortably between different food cultures. What emerges from this global exchange is a kind of meta-etiquette, the understanding that different situations call for different manners, and that being polite means adapting to the customs of your hosts rather than insisting on your own habits. If you're invited to a Japanese home, you remove your shoes and sit on the floor. If you're eating Ethiopian food, you share from the communal platter. Flexibility becomes the highest form of good manners. This also means that the rigid Victorian rules start loosening. Yes, there are still formal dinners with specific protocols, but they're increasingly seen as one option among many rather than the only correct way to eat. A casual meal with friends might involve pizza eaten with hands straight from the box. A business lunch might be salad at a desk. A celebration dinner might be an elaborate multi-course affair. Each context has its appropriate customs, and navigating them successfully requires awareness rather than memorization. As you imagine yourself moving between these different dining cultures, the tatami mats of Japan, the cushioned floor of a Moroccan home, the communal table of an Ethiopian restaurant, the formal dining room of a European-style dinner party, feel how each environment invites a different kind of presence. Some are meditative and precise, others are warm and communal, and still others are formal and structured. All of them are valid. All of them have something to teach. The blending of global influences also brings new foods to new places, and with those foods come new challenges for table manners. How do you eat sushi politely? Is it okay to use your hands for tacos? What's the proper way to approach po, with its complicated combination of noodles, broth, herbs, and condiments? These questions don't have single answers. They depend on context, company, and cultural sensitivity. What's delightful is watching how different cultures handle the same practical problems in different ways. Everybody needs to clean their hands before and after eating. The Japanese use oshibori, hot, damp towels. Middle Eastern cultures offer rose water in beautiful bowls. Europeans provide finger bowls with lemon. Americans might just gesture toward the bathroom. Same need, different elegant solutions. Similarly, every culture has developed ways to show respect for food and those who prepared it. Saying grace before meals, offering the first portion to elders, complimenting the cook, and leaving a small amount on your plate to show you've been well fed. These customs vary in detail but unite in purpose. They all acknowledge that eating is more than just a biological necessity. It's a spiritual and social act. Let yourself relax into this beautiful diversity. There's no single right way to eat, no universal code of table manners that applies everywhere. Instead, there's a rich tapestry of customs, each reflecting the values, environment, and history of the people who practice them. Understanding this can be liberating. You don't need to know every rule, just the willingness to observe, adapt, and show respect. As we drift into the 21st century, your time, the present moment, table manners find themselves in an interesting position. The elaborate Victorian rules still exist in certain contexts, but they're no longer the default assumption for every meal. Instead, modern table manners are situational, flexible, and increasingly focused on practical considerations rather than arbitrary status markers. The pace of modern life has changed how we eat in fundamental ways. Quick lunches at desks, grabbing dinner between activities, eating while commuting. These weren't options in previous eras. This creates tension between traditional notions of proper dining and the realities of contemporary schedules. The result is a kind of bifurcation. Some meals are formal and traditional, others are pragmatic and casual, and navigating between them requires a different kind of social intelligence. Think about your own meals over the past week. Probably some were eaten quickly, maybe while doing something else. Perhaps you had breakfast standing at the counter, lunch at your desk, and dinner in front of the television. These meals have their own informal etiquette. Not the kind written in books, but the kind that emerges from shared understanding about what's acceptable. But then maybe you also had a meal that felt more significant. Dinner with family, where everyone sat down together, lunch with a friend at a restaurant, a holiday gathering with extended family. For these meals, different rules applied, not necessarily formal rules, but rules nonetheless. You probably put your phone away, engaged in conversation, and paid attention to your eating pace relative to others. This is the dance of modern table manners, knowing when to apply which standards, understanding the unspoken expectations of different situations, and being able to shift gears smoothly. It's actually more complex than Victorian etiquette in some ways, because at least Victorians knew the rules were always the same. Modern diners need to read contexts and adapt constantly. The smartphone has introduced entirely new etiquette questions. Is it okay to check your phone during dinner? To photograph your food? To scroll through social media between courses? The answers depend on who you ask and what the situation is. A casual lunch with close friends might include phones on the table. A formal business dinner definitely wouldn't. We're still collectively negotiating these norms. Food photography has become its own phenomenon. Millions of people photograph their meals and share them online, turning every plate into potential content. Traditional etiquette would probably faint at this practice, taking pictures of food before eating it, delaying a hot meal to get the right lighting. But modern manners are evolving to accommodate this new reality, with some restaurants even designing dishes to be photogenic. The rise of dietary restrictions and food preferences has also changed table manners. Vegetarians, vegans, people with allergies, and religious dietary requirements, all of these create situations that require new forms of consideration. Good hosts ask about dietary restrictions before planning menus. Good guests communicate their needs clearly and appreciate efforts made on their behalf. It's old-fashioned consideration applied to new situations. Environmental consciousness is influencing table manners too. Reducing food waste has become a form of politeness. Using reusable containers instead of disposables. Choosing sustainable foods. These might seem like personal choices rather than etiquette, but they're increasingly seen as part of being a considerate diner and community member. The concept of mindful eating has introduced meditative practices to mealtime. Eating slowly, paying attention to flavours and textures, and being present with your food rather than distracted by devices or thoughts. These practices borrow from Buddhist traditions and contemporary wellness culture. They're not quite table manners in the traditional sense, but they're definitely etiquette for how to relate to food and the act of eating. Tipping culture creates its own complex etiquette, varying dramatically by country and even by city. In some places, tipping is essential and expected. In others, it's insulting. The amounts vary, the situations where it's appropriate vary, and even the method of tipping varies. It's a minefield of social expectations that somehow everyone is expected to navigate without explicit instruction. Family dinner tables have changed dramatically. Where Victorian families might have formal dinners every night, modern families are lucky to gather everyone for meals a few times a week. This scarcity makes shared meals more precious but also less practiced. Children might grow up with fewer examples of table manners, learning them in fits and starts rather than through daily repetition. Yet there's also a counter-movement toward reclaiming the dinner table. Slow food movements, farm-to-table restaurants, cooking classes, and meal kit services, all of these represent people trying to make eating together more intentional, more valued, and more ceremonial. It's as if, having gone through a period of extreme casualization, we're collectively realizing that something important was lost and trying to get it back. Restaurant etiquette has evolved too. The rise of casual fine dining has created spaces where you might encounter amazing food without formal dress codes or elaborate protocols. You can eat Michelin-starred cuisine while wearing jeans. This democratization of fancy food has made high-quality dining more accessible, but also more confusing. How formal should you be in these spaces? Food delivery and takeout have created new situations with their own unwritten rules. Do you tip delivery drivers the same as restaurant servers? How do you tip for pickup orders? What's appropriate when ordering through apps versus calling directly? These questions didn't exist 20 years ago. Now they're part of everyday dining life. The pandemic added another layer of complexity, introducing concepts like outdoor dining, takeout cocktails, and virtual dinner parties. Some of these innovations will probably fade. Others might become permanent parts of how we share meals. Table manners are adapting in real time, and we're all participating in creating the new norms. What's interesting about modern table manners is that they're more democratic than they've ever been. Victorian etiquette was explicitly about class distinction. Knowing the rules marked you as upper class. Not knowing them marked you as an outsider. Modern etiquette is more about context and consideration. The goal isn't to demonstrate superior breeding, but to make everyone comfortable and show respect for the situation. This shift reflects broader social changes. We're less hierarchical than Victorians, more global than medieval Europeans, and more diverse than Renaissance Italians. Our table manners need to accommodate all of that complexity while still serving the fundamental purpose of making shared meals pleasant and meaningful. As you think about your own relationship to table manners, notice how much unconscious knowledge you actually have. You probably know when to use formal manners and when to relax. You likely adapt your behaviour based on who you're eating with and where you're eating. You've internalized thousands of small rules without ever explicitly learning them. This is how etiquette has always worked, really. The written rules are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them is an ocean of unspoken understanding about consideration, respect, and social harmony. Modern table manners might seem chaotic compared to Victorian rigidity, but they're actually quite sophisticated in their flexibility and adaptiveness. Let that understanding settle over you like a soft blanket. You already know how to navigate these situations. You've been doing it your whole life, learning and adapting and reading social cues. Table manners aren't a test you need to pass. They're a dance you already know how to do, even if you've never formally studied the steps. As we approach the end of our journey through the history of table manners, let's pause to consider what all of this reveals about human nature. Because table manners, when you really think about them, are about much more than knowing which fork to use. At their core, table manners are about transforming a biological necessity, eating, into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. Every culture that has ever existed has developed some form of dining etiquette, which suggests that this transformation is something humans fundamentally need. We're not content to simply fuel our bodies. We want to make the process meaningful. Think about what table manners actually accomplish. They slow us down, making us eat more deliberately. They create predictable patterns that reduce social anxiety. When everyone follows the same rules, there's less uncertainty about how to behave. They demonstrate respect for food, for those who prepared it, and for our dining companions. They turn eating from a solitary act into a communal ritual. The evolution of table manners mirrors the evolution of civilization itself. As societies became more complex, table manners became more elaborate. As global connections increased, table manners absorbed more diverse influences. As social hierarchies shifted, table manners became more democratic. The history of how we eat together is, in miniature, the history of how we've learned to live together. There's something deeply comforting about this continuity. Your medieval ancestors worried about table manners. Your Victorian great-great-grandparents memorized fork placement. Your parents taught you to chew with your mouth closed. This chain of transmission, stretching back thousands of years, connects you to every human who has ever shared a meal and wondered about the right way to do it. The anxiety many people feel about table manners, worrying about doing something wrong, feeling uncertain in formal dining situations, is actually evidence of how much we care about connection and belonging. We worry because we want to show respect, because we want to be included, and because we recognise that how we behave at the table signals something important about who we are. But here's the beautiful secret that becomes clear when you study table manners across cultures and centuries. The specific rules matter much less than the spirit behind them. Victorian silver arrangements and Japanese chopstick protocols look completely different, but they're both expressing the same values: respect, consideration, mindfulness, and community. You can follow every rule perfectly and still be a terrible dinner companion if you lack those underlying values. This means that good table manners are ultimately about awareness of the food, of your fellow diners, of the context, and of your own behaviour. Whether you're using a fork or chopsticks or your hands doesn't matter as much as whether you're being thoughtful, considerate, and present. The most important table manner, the one that transcends all cultural variations and historical changes, might simply be this: pay attention. Pay attention to what you're eating, savouring flavours rather than mindlessly consuming. Pay attention to who you're eating with, engaging with them rather than being distracted. Pay attention to the moment, recognising that this meal, like all meals, is temporary and therefore precious. When you think about it this way, table manners become a form of meditation. The careful placement of utensils, the deliberate pace of eating, and the mindful conversation, all of these create a structured opportunity to be fully present. In a world that constantly demands our attention and fragments our focus, mealtimes offer a rare chance to be completely here, now, engaged with the physical and social reality immediately in front of us. This is perhaps why so many spiritual traditions include ritual meals. The Jewish Sabbath dinner, Christian communion, Islamic iftar, and Buddhist monks' meals. All of these use food and communal eating as vehicles for something transcendent. Table manners, at their best, point toward this same transcendence. They elevate the ordinary act of eating into something sacred. Even casual modern meals can carry this quality if we let them. That quick lunch with a colleague becomes an opportunity to strengthen a relationship. That family dinner, even if everyone's slightly distracted and someone's checking their phone, still creates a moment of togetherness. That solo meal, if eaten mindfully, becomes a practice of self-care and presence. The future of table manners is still being written. Will we return to more formal dining as a reaction against modern casualness? Will new technologies create entirely new eating situations that require new etiquette? Will global integration create a universal set of table manners, or will we maintain our beautiful diversity of customs? Probably all of these things will happen in different ways, in different places for different people. Table manners will continue to evolve because they've always evolved, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their fundamental purpose, making the act of eating together more meaningful, more pleasant, and more human. As you lie there in comfort, full of new knowledge about how humans have tried to make eating civilized across the millennia, let yourself appreciate the simple fact that you're part of this long tradition. Every meal you share with others, whether formal or casual, whether you follow every rule or make it up as you go, connects you to every human who has ever broken bread with another person. Your table manners, whatever they are part of an ongoing human conversation about how we should live together. And that conversation, that continuous attempt to transform biological necessity into social art, is one of the things that makes us most human. Let's end where we began, imagining a meal, but now with all the accumulated wisdom of human history informing our vision. Picture the perfect meal, combining everything we've learned. It takes place at a table, maybe high, maybe low, maybe not a table at all, but a cloth spread on the ground. The setting is comfortable, whether that means formal chairs or floor cushions or something in between. The important thing is that you feel at ease, able to relax into the experience. The lighting is gentle, candles perhaps, or natural light filtering through windows, or the soft glow of a setting sun. Nothing harsh or clinical, just enough light to see the food and your companions clearly. The temperature is perfectly comfortable, not too hot or cold, with just enough air movement to feel fresh without being drafty. Before you is food that someone prepared with care. Maybe it's simple, maybe elaborate. Maybe it came from across the world, maybe from just down the road. The specifics don't matter as much as the attention that went into it. Someone thought about what would nourish and please and then made it happen. You have the right implements for eating, whatever those are for this particular meal. Fork and knife, chopsticks, a piece of flatbread, your hands. It doesn't matter, because you know how to use them and they feel natural in your grasp. The table is set appropriately for the occasion, with everything you need within easy reach. Around the table are people you care about. They might be family, friends, colleagues, or even strangers who will become friends by meal's end. Their presence makes the food taste better, the experience richer, and the moment more complete. You can see their faces clearly, hear their voices easily, and feel their presence without crowding. The meal begins with some acknowledgement, perhaps formal grace, perhaps a simple toast, perhaps just a moment of shared appreciation before the first bite. This brief pause creates a threshold, marking the transition from ordinary time to mealtime, from scattered activity to shared focus. You eat slowly enough to taste what you're eating. The flavours register fully, salt and sweet, bitter and sour, and the complex middle notes that make food interesting. Textures matter too. Crisp and soft, smooth and rough, and the way different foods play against each other in your mouth. You're not just consuming calories, you're experiencing something. The conversation flows naturally, with space for both talking and eating. No one dominates, everyone contributes. Topics range freely, but stay pleasant. This isn't the place for argument or stress, though real discussion is welcome. Laughter comes easily, along with the comfortable silences of people who don't need to fill every moment with noise. The pace is unhurried. If there are multiple courses, they arrive with enough time between them for digestion and conversation. If it's a single course, everyone eats at roughly the same speed, with no one feeling rushed or held back. Time becomes elastic, expanding to fill whatever space the meal needs. You're present, not thinking about what comes next, not dwelling on what came before, just here in this moment with this food and these people. Your phone is somewhere else, or at least silenced and ignored. The outside world can wait. Right now, there's only this table, this meal, this company. When the meal ends, and all meals must end eventually, it ends gently. There's no abrupt transition, no rushed clearing of plates. Perhaps there's coffee or tea, perhaps just a lingering at the table, extending the experience a few more precious minutes. The acknowledgement that it's ending makes the last moment sweeter. You leave the table satisfied but not overstuffed, nourished in body and spirit, and grateful for the food and the company and the time. The memory of this meal will settle into you, becoming part of the accumulated experience of all good meals you've ever had. All the moments when eating together created something larger than the sum of its parts. This perfect meal doesn't require perfect manners in the Victorian sense. It doesn't need elaborate settings or expensive ingredients or impeccable protocol. What it needs is attention, consideration, and presence. Everything else, the specific customs, the particular foods, the exact setting, are just variations on these fundamental themes. And here's the wonderful secret. You can create this perfect meal, or something close to it, almost any time you choose. It doesn't require wealth or special knowledge or ideal circumstances. It just requires deciding that this meal, this moment, matters enough to give it your full attention. As you drift now towards sleep, let yourself hold the image of that perfect meal. Feel the contentment of a good meal shared with good company. Taste the flavours, hear the gentle conversation, and feel the warmth of connection. Let it all settle into you like satisfaction after eating, that sense of being well fed in every way that matters. All around the world at this very moment people are gathering to eat together. They're using different utensils, following different customs, and eating different foods. But they're all doing the same essential thing, transforming the act of eating into an opportunity for connection, beauty and meaning. You're part of that global community of eaters, that vast human family that has always gathered around fires and tables and floors and picnic blankets to share food and lives. Your table manners, whatever they are your contribution to this ongoing human project of making eating together matter. Sleep well, knowing that tomorrow there will be more meals, more opportunities to practice presence and consideration, and more chances to turn the simple act of eating into something approaching art. The history of table manners is still being written, and you're one of its authors. Dream of feasts and quiet dinners, of perfect moments around imperfect tables, of all the meals yet to come and all the ways they'll connect you to yourself and others. Dream of humanity's long journey from eating raw food with our fingers around prehistoric fires to whatever beautiful new dining customs the future will bring. And when you wake, remember, the next meal is a fresh opportunity to make that history just a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more mindful, and a little bit more human. Sleep well, the table is always waiting.